Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, or NUAA, is one of China's premier research-oriented comprehensive universities, which enjoys multiple disciplines in engineering technology, natural sciences, social sciences, business, and management. Established in 1952, NUAA strives to conduct world-level research and education with an emphasis on aerospace technology. Our curriculum represents a strong capacity among all the universities in China. NUAA offers the widest range of programs of any university in China, with 54 undergraduate programs, 200 postgraduate programs, and 16 postdoctoral stations. With a total of 28,000 full-time students, we have a 2-to-1 ratio of undergraduate to postgraduate students. With an annual research budget of $150 million, our size and history allows a breadth of research activity that can be matched by few universities in China. We take a coordinated approach through our Research Institute to enable the best minds to work together on exciting new areas of study and discovery. Our faculty are comprised of teachers, researchers, and scientists who are paving the way for solutions to complex global issues impacting our environment, technology, and future. NUAA has 2 campuses located 12 kilometers apart. Our Mingugong campus is situated in the very ruins of the Ming Dynasty Palace, and our Jiangning campus is located in a picturesque university town. Both campuses are easily connected by shuttle bus and metro. NUAA first welcomed international students in 2005. 1,300 students from more than 90 countries are currently pursuing different degrees and non-degree programs at NUAA. Our alumni have gone on to work for different Fortune 500 companies in China and abroad. 5 undergraduate programs that are offered in English include aeronautical engineering, mechanical engineering, electronics and electrical engineering, software engineering and management, and international business. International students can choose various non-degree programs, including our Chinese language program, foundation program, summer innovation projects, and joint research projects with Chinese students. Students at NUAA have access to all the world-class infrastructure one comes to expect from a premier university, including an extensive library and international student dormitory, health services at our hospital, a state-of-the-art sports center with a swimming pool, not to mention supermarkets, canteens, cafes, and much more. Our approach to learning sees students apply their theoretical learning to current world problems. We take great pride in our commitment to our students' academics, as well as co-curricular achievements. Students' activities and achievements include Model United Nations, NUAA Got Talent Show, Fly Your Idea, volunteering activities, cultural festivals, and much more. NUAA is located in Nanjing. The 10 times Chinese capital is one of the very few cities where history, urbanization, and nature can be captured simultaneously in one photograph. Just an hour train ride from Shanghai, Nanjing is a commercial, educational, and cultural center in East China, and the capital of the Jiangsu province. Inspire the world starting at NUAA. Begin your academic journey at one of the best research-oriented universities in China to lead the way to the future. We welcome you to join us at NUAA. Apply now at study@nuaa.org.
countries, because I got to meet people from different countries here, like Sri Lanka, Thailand, African countries, American, European countries. So I got to learn a lot of knowledge, and it helped me grow and understand the world better.
Actually, it was really nice. It was a really nice experience, really fruitful. I met wonderful people. I had really big opportunities. So I guess it was really, these 4 years have been amazing.
It was a long journey, but worth it. And I'm excited to finish. I'm excited for the new chapter. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
everyone, in here I want to say thanks to NUAA for giving us a chance to learn how to make a thesis in academic English writing works. And I want to say thanks to our professor who keep push and support us until we have done it perfectly. Thank you.
Hello, it's great to see you guys here today. Welcome to our greatest award ceremony. In case you don't know me, my name is Shana and I'm from Malaysia. It's been 1 year I study in NUAA. Thanks to all the teachers for always guiding us and helping us. Especially Professor Woolens. You really give us a lot of support.
Hi everyone, I'm Shelly. My university experiences have been amazing. NUA is a warm and welcoming place where I learn and experience so much in such a short period of time. Thank you very much NUA and professors for everything you do for us students.
Hello everyone, I am Fatima Akhtar. Studying aeronautical engineering in Nuaa is a dream come true. So far, it's been a marvelous experience from my perspective. The journey was a little bumpy because the teaching is done online, but the mentors will guide you down an interesting path that I'm sure you'll enjoy. The teachers always contact students who are abroad now to know their learning situation and timely solve our online learning problems. Keeping my fingers crossed until I get a taste of life back on campus. If you want to create a story you'll never forget, then come to Nuaa and begin your adventure. Thank you.
Hello everyone, it was really amazing experience in academic English and I learned so many things from Professor Wallace and had a great experience with my team and member. I'm really thankful to everyone. Thank you.
I learned many skills like teamwork, leadership, and creativity. My speaking skills and presentation skills were also improved. I'm very thankful to our Professor Wallace for teaching us with care and arranging events. I welcome the new student to this outstanding program and wish you have a good time studying at NUA.
Hello, I'm Abdurrahman from Bangladesh, majoring in aeronautical engineering here in NUAA. It's an honor to study at one of the top universities in the world. But owing to global pandemic, teaching is done virtually, which is a whole new experience to me. And so far, it's been a fantastic one here in NUAA. Hopefully, it will be a memorable experience for all of you as well, and wish to see you all back in campus. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Yu Chen. I'm from Malaysia, currently a year 2 student, NUAA, major in aeronautical engineering. My experience with NUAA has been a fruitful one. The teachers are helpful, the students are friendly, professors conducted their classes professionally, and always be there to answer our heart-burning questions. Through NUAA, I get to know Professor Wallace and participated in the Global Unit Talks as a speech contestant. Overall, I have learned many new soft skills such as public speaking, articulating my thoughts well. Last but not least, thank you NUAA for their wonderful opportunity to create new experiences.
Hi everyone, my name is Mandakini. I would just like to mention that being able to welcome you all is huge and on its own. Not too long ago, I stood where you are right now. I was very eager to begin my studies, but at the same time terrified at the uncertainty of what lay ahead of me. But if I can tell you one thing, it would be to embrace each hurdle that comes your way. Keep moving forward. So, if you are going to be scared of proving yourself wrong. I assure you, you are in the right course to set your academic dreams in motion. Thank you everyone, stay safe.
You're not making mistakes, you're not taking risks, and that means you're not going anywhere. The key is to make mistakes faster than the competition, so you have more chances to learn and win. Today is a big day to think of how far flung we have come and how far we have to go. Along with the multifarious struggles and triumphs, there is so much to thrive and so much to show. Let's rejoice the majestic journey the establishment had up to now. Let's rise a toast to make it even better. Let's take a bow. Hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this absolutely wonderful and auspicious event that brings together so much special people like you. Our respective chief guest dean, Professor Jean, Vice Dean, Student Affairs, Mr. Kevin, Professor Lee Mack, Vice Dean, Academics, dear respective guests, professors from various academic institutions, well-acclaimed chief guests and the guests of honor, all treasured invitees, revered teachers, and of course our sterling participants and students and audience present here today. I'm your host today and my name is Meher. I will be joined by another co-host, Ms. Marvet, Mr. Manish, and Mr. Dylan. We are privileged to be your host for today's thesis presentation competition of My Bay 2021. Now let me invite my classmate, Mr. Abid, my fellow friend, to deliver a welcome speech on behalf of all of us. Mr. Abid, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you, Meher. Good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening to the respected dean, vice deans, judges, professors, honorable guests, my fellow batchmates, and everyone watching. I have been honored to welcome you all to this year's NUAA thesis presentations, brought to you on behalf of the students of Batch 2021. It has been quite a journey for all of us, since we have been working hard to bring these presentations to all of you in the audience. So I hope that all of you enjoy these creative and unique works that have been made by the students of our batch. As you all know by now, it is not quite easy to prepare a decent presentation. However, it is quite impressive to see how far we have come and how much all of us have improved since the beginning of our academic writing class. We may not be perfect, but we are still improving day by day, and this is best expressed by this quote from the famous author, Mark Twain, who said that continuous improvement is better than delayed perfection. Moreover, due to the ongoing pandemic, many of us have fallen back on our social skills and as a result have increased anxiety when talking to people. But due to the continuous training provided by Professor Wallace, many of us have seemed to recover from this setback and are now able to speak freely and confidently in front of an audience. I, for one, myself used to go dead silent whenever I had to face a large crowd and speak. However, now I can set aside all these complications and express whatever I got in my mind without a moment of hesitation or stalling. In addition to all these things mentioned above, it's amazing to see all these different people coming from different backgrounds, working together and creating such a show, which makes this program feel more like an art exhibit rather than a competition. It's quite awe-inspiring to see what people have come up with, working hand in hand and bringing a feeling of cooperation into this competition. So right now, this is the opportunity where we will be able to showcase our abilities and show everyone what skills we have acquired. Therefore, I'd like to thank the authorities at NUAA for organizing this event, and I'd also like to give my most sincere gratitude to Professor Wallace for giving a lot of time and effort into our projects by training us from the beginning and by giving his kind feedback to any work we have done so far. With this, I'd like to hand over the mic to the host to continue and move on with the event.
Thank you, Abid, for your thoughtful speech. Now, I may have the privilege to invite the chief guest, Dean of International College of NUAA, Professor Jean.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, I'm so pleased to join today's Batch 2021 thesis presentation competition, which Professor Wallace made great efforts to organize at the end of this term and at the end of your course. And this competition will enhance your knowledge and the skills you learned from this class and will be beneficial to your future study at NUAA. I look forward to witnessing the academic writing skills of future successful graduates of NUAA. Dear students, please note that academic writing, this course is a foundation course for all students entering NUAA in the first year. This course prepares you to study smoothly and do your academic assignments in the coming years of your study at campus of NUAA. As you all know, academic writing serves as a communication tool that conveys acquired knowledge in a specific field of study. Writing academically helps students analyze, convey, understand, and think critically, and focus on technique and style. This course will actually help you in your future academic career to conduct your academic studies smoothly in English, no matter what your major is. So today, when making your thesis presentations, try to be very explicit and provide the listeners with all the information they need to understand your meaning and the work you have done on various research topics. I wish you all the best for today's competition and look forward to seeing some excellent thesis presentations in this afternoon. Good luck to you, my boys and girls.
Thanks a lot, Professor Jin, for your inspiring and meaningful speech. We are very grateful to you for sharing your precious time to join us. Now, let me take the opportunity to invite Mr. Kevin, Vice Dean, Student Affairs of College of International Education, to address us before we start the competition today.
Thank you, host. Dear Dean Professor Jin, Professor Wallace, dear students, good afternoon. This is Kevin. I'm very delighted and honored to be invited to join today's event. I'm happy to see that our students have achieved a lot in Professor Wallace's class. Actually, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, all our students have been conquering difficulties in learning, but I know you worked very hard. You cooperated very well with the university and the college in a very good way. So thank you for your hard work, and thank you for your understanding, and thank you for your cooperation. Actually, Professor Wallace is a very experienced and very good teacher who has been working with NUAA for almost 20 years. I believe, as just now Professor Jim mentioned, in his class, you have learned a lot in writing, academic writing, and more than which, a lot of things concerning your perspectives in study, in research, in doing teamwork, and in how to see the world and our life. So I wish today's competition a complete success. I wish everyone enjoys a very good time. I wish to see all of you soon on NUAA campuses. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thank you, Professor, for your wonderful speech. We are highly motivated now. Now let me welcome all the team leaders, and I would like to hand over the floor to Ms. Marvet, my co-host, to start the competition.
On behalf of the organizing committee, all the students from academic writing of NUAA, we are pleased to welcome all of you in this wonderful competition. We all have worked hard and prepared for such a long time and reached at this point. Starting your work is getting half of the success already. So if you're selected, then you're already a winner without a title. Now let me introduce today's thesis presentation competition of Batch 2021 award categories. So 1, 2, and 3 goes to Best Thesis Award, following with Best Effort Award, Best Team Award, and Best Content Award. Now we go to my co-host, Meher.
Ladies and gentlemen, before calling the participants on the stage, let me introduce the panel of juries. Our panel of judges today consists of several internal and external judges. Our external judges are Professor Diana, Vice President, Global Unitalks, world largest student platform; Muhammad Mamunur Rashid, the Principal of Bangladesh International School, Dammam, Head of English Cambridge Examiner; Mr. Ashish Tiwadi, the winner of Belt and Road International Speech Competition and United Nations Debate Competition, researcher of Next Generation Aircraft Team in TU Delft, Netherlands, and a senior student of NUAA, Aeronautical Engineering major, Mr. Ayman, an outstanding student of NUAA and the winner of various awards in public speaking and the winner of the last year thesis presentation, Mr. Marcelino, Mr. Eskandar Ibrahim, Ms. Jang Menzid, lecturer of NUAA, Mr. Abu Muhammad Saib, the head of Accounts and Finance, NEC Corporation, Ms. Nisha Tasnim, first MBBS from the Southern Medical University, China. Ms. Metella Mills, outstanding honorary students in the medical practice at QQR Medical University. The external and the internal judges, along with the audience, will judge today's contest and select the best of the best speakers and presenters. The speakers will compete for various award categories. Now, let me read out the thesis presentation rules. Presentation and the speeches shall not be more than 20 to 30 minutes in length. The speakers from the beginning should consider of their intent and audience to be the public, a mixed age group, not simply an audience of peers. Statements which might be considered as slanderous, embarrassing, or containing gender, religion, political, cultural, or racial stereotypes are unsuitable for the competition. The speakers may be asked to answer some questions by the juries as soon as the presentation is concluded about the thesis presented. The judging will be based on the evaluation entirely on the material presented. The decision of the jury's panel shall be final.
Thank you, Mayor, for handing over the mic.
Host Manish.
Thank you, Mayor, for holding with mic. And now it's time to start the NUAA Batch 2021 Thesis Presentation Competition. Let's welcome all the selected teammates with a huge round of applause. Let's hope that all the contestants can compete in a healthy manner, try their best to deliver their thesis presentation full of confidence. Without wasting any of time, I would like to ask the permission from our respected professor. I would like to ask the permission from our respected Professor Wallace.
Please go ahead. Good luck to all of you guys. Go ahead.
Now, I see all the participants are getting ready to come up on the stage and share their marvelous presentation. So, who is going to break the ice? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the first speaker from Group 1, Mr. Liu Yi Shan and his team. Group 1, the topic of the thesis is Paradigm Shift of the Technology. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Janice, you may start.
Okay. Good afternoon, Professor Wallace, judges, special guests, fellow students, and everyone present here today. Now, we will be presenting on a topic with the term paradigm shift of technology. Here comes our team member, Liu Yishan, the team leader of our group, followed by me, Jenny Susanto, as the deputy team leader, Jason Alfian Kalim, and Wachirapani Saratanapur as the group leaders, and Yulia as the group secretary. In our thesis, we are about to find out a few questions that are running through our mind. As we can see, nowadays, artificial intelligence sector has been developed so much, and it has bring a lot of convenience to humans. But is it really good? There are manpower jobs that have been replaced by AI robots, which means that most of people will be unemployed. The question here is, does the development of technology bring more advantages? How we have technology changes our lives? How can we overcome the cons of technology? And how can we raise awareness? We use the SMART goals planning method as a tool to complete our thesis report. To achieve the study's objective, we require statistics, table comparison, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat analysis, intense information analysis, in order to convince and explain to the reader about the option of advanced technology. SMART goals planning format is labeled as specific, stating what exactly we want to accomplish. M, measurable, use small steps to measure progress. A, attainable, making our goals more reasonable. R, relevant and realistic, setting a goal which is relevant to our lives. C, time-bound, setting a deadline to accomplish our goals. Chapter 1, the big picture. What situation do we consider a paradigm shift and when? A situation in which the usual and accepted way of doing or thinking about something changes after the accumulation of anomalies or evidence that challenges the status quo, some revolutionary or new discovery. This phrase paradigm shift was first coined by Mr. Thomas Samuel Kuhn, an American physicist, and philosopher in his book entitled The Structure of Scientific Revolution in the year 1962. How this phrase affects us? It affects us by defining how we really understand the reality and how we behave within it. Now, we are going to focus on our subtopic. The first will be a paradigm shift in communication and media. The second will be a paradigm shift in biotechnology. The third will be a paradigm shift in artificial intelligence. And the last one will be a paradigm shift in transportation. But our member will continue the presentation.
All right, thank you, Jenny. So I'm going to present about Chapter 2, a paradigm shift in communications and media. So, as millennia has passed, this paradigm change in communications and media has a significant impact in our lives. However, this effect can be either beneficial and harmful, and we must be aware of how our modes of communications might benefit or hurt us. Instant messaging, texting, email, and other kinds of technological communication can be incredibly useful for interacting quickly and over large distances. However, these kinds of communication can be detrimental to the growth of our face-to-face communication skills as well as the clarity and authenticity of our words. In today's environment, mobile phones has entirely altered cultural practices as well as social conventions in communication. They've altered the definition of mobility, allowing individuals to interact quietly and intimately, whether they're in the same packed room or thousands of miles apart. Back then, people gathered and had small talks, but now many of us gather ended up looking at our own mobile phones. Peter Drucker once said, "The most important thing is to hear what isn't being said," which means we wouldn't know how the other person feels. We just assume how they feel and in the end misunderstanding them. Here are the advantages and disadvantages of paradigm shift in communications and media. We have verbal communication and non-verbal communication. While non-verbal communication involves body language, verbal communication relies on words. There's more to it than that, however. Proper communication often requires a mix of verbal and non-verbal signals to convey the meaning in conversations. In verbal communications, we can receive messages through our sense organs and it's more effective as a two-way process. Verbal communications also improves our speaking ability and saves us time and energy in conversations. However, it is less authentic in nature and sometimes people might just misunderstand you because they might just assume how you feel from reading the text messages you have sent. We also tend to require some phonetic language knowledge or else we might not be able to grasp the content being delivered. In nonverbal communication, deaf people can easily communicate through sign languages and we can express our facial expressions as a form of communication. We can convey approval, disapproval, anger, or other messages through a silent response and thus requiring lesser effort. While the drawbacks in non-verbal communications is sometimes we will be having communication issue in conversations where long and controversial issues cannot be discussed. Next, not everyone understands sign languages, thus forms a barrier between conversations. And finally, not everyone will be clear of the message we would like to convey in the form of non-verbal communication. Coming to the ways to overcome the cons in communications and media, there are many ways we can implement in order to overcome the disadvantages in communications and media. First, we can focus on discussing only one issue at a time using the same language, for example, English as the universal language. Next, we can implement the 3 rights, which is to communicate at the right time, the right place, and using the right communication mode. We should also ensure that they get our point and letting them know what we have understood from them and what we understood from their explanation. Next, we should express our words calmly, clearly, and in a precise manner. And finally, the key to effective communication is being polite and respectful and allowing listeners to respond. Next, coming to the risks and possibilities in communications and media. The first risk we will have in this is we will face an email being sent to a wrong person. This often happens because the autofill function will sometimes select the wrong person with the same nickname, for example, John or Jason, thus resulting in your email that contains personal data or privacy getting exposed to the wrong person. Next is pushing service messages as marketing messages. This is caused by a misunderstanding that they are the same. Service messages tend to inform users about the related products, for example, manufacturer defects, while marketing messages are messages that promotes an item. As a result, important information is not received by users and clients. Thirdly, Opening unfamiliar links or attachments sent by suspicious or scam mails that contains links and attachments from unknown sources will also put you and your device systems at risk. As a result, your personal data will be leaked to hackers and your device system will be harmed. Finally, we should not be keeping the things that we don't need, for example, personal data for a long time. More personal data means more storage space and security measures needed to be taken. In addition, data protection legislation says that personal information shouldn't be kept for longer than you need it. And finally, coming to the future of communications and media, what can we expect in the near future of communications and media? In the field of data analytics and public relations, analytics in online advertising will aid marketers in their business by letting them know who to target for and also helping professionals in public relations create a more effective campaign. In the future, media trends such as social media and digital advertising and increased access to the internet will be conquering the job market. And mobile video marketing will be implemented as research has shown that consumers prefer to watch a product demo in their mobile phones rather than reading about it on a poster or email. Finally, investments in virtual reality that recreates environment and augmented reality that enhances physical images will be continued as these two fields will have a lot more potentials in the future. The question thrown here to you is, are you prepared for the future of digital media? With that, I would like to end this topic and invite Ms. Li Ai to continue the next presentation.
Well. Thank you, Liu. Learning is not attained by chance.
We are not ended yet.
Okay.
Ms. Li Ai, may you continue the presentation?
I think she's having some internet issue, or let me have a look. Yeah, she's here. EU, please go ahead. We can't hear you. Can you check your microphone, please? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
I'm sorry. All right. Okay, for now, I'm going to talk about paradigm shift in biotechnology. So for the first question is, how has biotechnology changes our lives? It changes us in several ways. So the most obvious changes is the decrease in undernourishment rate in the globe. This may be due to the genetic modification of plants and animals that decrease the shortage of food around the world. And for the second one, I'm going to show you guys a few pictures. So the first one is melissus, where you have a lot of itchy rashes over your body. And then the second one is hepatitis, which is inflammation of liver that causes the patient eyes to turn yellow. And for the third one is Haemophilus influenza. I bet you guys will find this kind of disease quite rare nowadays because we are all given birth vaccines since we are born. So I can conclude that we are all very lucky to be born in an era which biotechnology is already a once. Now for the next part, I'm going to talk about the advantages of paradigm shift and the disadvantages of paradigm shift in biotechnology. So for the first advantage is the higher standard of health. So the development of CRISPR technology helps in correcting genetic defects, treating diseases, and it raises the standard of health. For the second one is the improved food quality and lifespan. Scientists nowadays, they can displace or alter the genes to control the nutritional content of crops and livestock. They also use fermentation to preserve the food without losing any nutrition. Now for the third one is reduce the infection disease rate. So we are all given injections since we are born, like I mentioned just now, and also the scientists are always doing research and creating new vaccines to prevent transmission of infection disease. For the last one is minimizing and eliminating waste product. So with the help of biotechnology, waste product nowadays is created with biodegradable properties that will minimize the waste product left. Now, I'm going to talk about the disadvantages of paradigm shift in biotechnology. So the first one is the high consumption of money and outlets. Biotechnology sector is quite an unknown sector, so you will need a lot of money to train athletes and produce qualified apparatus, materials, and so on. And for the next one is commodity life race. So some sinister might use this technology to control or minimize other people's lives. It also raised the article question arguing about turning humans' lives into an experimental commodity. And for the third one is it affects the soil fertility. So as we modify crops to grow in different environments, there might be chances of overloading of crops and it will affect the soil to lose fertility. And for the last one, it also may cause unknown threat. So for example, if the plants can grow in any condition, the succession process might occur and it will cause the extinction of primitive plants at that area. After talking about the disadvantages of paradigm shift in biotechnology, I'm going to talk about the ways to overcome that. So there are four main ways, which is the first one is the support of government in biological weapon convention and other international agreements. So you can see the picture above. That is the BWC National Implementation Workshop in Nepal in 2014, and they are showing their support. And for the second one, we should set up law against usage of biotechnology. There is a very good example, which is the Universal Declaration on Human Genome and Human Rights. And I found that the Article 4 and Article 6 is very useful, where there will be no financial gains and no discrimination in this part. For the third one is the promoting the development of global public health infrastructure. This is to ensure that appropriate medical care can be provided to all the residents in that area. And for the last one is to educate the public and also raise awareness of biotechnology. So the governments, the school authorities, the mass media, all of them should play their roles to raise this awareness. All right, now I have a question for you guys. Do you know what is dark biotechnology? So dark biotechnology is a sector where scientists do experiments on bioterrorism, biowarfare, biological weapons, and so on. There are always arguments about dark biotechnology, where some saying it is good, some is saying it is bad. So I'm going to discuss about the risks in dark biotechnology. So for this part, there are three main risks. So the first one is it may be weaponized for mass destruction. It may be used by some people for bioterrorism or illegal business. And the second is it may cause uncontrollable threat. So some faulty operation or careless mistakes, such as you breaking the glasses that contains the pathogens or specimens, it will cause leakage of pathogens and it will infect all the people in that area. And for the last one is the research and development may consume huge amount of money and resource. So an unfamiliar sector will need a lot of investment to secure a safe environment and also to get the resource for knowledge for the scientists to do more research on it. After talking about this, I'm going to talk about the future of biotechnology. So the first one is the new drugs that fight epidemics and rare diseases. So in the past decades, there was a Chinese emperor named as Qin Shi Huang. He is always striving to do a medicine that will keep him immortal, but sadly his dream doesn't come true. Nowadays, we had a wide exploitation of molecules and a lot of invention of modern instruments. We can create a lot of medicine that cures different diseases and even that medicine that will keep us immortal. Yeah. And for the second one is producing food with high nutritional content and contains zero toxin. This can be done by the genetic modification. So in the future, we might be able to produce crop that is totally insect resistant and free of toxins and also allergens so that all the people on the earth can consume them. Now for the third one is genome editing and modification to create better babies. So since the DNA database increases day by day, it allows the scientists to treat genetic defects to prevent disability in newborn babies. We also may be able to do genetic modification to create babies with specific characteristics or even with a very beautiful appearance if the law allows us to do that in the future. Yes. And for the last one is reducing ecological pollution and consumption of natural resources. The scientists nowadays are doing research on the usage of vascular plants for bioremediation, and also microorganisms for bioabsorption or bioaccumulation of heavy metals to prevent pollution. So in the near future, there might be a decrease in the rate of pollution in ecosystem. And this is the end for my part. Now, I will invite Ms. Janice to continue from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yu. Now I will continue the presentation about a paradigm shift in artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is there is a data system that can be raised in scientific context, or it can also be called artificial intelligence or just abbreviated AI. The term AI was introduced in 1956. John McCartney coined the term artificial intelligence at the first ever AI conference at Dartmouth College. So how AI changes our lives? Artificial intelligence increases the efficiency of our workplaces and can increase the work humans can do. When AI takes over repetitive or dangerous tasks, they are better equipped for tasks that involve creativity. The benefit of having intelligence is developing methods and systems for solving problems. For example, smart robots. Smart robots can help human work using navigation systems. Robots are also used in the health sector, namely to treat the elderly, consult and detect tumors, help perform medical operations, and so on. AI also has negative impacts. For example, we have a problem in here. Will humans be more lazy as they think AI can solve problems and they don't have better to work? Some people believe that the drawback of implementing AI is that it might eventually make us lazy and impatient. AI experts and influencers are positive about the effect of artificial intelligence in the future, but some researchers believe that its growing reliance on technology can make people less intelligent. Here's some advantages and disadvantages of artificial intelligence. First, the advantages increase efficiency. Artificial intelligence leverages to perform small, repetitive tasks faster and complex much larger complex tasks. Second, deeper data analysis. Artificial intelligence system analyze massive data at a faster speed. Also, AI system can swiftly find relevant information and make decision making. Third, improve workflow. Aided by deep learning technologies and AI technology can automatically produce transcript. Fourth, more informed decision making. This increased capacity enables to make better and informed decisions, also benefit business leaders in their operation. Fifth, lower human mistakes. Artificial intelligence systems are less concentrated, focused, and less mistakes. The disadvantages of artificial intelligence. High cost. It takes a lot of time and energy and it can be very expensive. AI needs the latest hardware and software. No creativity. AI cannot learn to think outside the box, only follow a specific program and carry it out. 8. Makes human lazy. AI automate tedious and repetitive tasks, and make humans letting AI do all the memorize and puzzle solving. No ethics. Risk of AI growing uncontrollably and wiping out humanity. Also, AI singularity used to describe. The contra of artificial intelligence. Certainly, this artificial intelligence technology also has pros and cons in its use. There are still contra of this artificial intelligence. Now, human resources who cannot keep up with the fast development of the times. Then, humans who are afraid to be replaced by the AI or robot. For example, buying food or drinks that already use machine, or toll road payment that used to be manual now being replaced with machine. And humans who are afraid if there is a failure on the AI, this artificial intelligence will still have an error at a certain time. So how can we overcome the cons of artificial intelligence? It is necessary we have to will to continue to learn and develop ourselves so that we have the skills or abilities to be able to keep up with the developments of this increasingly advanced era and technology. The risk of artificial intelligence. Increased unemployment. The emergence of unemployment due to jobs are getting filled by artificial intelligence or more precisely automatic machine. Privacy breach. Certainly, AI is used everywhere. Some people use for things that are not good, like personal data will face the risk of being stolen, and individuals abusing the use of artificial intelligence. The future of artificial intelligence. In healthcare, artificial intelligence will play diagnosing diseases quickly and accurately and helps in discovering new drugs with faster speed and more cost-effective. In transportation, artificial intelligence and machine learning help minimize workload. Pilots will have lesser workload, stress and fatigue improves on-time performance. In cybersecurity, there are some predictions that cybersecurity and artificial intelligence have changes are. In e-commerce, will have favorable impact with our automated warehouse and inventory. automated shopper personalization, and more advanced chatbots. And the last one, in employment. Artificial intelligence helps job seekers and employers in hiring employees. Artificial intelligence can be programmed to help strict roles and algorithms that can reject a resume if it does not fulfill a requirement standard. Now, I will let Mr. Liu to continue the next presentation.
All right, finally coming to the last chapter, the paradigm shift in transportation. Well, millennia ago, transportation is what enabled people to commute and move by any distance. It helps us reduce traveling time and provide convenience to people. Transportation has been developed since 3,500 years before Christ when the wheels was invented. After that, in the 17th and 18th centuries, new modes of transportation such as bicycles, trains, motor cars, and airplanes were developed to provide a better way of traveling. Therefore, people are able to commute across countries by crossing long distances through waterway and air. This also bridges the gap between people and enhances globalization as it creates connections not only in human, but in trade and commerce as well. Some major transportation milestones including the first steamship built in the 1770s, the first steam-powered train in 1798, the modern car born in 1886, and the first powered flight in 1903. Here are some of the advantages that benefits us from transportation. We get to travel between long distances within a short period of time. With the advanced transportation today, villagers living in the rural areas no longer need to worry about insufficient supplements as they will get to receive aids and also travel to the city for their needs. Next, we also get to have a taste of important products such as fruits and vegetables. Not only fruits and vegetables, we also get to equip products and daily essentials from other countries, for example, cosmetics. Advanced transportation also encourages businesses to provide delivery services that enhance conveniences in society. Next, coming to the disadvantages we can face in transportation is, of course, the main disadvantages is air pollution, as we know. The engine consumes fossil fuels and emits carbon dioxide, which will result in greenhouse gases, trapping heat in the atmosphere and causing global warming and air pollution that will impact living beings and environmental safety. Next, road accidents are more likely to happen nowadays with the presence of transportations due to the recklessness or carelessness of drivers and not paying attention while driving, and it can be very fatal. Moreover, concerning infrastructure required for transportation, it costs people land and money in order to build factors that enable people to travel. For example, to build roads, many communities must give up their lands to make up way for roads that connect from one place to another. Finally, airports built near residential areas causes noise pollution to nearby residents, and thus, these people have to give up their peaceful atmosphere to let people travel through air. So how can we overcome such disadvantages we have mentioned? Speaking about the ways, the biggest way we have for now is electric vehicles. This is because electric vehicles do not operate or have gasoline or diesel engines. It's the real solution to the climate crisis, although it still emits lesser noise and air pollution than gasoline-powered vehicles. When you're on the road, you should think of safety first. Drivers should also be aware of their surroundings and pay attention, and be considerate of others while looking out for yourself too. Drivers should also keep their speed down on the road and cut out distractions, for example, mobile phones and high volume of music running through the radio of your vehicle. The sincere advice here is drive carefully and mindfully on your journey. Finally, the risk of paradigm shift in transportation. What are the risks that we can face? The first risk is that transportation assets at present offers high technology that involves digital systems such as tracking systems and location service. From this, hackers have more access points to hack the private data of drivers, and this issue can occur in several types of transportation, such as in the car and rail industry that uses electronic sensors to control. According to Dwyer in the American Truck Association, driver shortage is accounted to 100,000 in the year 2022. This is because most young men today are not interested in this position, as there are other occupations that pay more and provide fewer accident risks. This will cause older drivers to work overtime and result in a higher rate of accidents. What can we expect from the future in transportation? In the next decade, technology that is adopted into use will replace the conventional ways such as the renewable energy that can be used in vehicles that will emphasize the reduction of pollution and congestion caused by road transportation. Artificial intelligence will also be implemented in public transports that will boost the living schedule and serve people with better satisfaction. Likewise, Concerning delivery service, drones will take place to deliver small parcels by air at short distances. Coming to the conclusion of our thesis report, what can we see and what can we expect from the big picture? This research is aimed to inform viewers about how the paradigm shift of technology had brought a huge change to our lives. Based on the quantitative and qualitative analysis of responses, surveys, and online resources, it can be concluded that the paradigm shift of technology has impacted our lives in many ways. The results indicate that a lot of changes related to technology has been applied since the past century, and it will become more advanced as time passes. The research clearly illustrates that many fields related to biotechnology had undergone huge changes, but also raises the question of the effects of the changes to human lives. To understand more about this, we need further studies to determine the exact cause and effect of the paradigm shift in technology. At the end of the research, we can see that the overall development of technology has brought us more advantages than disadvantages. Although it has changed our lives in a certain way, and certainly there are some ways that we can adapt to overcome disadvantages that happen to appear due to the advancement of technology. This research also tries to educate us on being alert on the risks and negative effects that modern technology can bring to us. In conclusion, this thesis research has shown that the paradigm shift of technology has indeed changed the norm of our lives, creating thousands of possibilities. Although it has its own disadvantages, advanced technology has made the impossible possible. Now we will have a little Q&A session, so you can clarify any doubts you have in your mind about our presentation. Do you guys have any questions where you would like to ask us about our presentation?
And the Q&A will be given at the later stage. You can go ahead with your next part. Thank you.
All right, Professor. Okay, so our next one is, all right. Okay. Hereby, let us cherish the moments we had throughout this course. We had hard times, but persevered to success. Feel free to work for us, and thank you everyone for spending your time listening to our presentation. Sorry, something happened to the video.
You can go ahead again. Thank you.
Yep. Miss DI, please. Okay. Hereby, let us cherish the moments we had throughout this course. We had hard times but persevered to success. Feel free to work for us, and thank you everyone for spending your time listening to our presentation. With that, I would like to end our Group 1's presentation. Thank you so much everyone for listening.
Well, thank you, Liu, and entire team.
Now, I would like to invite second group to present their delightful thesis presentation to all. Let me welcome Mr. Dalan, the leader of Group 2, and his team to take the floor.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. We are Group 2, and we will be presenting our thesis topic on virtual reality, redefining reality. These are my group members. They include me, the leader, Dylan D'Souza, my deputy leader, Merved, and my co-host, Merved Ibrahim, and other members such as Ibrahim Hareth, Taha Hezam, Panyakon Hemratanokon, and Leo Jeremy. Throughout our research, we upon some methods for conducting our research. And this was done because VR is such an important industry in the coming future. It'll be used as often as we use the internet and as we use social media. And one method we took up to doing the research was inductive research. It is very important for us to understand the information, and inductive research was done to deepen our knowledge about virtual reality and for us to be able to give this offering to you guys. Here are some slides for what we did throughout our research. We conducted a survey and we asked if people knew the potential of the metaverse. Only 21% did not have a clue out of 19 answers. We also asked what aspect do people think the metaverse will affect the most, and the most people answered that they believe education and video games would be the largest affected industries. Also, we used two platforms for sampling. These were YouTube VR and the VSVR platform. The YouTube VR offers limited recreational spaces due to us not being able to move around in YouTube VR. I think anybody can just Google YouTube VR and they'll be able to access some sort of virtual reality. But VSVR is a much more in-depth platform. It is used for exhibitions and many meetings, and it offered many spaces for us to conduct more research and understand the virtual reality even more. Here is a short video of what happened in YouTube VR. As you can see, it is a video, but you are able to navigate and experience the 360-degree view of what was shown by the creator. Also, here's a video of VSVR. VSVR allows a more in-depth experience, and you're allowed to navigate around these virtual spaces. Here's also another clip of the VSVR space. This is used for architecture. As you can see, you're able to view how a house is, even without your physical presence. Moving on, we will be taking on 6 different topics of discussion. And the first topic will be discussed by Ibrahim Harith.
Virtual reality. Virtual reality is a computer-generated artificial environment that allows the users to view, explore, and manipulate the environment. Simply, is defined as a simulator experience that may be similar to real life or not. Someone can simply put a headset and be embodied in a world that they are not physically in. For example, you can attend concerts, visit places. We can use it in trying and learning new things. Tick. Most of computer and mobile phone can run virtual reality programs, in condition the device they are using is new and fast. This means that you can use our device to enter the virtual reality world by just adding a few more requirements. There are 3 types of software to use to create VR application. 1, native software development kits. 2, game engine and frameworks. And the last one is the most updated version of the web browsers. Nevertheless, if you want a high production quality experience, you will need a strong PC with a Fuggled CPU and a graphic processor. Tick. SDKs, that stand for Native Software Development Kits, are software, libraries, and devices used together with a computer operating system. If you don't want to use the native SDKs directly, instead you can use game engine and framework. Unity 3D is a powerful cross-platform 3D game engine, also known as middleware. Libraries in Unity 3D had low-level details such as physics, game behavior, interfacing to devices, and 3D rendering, making VR development more straightforward. Tick. Web browsers are fascinating because they let us to use internet to achieve what we seek. In virtual reality, web technology such as JavaScript and HTML used to create applications. This makes it faster to code and enable more cross-platform. These are some pictures of our group having a meeting in a virtual reality hall.
Development history. As can be seen on the image, there have been several development stages between the time it started and how it is now. We will learn more on the next slides. Tick. In 1935, Stanley G. Webbaum released a short book called Pygmalion Spectacles. In this book, the author describes how a professor invented a pair of goggles and it enabled the user to activate a movie that gives someone sight, sound, taste, and smell and touch. You can also talk to the characters. Instead of being on a screen, you're more likely to be in a new world. This led the world to a curiosity for the coming decades. Tick. A cinematographer, Morton Hellick, invented the Sensorama. The Sensorama provided 3D and stereo sounds, and other features include smell-generated and vibrating chair. The main purpose of the Sensorama was to engulf the individual into the film. Tick. The Sire Finger Tracking Gloves for virtual reality was created in 1982 by Daniel Sadin and Thomas DeFonte. The gloves employed optical sensors and detected finger motions and were linked to a computer system. In 1989, the Project View was created by NASA. This VR exercise intended for astronaut training. The View suit had a head-mounted display, gloves and sensors, and fiber optic cables to track finger movements and host computer to receive the data. The user's gloved hand would have the move in exact sync with a picture of the hand created by a computer. A software entrepreneur named Palmer Luckey was unhappy with the VR HMDs that were on the market in 2010 because they were excessively pricey, had limited field of view, and were unwieldy, which made for a miserable user experience. In order to produce a lightweight, low latency, inexpensive, and wild field of vision headset, he created a number of prototype HMDs using discontent as motivation. The Oculus Rift was developed as a result of these prototype experiments. Tick.
Now we'll be moving on to the features of VR technology. The first feature is
features of VR technology. The first features we are having is head-mounted display, which is also known as 3D display. It is the main element in virtual reality in order for a sense of depth and immersion to be created in this simulated experience. It's a display device worn in the head as a part of a helmet that has a small optic in front of one or each eye, as we will mention in detail later. HMD has many uses, such as gaming, aviation, engineering, and medicine. It creates a sense of depth and immersion by generating a separate image for each eye to simulate the effects whereby the position or direction of an object appear differently from when we view it from a different position. When we say different image for each eye, that is because our eyes are apart from each other. Take haptic feedback. Haptic feedback, in other words, tactile feedback, is the sense of touch that delivers information to the end user. It uses advanced vibration patterns, and waveforms to transfer information to the end user. Haptic companies are developing full suits and exoskeletons to get to the full wires tech suit. The tech suit includes haptic vest, haptic sleeves, and haptic mask. This feature is similar to when a smartphone vibrates to alert you of a notification. Haptics company is developing smart advanced styles. Now, when we say a company says realistic touch, it's mostly the gloves that will let you feel the shape, texture, and even the temperature of whatever you're holding. Haptics company made it and released a gloves project at the end of 2021 with the name Haptic Gloves DK2. This gift shows how a haptic gloves user is controlling the circle shape on the computer screen by only using his hands in the real world. Take audio. 3D audio is a technology that is ready to use and it is really advanced. It is already very realistic and impressive. It helps to determine the distance and direction of the sound. I think most of you had tried 3D audio. Imagine experiencing cinematic 3D spatial audio in a VR headset. It's just another level of immersion. Moving on to our last tech in the futures of virtual reality, which is motion tracking. Motion tracking hardware is an essential part for tricking the brain into that it is somewhere else by tracking the head movement of a user and updating the rendered scene in real time. This imitates what occurs when we look around in the real world. And really, how far we achieved from this technology today is really fascinating and truly illustrating the meaning of the term redefining reality.
Next is the application of virtual reality. The first application of virtual reality is tourism, because some people may have the desire to travel, but they are limited financially. So the Globetrotters have a solution in the form of virtual reality. It's so that one can access some of the wonders of the world by simply putting on their VR headsets. And this means that now expats can have an idea of where they will be staying or visiting and hence decide if it is what they like. Several countries has been planning to create their own countries metaverse such as USA, China, South Korea, Arab Saudi, Barbados, and Indonesia. Next is VR application on business. What are business opportunities in virtual reality? First, we have events and concerts. Recently, we saw a Fortnite live performance that was broadcasted from a brand new Los Angeles studio that was built specifically for in-game concerts. And if people get used to attending virtual reality concerts, company will now take advantage of it and start making a lot more concerts and events. And that will give them a massive income. And this is the first concert was done by Justin Bieber at September 18, 2021, and followed by many other artists. And not only that, Metaverse is also used by many actors to hold a fan sign and a fan meeting. And many actors now start to notice that Metaverse world entertainment is a big thing. Next, we have digital-only products. To be simple, it is pretty much anything that people would have in the real world could be something that they would buy in the virtual world. Like how we bought our clothes or how we get our hair done, it is something that we have to do in virtual world. And also, we can also earn money by investing in the real estate on the Metaverse world that will be counted as NFTs. Next, we have VR application on education. The Metaverse will make learning much easier as the contents learned in the Metaverse are more memorable through interactions. Because as we know, studying online as we are right now in this COVID era might be hard and demotivating, but the Metaverse can help. How will the Metaverse help? Because in the metaverse class, students can get the class environment despite of have to be at home. And secondly, with the help of metaverse, we can study using holographic trajectory that makes study more interesting. Next, we have VR application on spacecraft. Such dangerous job as spacecraft rockets and airplane can now be tested using VR technology to minimize loss and accident. To be precise, Elon Musk, the founder of SpaceX, actually do many VR-based simulation. Although it is still not precise and detailed yet, but it still helps a lot to minimize fail rate and unnecessary loss. Next, we have militaries. Now, militaries will be able to train soldiers without the fear of life-altering injuries. This is firstly noticed and applied by the United States of America, and the training they did basically weapon training, strategy rehearsal, and perfecting their tactics. And now this is followed by most of the countries around the world. However, this is obviously isn't the same with the real battle. So for now, they will keep developing and make it feels like a real battle. The last application we have is medical. The biggest impact on medical terms is the invention of the digital twins. So it's basically a virtual model or a framework that are produced using a certificate information to get more familiar with the twins. And the twins here will declare any abnormalities within the body that will be updated every 24 hours. But still, as for now, it's not perfect and detailed yet. Another thing, VR also help with medical training using augmented reality to help generate a medical situation. And medical students can train using the holographic projection. And here is a short video that represents VR application on medical and education.
And now we move on to the limitations of VR technology. As you know, with everything that's good, there can always be something bad. And the first limitation is how expensive the VR hardware can be. As you can see in the picture, there's the range of headsets displayed here show different features and go with different prices. As you can see, the lowest price is the Oculus Go for $200, and they have headsets with no positional tracking, controller with no positional tracking. Their storage and their battery and storage capacity is pretty low compared to the highest range, which is the Pico Neo, which has headsets that have positional tracking, controller that has positional tracking, which may not be the best, but it still has it. And also storage and battery capacity is the best. But it comes at a high cost of $750, which is quite costly. The next limitation is eye damage. As you know, many of us grew up being told not to sit too close to the television, as it may be harmful to the eyes. And now we are going to have the screen that is about 2 to 5 centimeters from our faces, which can be very detrimental to our eye health. When users are in VR, they strain their eyes by focusing on an image they want to see. And this is due to them trying to focus on the pixelated screen, trying to focus on something that is not reality. And this causes eye strain. When this eye strain occurs for over a long period of time, it leads to blurry vision, headaches, and even just difficulty focusing on objects in the real world. And if this continues for a long time, the effects can be more chronic and can be more severe. Another limitation is potential addiction. Virtual reality aims to make the virtual reality space very immersive. It may seem as if it's the real world, and it is very easy for one to fall into the rabbit hole of addiction in this virtual reality space. It's such as in places like gambling and even other detrimental addictions that are already existent in the real world. The immersive element of VR could be more detrimental to the users, as it will harm their social lives in the real world and further cause anxiety than aid it, because now you're used to being in this virtual space where you can do whatever, and you're not used to seeing the consequences of your actions. One other limitation is the data theft and invasion of privacy. Already in recent times, we've seen people get hacked on social media, such as on Instagram and on Twitter and so many other places. There's been a lot of hacking and a lot of scams. This usually can be magnified by virtual reality. Virtual reality will make it easier for people to access someone's information, somebody's personal data, and even hack others through one person. And it's one thing that needs to be that requires a governing body in order for this to be mitigated.
Come to the metaverse. The metaverse is like a product of all previous features and technology mentioned, gathering to create the metaverse. Tick. The metaverse is a concept of persistent online 3D universe that combines multiple different virtual spaces. Every activity that you can do in the actual world can be done in the metaverse, such as working, meeting, playing games, or hanging out in the 3D spaces. As I mentioned, that the metaverse is an idea that combines various of technologies to socialize and hypothetically live in the world created. Tick. The metaverse is a virtual reality world that exists regardless of the presence of users. It means the metaverse doesn't care what you are in and how you are in the real world. You can be whatever you want to be. In this world, everything is digital. The economics includes cryptocurrency and potentially, and the digital currency commissioned by central banks. Many players enter this market. They are competing to develop the technology such as Google and Microsoft. Tick. Imagine if you have dream of going somewhere once in your life. The metaverse can serve your dream, even it not 100% real, but at least you can feel it and see how it looks like. The NFT stands for non-fungible tokens. It can compare to the user asset or properties which digitize in that world, such as an art and many other valuable things in the real world. Tick. Here are some examples of NFT. The man in front is like an avatar of the user. Behind him is some NFT art, and the upper right side is a building or condominiums which you can buy and live there in the metaverse. Also, there are cars, bicycles, and many other things. Tick. Here are some statistics that demonstrate the metaverse capital invest from 2022 to 2024. In 2022, $500 billion were supported, and the economic experts estimate that it would rise up to $800 billion in 2024. According to the increase of the new companies starting to invest in the metaverse market, this makes the metaverse become an essential field of investing. This company looks forward that the metaverse will become the future of technology in the upcoming future. The metaverse will grow the economy dramatically because the users have to use the technologies such as VR and AR products, video games, and appropriate hardware and the network applications to support the metaverse. Tick. The metaverse will combine Web 3.0, blockchain, and other cryptocurrencies, crypto technologies in a future that will redefine our current economic standards. As you can see in the picture below, it shows that cryptocurrencies link to every section. For example, the transaction and the blockchain technology. And the blockchain technology decentralized the old transaction trend and has high safety. The users can trace each transaction, so it has a high trust. The more important things is fiat currency unable to use in the metaverse. Only crypto can be used there. Tick. Here are some big companies investing in the metaverse and the money they paid. The first one is Microsoft with $70 billion, followed by Meta, or name that we are familiar with is Facebook with $10 billion. Next is Google with $39.5 billion. And the last one is Sony with $1 billion. Only these four sum up are over $100 billion of investment already. In the near future, the metaverse will become a massive market, according to the estimates of the economic experts. Tick. For the conclusion, as of now, the metaverse doesn't have a true definition due to how vast it can be. And the limits to the metaverse cannot be determined, cannot be contained, and only time will tell how big this technological phenomenon will become. Tick. Thank you for your attention. We hope you all enjoy the metaverse in the present and the upcoming future.
Thank you so much, dear judges, jury audience, and teacher Wells, for your precious time. Please, if you have any questions or inquiries about our presentation, do not hesitate to ask us right after the video that Mr. Dylan will share shortly.
So this video is a recording of an interview we had with the CEO of one major virtual reality player in China. This is Simon, the COO of the company, and I will be playing the video to show you what we discussed.
So my question is, what are the main problems of the metaverse right now?
I believe the main issue is they are devices itself. I'm not sure if you guys have you used any VR headsets before.
Well, yes, yes. At some exhibitions, some of us have been able to test and see how it is in using the headsets.
Nice. So if you have the chance to use the VR headsets, you can tell them the device is really big and maybe heavy, and it's not comfortable. It's not convenient. But in the future, in our imagination, VR is gonna replace cell phone step by step. So when will that happen? We believe it's the next generation of VR devices. So during September this year, so like 3 months later, you're gonna see the latest VR device from Oculus. It's called Project Cambria. If you guys have Google, you can search it, Project Cambria, and it's already smaller, lighter than what we're using now, but it's not small enough. Okay, so what is small enough? If a VR headset is as big as this, then it's small enough. So we believe the next one will become like a bigger size of the sunglasses. Then it'll start to replace cell phones step by step. Yeah, I believe that's the basic roadmap.
That is it. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for everything you've done, for witnessing our presentation, and you see our hard work. And there's a conclusion from my group 2.
Thank you for sharing this impressive presentation with an astonishing and rich with information. The metaverse could replace in-person's physical interaction to an extent. During the pandemic, many users turned to the metaverse for social activities and gatherings, even conducting the entire wedding inside the platform. In the future, it could become as important as social media is to our lives today. Congratulations, Mr. Dylan and team. You have done a great job.
Before we go to Group 3, I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Trivedi to present his questions for Group 1 and 2. Mr. Ashish, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Yes, so I already posted the question in the chat, so hopefully it's clear to both groups. So my first question to Group 1 is specifically, so in your presentation, you've mentioned specifically like 4 main focuses, mainly for communication and media being the first one, biotech, artificial intelligence, and transportation. My question is like, why did you specifically choose these 4 as your focus? And what was like your metric? Like, was this like the largest industries or like sectors which had the shift in the a paradigm shift based off of technology? Or like, and then why did you exclude, for example, maybe like manufacturing, like specifically like warehouse manufacturing, software and business industries, and even like education, which also have a very big impact by technology?
All right, thank you, Mr. Ashish, for asking. So my reply here is because why we chose to focus on these 4 areas, namely communications and media, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and transportation, is because these 4 fields has been undergoing huge changes and has been advancing and improving rapidly since the past few centuries. Like these 4 fields are also bringing huge effects and changes how we live. And it has a relationship between our lives and what changes in the real life. So with this reason, this is why we chose our 4 field. And in this 4 field, in my opinion, my personal sincere opinion, I've discovered that the artistic beauty, the beauty that we can find in these 4 focus areas, and I would like to share it with everyone here and let you guys realize that in these 4 main areas of focus, there's actually an inner beauty within, where we get to enjoy what the advancement of it has brought to us throughout these centuries. Yep, that's my reply for the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then my second question would be to Group 2. So once again, I already posted it, so hopefully it's clear to everyone. So in your presentation, you seem to be using the terms virtual reality and metaverse interchangeably in like your PowerPoint slides. So my question is that, are they both the same, or what are their distinctions? Like what are like the if they're similar but they have some key differences, what would they be? Because if I'm not mistaken, metaverse is a relatively new concept in the world of virtual reality. So I would just like to know, like, if what are like the distinctions between them.
Well, if you ask several people what the definition of the metaverse is, or what the metaspace is about, you will get completely contrasting answers, due to how it's still a very, like you said, it's still a very new concept, a relatively new concept. But the one thing that distinguishes virtual reality to the metaverse is that virtual reality is the technology that enables the metaverse. Virtual reality is what creates the metaverse, and the metaverse can be also said to be a virtual reality space, one that is always existing, and even if there are no users in that virtual reality space, it continues to exist. So the metaverse is a virtual world that will always be existed.
All right, thank you so much.
Now I would like to call Mr. Ayman to ask his question for Group 1.
Thank you very much. My question for Group 1, and first of all, I must just acknowledge the hard work that you've put all through the months. That is the cumulative of your efforts today of what we are seeing. So my question is that, as I've mentioned, that you've mentioned both the pros and cons regarding the current progression of technology, but after conducting your research, do you remain optimistic or pessimistic when it comes to the moral use of these advancements in technologies? Because history shows us that technology don't have a mind on its own, and it depends on its users to whether it is used for the good or the bad of humankind. So do you think the potential of these advancements to do good for humankind outweighs the potential to cause great harm, or vice versa?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for asking us this question, and it's really a very great question. So, after this research, we will be going on the optimistic side on our research cost of what we have found out. And of course, every roses have its own thorns. So if you're talking about artificial intelligence not having their own mind, well, humans will still be developing their artificial intelligence advancements and make them more advanced in the future. And the potential of this advancement to do good for humankind is actually will not cause great harm, but will bring us more advanced in the future. And for now, we expect the target of them researching, and hopefully in the future, more advanced technology can be realized. For example, flying vehicles, or maybe robots that have their own expressions. And of course, I believe all in all, everything will go to the good ways. And if there is to be a way where a harmful fact can occur, I'm sure those governments, peoples will all come together and settle this issue together. Yep, that's my answer for this question.
Thank you. You remain quite optimistic. And I also have a further question for group 2, and that is, you've engaged in a very fascinating subject, that is the topic related to the virtual reality and metaverse. That is a very new thing, and it yet remains very blurred. The lines are very blurred. We can't right now distinguish between the metaverse and the virtual reality. So, but the virtual reality itself, or the metaverse itself, is one big umbrella in the virtual space, under which there will be many such industries that will rise up. So the current industries, as you can see, that there are blockchains and NFTs, and I hope you're aware of how they are used hand in hand. So my question to you is that which of these technology do you see being the dominant, having a dominant effect on the metaverse and the virtual reality in the future? Like, I'm talking about the current technology that's already there, like blockchain, NFTs, and how do you think that this will affect the way that we use metaverse and the way that we use virtual reality?
Well, blockchain technology is going to be like the one fundamental technology that will help in terms of like trading and just safe, because currently there's the whole fright, like I said in my presentation, on the limitations, how it is easy for data to be stolen. But with blockchain technology offers a safe space for people to trade, and it allows for NFTs to be traded amongst different users in this metaverse space or in this virtual space, whatever it may be.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Well, there is another question from Mr. Edward. Mr. Edward, are you here? Let me pull Mr. Edward from the audience. 1 second. Yeah, Mr. Edward, you are on the panel to ask questions.
Hi, Professor.
Yes, Edward, you can go ahead with your question. Yeah, perfect.
I wasn't anticipating that. My question was, what does the group think about using AI to create art, and with specific reference to OpenAI's DALL-E software? And do you think this is a healthy direction for humanity? And do you think that artists may become obsolete in the far or near future?
Right, thank you, Mr. Edward, for asking. So I'm aware of the DALL-E program that you have mentioned here, where it creates a realistic image of an art. And you have stated that is it healthy for direction for humanity, and it may affect that artists may become obsolete in the near or far future. So in my opinion, DALL-E is created for a reason, where it can manipulate arts or create its own arts. But in my very own opinion, drawing created by artists and drawing created by artificial intelligence or programs has their difference, where their values are different. And when an artist express their feelings, their experiences into their very own creation of paintings, it has a very deep meaning. And you should be very clear that you can understand the deep meaning they are trying to express through the picture that they have drawn out to show the world. So, in my opinion, artists will still be, artists will not be obsolete in the near or far future due to their passion and love in their own creation. And of course, programs like DALL-E will still exist and be more advanced in the future where they get to create their own drawings too. But all I have to say is robots are robots and humans are humans. So whatever a human is trying to draw out, express to you, is everything about the passion and love of drawing and in their creation. That's my answer for this question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashish, Mr. Ayman, and Mr. Edward for your questions. Now I would like to go to group 3. Now I will have the pleasure upon to call third team, the leader of group 3, Mr. Abid. You may proceed now.
Thank you, host. Share the screen. Am I audible? Is everything visible? Okay.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay. Greetings to the Dean, Vice Dean, honorable judges, beloved professor, our batchmates, and everyone else watching. Today, I will be the one presenting this thesis, but before that, I would like to give my most sincere gratitude to all the people who have worked for this presentation, my deputy and all the other members, as you can see here. So today, our thesis will be on the topic, is nanotechnology really as promising, and how will it hold up to the future? So first, let us start with what nanotechnology is. So nanotechnology is the understanding and control of matter at dimensions of roughly 1 to 100 nanometers, where unique phenomena enable novel applications encompassing nanoscale science, engineering, and technology. Nanotechnology involves imaging, measuring, modeling, and manipulating matter at this length scale. Even though it is difficult to say how revolutionary the impact of nanotechnology will be over the next centuries or so, it still has shown huge potential in the fields of medicine, automation, material science, textiles, food production, and many others. Sorry for that. Okay, so now we'll start with the contents of this thesis. So as you have already seen, I have completed the introduction. Next, we'll move on to the research methodology, the current situation of nanotechnology research, the future of nanotechnology, and the thesis outline. So let's start with the thesis methodology. As mentioned before, this thesis begs the question that whether nanotechnology will be as promising as it seems. So provided with all the appropriate evidence and reasoning, the audience can be informed and get convinced that in fact, nanotechnology will indeed be able to hold up to the future. This research is meant to be basic, develop knowledge, and explanatory, explaining the causes and consequences of a well-defined problem, and is based on deductive reasoning, aims to test a theory. We conducted this research by taking both quantitative and qualitative data. The data for this research was collected by taking a survey of 70 university students majoring in engineering. This survey was conducted on university students because they are the ones who have a lot of experience working with the latest advancements in science and technology, including nanotech. Now, we'll be talking about the methods of data collection. For this research, both primary and secondary data were collected. Primary data was collected through the survey, and secondary data was collected from the journals. From the survey, these were the questions that were given to the participants. 5 yes or no questions, 1 multiple choice question, 6 short answer questions, and 1 Likert type question. The survey was made into an online form and distributed to the students, thus ensuring random selection. Data analysis. For this survey, the data were analyzed with the help of pie charts and bar charts. Google Forms were used to prepare the survey and aid in the thorough analysis of the results. Dissertation. In this part, we'll be displaying the results obtained from the survey and recognizing patterns in the responses received. So firstly, let us start with the quantitative aspects of this methodology, which are the yes/no questions, the MCQ, and the Likert type question. The first question given to the students was, are you familiar with the term nanotechnology? Over here, it shows that 75% of respondents had an idea of what nanotechnology is, whereas the remaining 25% did not. This was just an introductory question, by the way. The next question, do you think that nanotechnology will really change our lives for the better? 75% of respondents answered yes, whereas 25% answered maybe. Here, it can be seen that all the respondents believe that nanotechnology research does have some potential. The next question, what sectors do you think nanotechnology can help in the future? This question had 6 options to choose from in total. Medicinal research, the present condition of the environment, the semiconductor industry, the rate of food production, the sports industry, and the sector of genetic engineering. And the chart here shows that 37.5% of participants chose genetic engineering, 25% chose medicinal research, and the other options were chosen by 12.5% each. This shows that nanotechnology has a wide range of implications, with some sectors being given more importance than others. Do you think that nanoparticles will have an adverse effect on human health? The responses to this question were 50-50, with half of the participants choosing yes, and the other half going for maybe. It is clear from these responses that most people believe that nanoparticles will be detrimental to human health. If answered yes or maybe, do you think that it will affect certain people more than others? So this question is a continuation of the previous one. And here 62.5% of the participants chose yes, and the rest chose maybe. Therefore, it is quite sensible to state that some people will face more side effects than others when exposed to nanoparticles. Do you think it is possible to extend the human lifespan through nanotechnology? Here, the results were a lot more varied, with 37.5% of the respondents choosing yes, another 37.5% choosing maybe, and the rest choosing no. This question was asked as a hypothetical one, which explains all the variations. Some people put their faith in research in the future, whereas some use their common sense to state that this is just impossible. Due to its minuscule frame of work, nanotechnology can be said to be breaching privacy. How much do you agree with this statement? This question was asked as a Likert type question, where participants were given to choose a number from 1 to 5, depending on their preference, with 1 indicating a strong agreement with the statement, and 1 indicating a strong disagreement with the statement, and 5 indicating a strong agreement with it. So as you can see from the bar chart here, 37.5% of the participants chose 1, which means that they strongly disagree. 25% of the students chose 3, which means that they do not fully agree nor disagree. And the rest chose 4, which means that they agree with the statement to some extent. This shows that some people are worried about the future of nanotechnology and its implications, and some only shed light on the benefits it brings. Okay, now that we are done with the quantitative research, let us now start with the qualitative one, which involves short answer questions and long answers. The first question asked was that, could you please explain what you understand by nanotechnology? Although there were a variety of answers, could you please explain what you understand by nanotechnology? I went to the next slide by mistake, excuse that. So, although there were a variety of answers, one commonality found amongst many of them was the mentioning of nanotechnology working with extremely small systems and being more efficient. Here it can be concluded that most people are familiar with the concept and scope of nanotechnology. Next, the students were asked to share their concerns regarding the use of nanotechnology in the future. A large number of respondents were bothered by them having unfathomed, unknown dangers due to them functioning on the nanoscopic scale and not being visible to the naked eye. One respondent even suggested that nanobioweapons could be produced, which would be a serious threat to all of humanity. Due to its minuscule scale of work, most people are now concerned about its use as a silent and invisible weapon of destruction. The next question was about an important nanomaterial called graphene. The students were asked how much they know about graphene. The most common answers given were regarding its special traits, such as it being very lightweight and having a very high tensile strength. This shows that the students are well versed with the properties of various nanomaterials, which can be put to good use in the future. Next question. It is safe to assume that developing countries will benefit the most from nanotechnology. However, nanoparticle research comes with a high cost. How do you think those countries will be able to tackle this problem? The answers to this question are very diverse, including both positive and negative answers. The positive ones include responses like developed countries aiding in nanotechnology research in those countries, whereas negative responses include the presence of other basic issues within those countries, which require more focus and the complete subsidence of nanotechnology research. So the opinion shared by many here is that developing countries have many other problems that they have to face, and that nanotechnology research is at the least of their concerns, unless they receive foreign aid from other well-off nations, of course. The next question. This question is related to the liquor type question. Sorry. Okay. This question is related to the liquor type question asked earlier, and it asks the participants how nanotechnology brings in the possibility of a privacy breach. And the responses to this question were almost all negative, with all of them conveying the same message of them being easy to hide. One student mentioned the fact that due to the miniature size of nanobots, we will never know when or how they entered our bodies. This again brings forward the same issue as before. The nanoscopic size of nanomaterials brings in a lot more unexpected and unwanted issues that need more thought and research put into them. The last question that was asked was, a few advancements in nanotechnology, such as genetically modified foods, bring forth an ethical issue to nanotechnology research. How do you think this issue could be resolved? This question had quite a lot of supportive responses, such as the media raising awareness and discussions to be conducted by organizations involving biologists, ethicists, and lawyers, which could lead to more common grounds being found and an agreement reached. This represents the fact that most people hope through coordination and the combined effort of all people involved, this controversy of genetically modified foods could finally be put to rest. Now we come to the discussions. So from the results obtained, it can be observed that most of the participants have had a positive response to any question asked, except for the ones querying about a negative aspect of nanotechnology, of course, such as its possible dangers or its high research costs. Questions 2, 3, and 6 from the quantitative research demonstrated an overall positive trend, as most participants opted to choose either yes or maybe, which goes in line with the hypotheses. The same trend was also displayed in questions 1, 3, and 6 in the qualitative research, as shown by responses such as nanotechnology being more efficient and graphene being very lightweight. However, in the questions asking about an adverse effect of nanotechnology, the answers obtained were contrary to the hypothesized association, such as in questions 4, 5, and 7 in the quantitative research, and questions 2, 4, and 5 in the qualitative one. Examples of this include responses like its use as a silent and invisible weapon of destruction, and opinions being expressed, such as the complete subsidence of nanotechnology research. From our previous findings, it was deduced that despite all the issues that it might bring in the future, nanotechnology will surely revolutionize the way things will work by then. This statement is supported by the survey results, as shown by the overall positive views of the students. This interpretation is better explained by the third question in the quantitative research, where students were asked to choose different sectors which they believe would benefit the most from nanotechnology, thus demonstrating all its different uses and possible future applications. Question 6 of the quantitative analysis, however, has the most unusual results, with each option having moderately the same percentage of responses. This is because it asks whether nanotechnology can extend the human lifespan, which in any case is a hypothetical question. Therefore, it can be said that the reason behind all this diversity in the responses is that none of the answers have been proven yet by solid scientific evidence. So we recommend that this topic be studied furthermore to get more information regarding this issue, as researching it is beyond the scope of this study. This study is also somewhat limited by the fact that this entire study is being done online due to the pandemic. As a result, no live interviews were taken, and the genuinity in the responses was not clearly observed. Okay, now it's time to conclude the research methodology. So this research aimed to prove the fact that nanotechnology can hold up to the future. Based on a quantitative and qualitative analysis of different aspects of nanotechnology, it was concluded that nanotechnology does in fact have some potential. It will definitely bring in changes to our lives as we know it. All those responses to questions regarding nanomaterials, nanotechnological sectors, ethical issues, etc., all support the hypotheses mentioned. And thus this research can be said to strengthen the view that we expressed previously. Okay, so before moving on to the current status of nanotechnology research, I would like to show everyone a video on how nanotechnology is being used to fight cancer. So yeah, let's go.
One of the wildest things about the nano world, substances here behave differently than the same material does in our world. To us, gold reflects light and is golden in color. But nano gold can be any color. It absorbs light and generates heat, leading to a fascinating idea. Injecting nano-sized gold particles into the bloodstream.
Okay, so it's done here. Let's move on to the next slide, which is the current status of nanotechnology research. So nanotechnology is being used to purify air and wastewater by the help of ions and nanofiltration systems. Nanocatalysts are also made to make chemical reactions more efficient. Nanomaterials are also being used for the early diagnosis and treatment of cancer. And they're also being used to enhance pharmaceutical products, such as sunscreen. Nanotechnology is also gaining importance in biology due to its small size and targeted effects. Nanoparticles that can provide detailed information on the progression of a disease can be made from a vast range of materials, such as gold and metal oxides. Nano devices such as nanowires, cantilevers, quantum dots, etc., are also being used in the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. So, for example, nanowires are being used in the rapid detection of cancer in the body. Meanwhile, dendrimers can carry the entire package required to detect and diagnose cancer cells. They carry the molecule that recognizes the cancer cells, the agent that kills them, and a molecule that receives the signal of cell death. Okay, so now we'll be talking about iron nanoparticles. So nanoscale materials show a great potential to improve the environment. Nanotechnology can help design cleaner industrial processes and create environmentally responsible products. Iron nanoparticles can remove contaminants from soil and groundwater. Nano-sized sensors hold promise for improved detection and tracking of contaminants. So before moving into the next part, I'd like to show a video on how nanotechnology is being used to control pollution.
Microbes in water are just 1,000 nanometers in size. While ordinary purifiers just deal with bacteria, purifiers using nanotechnology are able to deal with virus without using any chemicals, high temperature, pressure, or electricity.
Okay. So now here you can see some pictures relating to how nanotechnology is being used in agriculture. So various nanoparticles here, as you can see, are being used by plants to take up nutrients and water. So you can see nanomaterials such as nanoclays and other carbon nanomaterials. Okay. Now we'll be talking about its contributions in the fields of food production. So nanobiosensors detect pathogens in food, which are being used to enhance food production. So as you can see over here, the benefits of nanotechnology in the food industry are many and are expected to grow with time. Commercial applications of nanomaterials will continue to impact the food industry because of their unique and novel properties. Nanotechnology is used to develop nanoscale ingredients to improve the color, texture, and flavor of food. Therefore, nanoparticles such as titanium oxide, silicon dioxides are being used as food additives. They're also being used in food packaging as a result. Engineered water nanostructures generated as aerosols are very effective at killing foodborne pathogens, such as Escherichia coli, Listeria, and Salmonella on steel food production surfaces. So now I'll show a short video on how nanotechnology is being used to keep food safe.
One way to help reduce food waste is better packaging, smarter packaging. Nanotechnology-enabled plastics create stronger barriers against oxygen and water, slowing down spoilage. By adding antimicrobial nanoparticles or nanostructured surfaces, food containers or contact surfaces like cutting boards can kill germs that may be present. Food preservation doesn't just mean keeping stuff out. Nanoclays added to bottles can help keep carbon dioxide in and your drink bubbly. Nanosensors can tell you if your food...
Okay. Let us continue with the contributions of nanotechnology in the field of textiles. So nanotechnology helps to develop wrinkle-resistant smart fabrics. For this reason, resin is usually used. In the textile industry, the use of nanotechnology has increased rapidly due to its unique and valuable properties. Nanotechnology provides high durability for fabrics because nanoparticles have a large surface area to volume ratio and high surface energy. Although there are various applications of nanotechnology in this industry, only some of them will be highlighted in this thesis. The first one is water repellents. Nanotex improves the water repellent property of fabric by creating nano whiskers. Nano whiskers are basically hydrocarbons that are 1,000 the size of a typical cotton fiber. The spaces between them are smaller than a drop of water, but still larger than water molecules. Thus, water remains on top of the whiskers and above the surface of the fabric. Okay, so now I would like to show a video on how nanotechnology is being used to produce textiles, which are water resistant. So here we go. All right. So now we'll be talking about its contributions in the fields of electronics and energy. So here are some nanomaterials that are being used in these aspects, such as carbon nanotubes, which are being used to make smaller and faster microchips, as well as more conductive nanowires. And graphene is being used to develop flexible touchscreens. So nanomaterials offer tunability in terms of performance, solution processability, and processing temperature requirements, which makes them very attractive as building blocks for flexible electronic systems. Various nanoparticles, nanotubes, and nanowires have contributed to the realization of high-performance semiconductors, dielectrics, and conductors for flexible electronics application. And graphene has been chosen as the ideal candidate for flexible touchscreens because it has excellent transport characteristics, and it's also transparent. Moreover, it can be synthesized as a large scale, on a large scale, using chemical vapor deposition, which is crucial for industrial scale applications. A new semiconductor created by Kyoto University allows solar panels to convert twice as much sunshine into power. Nanotechnology also lowers costs, improves fuel efficiency, and can save energy. Nanostructured materials present an appealing possibility because they may offer advantages such as quick reaction kinetics, high power density, superior cycling stability, and easy strain relaxation. Okay, so now before moving on to the future of nanotechnology research, I'd like to show everyone two videos. Basically, one will be showing how nanotechnology is being used to aid in faster communication. And the second being on how graphene is being used to create nanomaterials, to create various other materials, such as flexible touchscreens. Okay.
HZDR researchers utilize the electron's magnetic moment. They shoot laser pulses at the wafer-thin coating of a special magnetic alloy, setting their spins in motion. Thus excited, they emit electromagnetic waves in the terahertz range. Super-fast terahertz wireless transmission could achieve data rates 100 times faster than existing technologies.
Down at the bottom, inside the gallium droplet, the gallium and arsenic atoms chemically bind together and forms a gallium arsenide crystal, layer by layer. In this way, vertical gallium arsenide nanowires with a hexagonal cross-section grows up longer and longer under the gallium droplet. It only takes a few minutes of...
Okay. Now, let us start the future of nanotechnology. So there are both bright and dark spots in the future of nanotechnology. On the one hand, the sector is expected to grow globally, driven by technological advances, increased government support, increased private investment, and a growing demand for smaller devices, of course. However, the environmental, health, and safety risks of nanotechnology related to its commercialization could end up hampering market expansion. The two key concerns shown by the general public regarding nanotechnology are firstly, the possible toxicity of nanomaterials, and secondly, the disturbance in the balance between man and nature. However, despite all these issues, the benefits that nanotechnology brings in are way greater, and continued research into this field of study will definitely bring in radical advancements in the fields of science and medicine, which were not possible before. Okay, now let us summarize the entire thesis. So this thesis discussed all the ways through which humanity benefited from nanotechnology and concluded that nanotechnology, in fact, really works for the greater good of all people and will change our lives for the better as time goes on. For ending this thesis, I'd like to thank Professor Wallace for sticking with us till the end and helping us prepare this in the best way possible. Thank you so much, Professor. We are grateful to you always, and we can't express our gratitude enough. Thank you so much. And thank you all judges. Thank you everyone else watching. Now I would like to accept some questions from the guests and the judges. Thank you.
Wonderful speech.
Thank you so much, Abid, for this good speech. I would like to say that this presentation is informative and rich in quality infographics. This is the result of collective and exceptional effort put by Group 3. Nanotechnology can change dental, medicine, healthcare, and human life profoundly than several developments of the past. However, they can have the potential to evoke important advantages like improved health, higher use of natural resource, and reduced environment pollution. Now, without further ado, I would like to welcome Group 4 to the stage, Ms. Karen and her team on the stage. Thank you.
Yep, group, please go ahead, Karen and Meher.
Can you see me?
Yes. See the PPT yet?
Karen, start the presentation.
Please go ahead with the presentation. If the video is an issue, you can do it later.
I can't see the presentation. I can't see the presentation.
Mr. Manish, are you ready?
Yes, Professor, I'm ready. I'm totally ready.
Okay. Okay, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So now we will be announcing the next group, group 4, who will be presenting their thesis topic on, they'll be presenting their thesis topic on the mitigation of climate change through the potential management of solid waste. And this will be done by none other than our co-host, Manish Patula. Please blow us away.
Thank you, Dylan. Respected professors, respected dean, vice dean, I welcome you all to this presentation, and I want to ask the permission from our dear respected professor to start the presentation. May I, Professor?
Please go ahead. Thank you.
So our topic of the presentation is mitigating the impact of climate change through the potential management of solid waste. And as for our team combination, we have our team leader, Mr. Mahabub Mustafa Nishoruga. He is our team leader and vital part of our team as well. He coordinates the team, manages the task, and he has a very good coordination skills. For second, our vice team leader, Mr. Sachit Wersinghe, with some amazing skills which are irreplaceable for our team. He had some quite good knowledge about graphic art, and he handles all the graphical things in our group. And for the third, it's me. And for the fourth, it's Adarsh Adhikari, who is one of the energetic member in our team, and in parallel to with a huge responsibility. Content screening, manipulating the data are the things that he does for us. And for the fifth, we have Mr. Rafsan Sahib Rahman, who is a very handsome and a talented dude. He does all the Googling stops. He fetches the information and give us the raw data for the screening. And last but not the least, we have Ankush Saha, who is a very funny member who tries to keep our team in a very energetic way, in a very joyful state. And editing the thesis and checking for grammars is his skills and is the thing that he does the best for us. As per the main agenda of our presentation, we have we have climate change. So we are about to talk about the climate change and how it is going around. What are the effects of climate change? We also going to be talking about pollutions, solid waste management, and we'll be introducing the pollution and solid waste management, its major events, its issues. And for the third, we will be linking the issues of solid waste management with the mitigating and eliminating measures. And for the fourth, we'll be after linking the solid waste management with the pollution and climate shift, how they are connected between each other. And we'll be also asking the triple W and 1H questions for the mitigating measures of the shift. Moving forward, our presentation for the first, we are trying to discuss about the climate change. So in this topic, we'll be getting a deep dive into the cause of a climate change and grab some information about the prevailing effects of climate change in different parts of the world, and have a look at the measures for the mitigation of climate change, and also get to know what are the big nations doing for the climate change, as they are the major contributor for the greenhouse effect and all these climate stuffs. And for the quotation side, I would like to say, like, climate change is no longer some far problem. It's not a future. It's happening right now, and it's happening right here. So we have to tackle it. We have to defend it. For the fourth, we have the timeline of the climate shift, and in 1930s, early sign of climate change came in the mind of every educated person. The quotation "rain flows the plough" generally means that the flow in the field is flowing over the rain. So it was showing the some few measures, some few effects of the climate change in 1930, and the whole decade was gone with the survey of the climate change. And for 1958, we are welcoming the warmer Earth. So study of CO2 and its impact for the climate change, we started to study the CO2 and its impact in 1958. And after that, killing curve, oceanography on the top of Hawaii Nuaa Observatory. A killing curve is the effect which was seen, which was like suspected, and which was being researched in this laboratory, and it was in 1960s. The research was started for the climate change in 1960s. So at 1970s, it's a scare, the cooling Earth. CO2 could persist in the atmosphere for centuries. At this decade, everyone noticed about the CO2, and it was existing in our atmosphere due to various ways, and it was hampering us, and these sort of things that we all came to know in 1970s, in 70s decade. And in 1988, global warming gets real. So 99% sure, we all, and all the researchers at that period were sure about the global warming, and it's coming near. And at 2006, it's an inconvenient truth. It is a documentary that was released about the climate change, and it generally shows us the highly damaging future impacts of the climate change due to the climate change in the Earth. And it was released in 2006. For the second part, what is the climate change? Climate change refer to long-term shift in temperatures and weather patterns. These shifts may be natural, such as through variation in solar change, but since 1800s centuries, human activities has been the major driver of climate change, primarily due to burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. Climate change refers to the change in environmental condition of the Earth. This happens due to the internal and external factors. So what are the major reasons of climate change? So within the entire industry sector, 65% of the industry contributes for the climate change. And as for the transportation sector, 88% of the whole entire transportation sector alone contribute for the climate change. And for the forestry and land use, it is a lot lesser, which is about 11% contributes for the climate change. So other some kind of things that are like technology, and that are like human waste, this kind of sector also contributes for the climate change, which inclusively like collectively counters 40% of the whole climate change issues. So for the consequences side, more frequent and intense drought, Storms, heat waves, rising sea levels, melting glaciers, and warming oceans can directly harm animals, destroy the places they live, and wreak havoc on the people's livelihood and communities. As climate change worsens, dangerous weather events are becoming more frequent or severe. Let's look further causes. So what are the causes of climate change? The first one is rapid industrialization. The rapid population growth associated with the industrialization is also a cause of a global warming because of the increased level of harmful emissions. I'm sorry. Consumer practice. Most consumers are not capable of determining which behavior changes are worth doing. What are their behavior changes that are not contributing for the safe environment and that are generally like affecting the climate. So the main consumer practices we are doing are not further safe for the environment. And third one is energy use. Energy is generated by fossil fuels and such as coal or natural gases, which directly hampers the climate, which directly hampers the environment due to burning the gases. And for the fourth one is livestock. Raising livestock generate 14.5% of global greenhouse gases emissions that are very bad for the environment. For the fifth one is deforestation. When forests are cut down, much of the carbon stored is released in the atmosphere again as a CO2. So when a tree is in leaf state, it is absorbing the carbon dioxide and it is generating the oxygen. But when the tree is cut, the process is completely stopped, and the carbon dioxide that are absorbed by the trees are released immediately. So that also causes CO2 in the environment, which hampers the environment. And for the sixth one is transportation. Between 1990s and 2020s, GHG emission in the transportation sector increased more in absolute term than any other sector. So let's look at the most responsible countries in for the climate change. So for the first one is China. So China is alone 28% responsible for the whole climate change issues, whole greenhouse gas emissions. And for the second part, it's United States of America, which is alone 15%. And for the third part, it's India, which is 6%. And for the fourth part, it is us, the whole entire nation alone is responsible about 51%. So major responsible countries, as we have already discussed, first one is United States of America. In US, most of the emission of human-caused greenhouse gases, which primarily comes from burning fossil fuels, coal, natural gas, and petroleum for energy use. For the second, it's China. Greenhouse gas emissions by China are the largest of any country in the world, both in production and consumption terms, and stem mainly from coal burning in China, including coal-fired power station, coal mining, and the blast furnaces producing iron and steel, which is also the major producer of iron and steel. China also deliver goods and raw materials as well as finished goods to the entire world. So it is responsible for the climate change issue. And for the third one is India. In India, 68.7% of GHG emission comes from energy sector, followed by agriculture, industrial processes, and land use change, and forestry and waste. And after that, Russia. Greenhouse gas emission by Russia are mostly from fossil fuels, coal and coal. Russia emits about 2 billion tons of CO2 equivalent of greenhouse gases each year, about 4% of global emission, which is at the fourth place. So at last, we all from the entire world contribute for the climate change. We all are responsible for the climate change issues. So for the second chapter, we will be looking about pollution and solid waste management. So air pollution doesn't need a visa to travel across the border, which generally means if someone is residing just after the borders of my country, then the pollution done by me can also hamper the person that is residing in another country, because it doesn't need any visa or any immigration, anything. It doesn't need to travel from one country to another country. So the air pollution, the big deal of air pollution is it's damaging our environment, and we should be aware that our country only not responsible for the entire global greenhouse emission, but also the whole entire world is responsible for it. So at this chapter, we'll be looking at the relation of solid waste and pollution, its effect, its pollution control, and a natural environment. Here, we talk about the natural environment, why it is important, why should we preserve the environment, and we will also be discussing how can the pollution be controlled and solve it entirely. So we'll also be discussing about the relation of solid waste and pollution and its effect. So pollution is the introduction of harmful materials in the environment. These harmful materials are also called pollutants. Many things that are useful to people produce pollution. Cars spew pollutants from the exhaust pipes. Burning coals to create electricity pollutes the air. Industries and homes generate garbage and sewage that can pollute the land and water. And pollution is a global problem. We should be aware of that. Although urban areas are usually more polluted than the countryside, pollution can spread to the remote places where no people live. So I'm going to present you some pictures about the pollution. This is a landfill site. It is improper waste management, and it is a land pollution. And second one, actually this picture is from the capital city of my country. It's from the Kathmandu, and the air pollution quality is very worse in this city. So for the third, this is an oil refinery plant which produces a lot of pollutions, and after the oil is produced, we still use it as our daily vehicle needs and sources, and that also causes some kind of a pollution. For the fourth, it is water pollution. So like mixing other solid waste in water can cause water pollution and can create some harmful diseases. So is prevention possible? So pollution prevention is any practice that reduces, eliminates, or prevents pollution at its source. P2, also known as source reduction, is the ounce of prevention approach to the waste management. So pollution prevention approaches can be applied to the potential and actual pollution generating activities, including those found in energy, agriculture, federal, consumer, and industrial sectors. So let me clear up the screen. I'm going to drop some of the photos. This is a water pollution. This is a garbage site, and the whole drainage pipe is distributed to the canal of the city. So this is causing the water pollution. And what it should be done is this kind of a plant should be made to refine the water, so to eliminate the water pollutions. This is also a next picture of a big plant. It is a biogas plant which convert the water pollution and land pollution into a gas which can be used in our household, which will reduce the use of natural gases. And this is a picture of a pollution eliminator. This is a plant that sucks the bad air into it, and it refines it into a better air, and it throws it into the environment. So it generally eliminates the air pollution in certain areas. So this is also a kind of a air pollution tower. What it does, it sucks in polluted air through its base filter installed inside capture particulate matter. The clean air is released from the top of the tower. The captured particulate matter is collected in form of a dust at the tower base, which is to be removed periodically. So this is the picture that is installed in India, and it is near the Greenbelt city of D&D Express, which is near the Flimway. And for the third, this is also a kind of a air pollution tower. And this is kind of a practice that is done in rural areas where the urine and the manure from the livestock and the peoples are being converted into a biogas, and they are being used to as a fossil fuel. So this is the same kind of a practice, but done in more modern way and more cleaner way. So this is a kind of a plant that works in the same principle of turning the waste into a biogas, but it is in a regional space and it produces the gas for the entire region. And this one is the more bigger plant, which are generally acquired by the state or any government, and this produces the biogas plant for the whole entire nation. So what is pollution control? So pollution control is that it is the control of a pollution from the environment. So not making us doing the pollution is also a pollution control, and eliminating the pollution that is already in the environment is also a pollution control. So there are 6 key terms that we can be used to control the pollution. So first one is energy saving. We can save the energy. Second one is choosing the transportation facility properly. So we can even avoid the cars and use the bicycles, or we can even use the electric vehicles to transfer from one place to another place. So third one is avoid plastic. As we all know, plastic causes the most severe pollutions. And the fourth one is plant some trees, reduce the erosion. And the sixth one is dispose of toxic chemicals properly. So this kind of waste management system, if there is any kind of disturbance in this kind of waste management system, then the diseases, like new kind of diseases, might release. So this is a severe case of a polluted environment. So sixth one is support environmental charities. So if you don't have time to control the pollution, or you don't have time to give for the environment, then you can just donate some kind of money or some kind of your help to the environmental charities, which will do their job done. So what is natural environment? The natural environment is a thin layer of life and life supports called as a biosphere that contains the earth, air, soil, water, and living organisms. The connection between protecting the natural environment and safeguarding human health has been recognized for some time. So how we preserve it? We just reduce, reuse, and recycle. We educate everybody about the natural environment. We conserve the water. We shop wisely, and we plant the tree. And why it is important? It helps us to concentrate, think more clearly, and learn new things, reduce migraine and severe headache, and it also boosts our natural immunity and disease. So being in nature helps us stay healthy and fight disease. A dose of green can do that. So the third topic is solid waste management. So for the solid waste management, we'll be discussing about the causes of solid waste management, effects, and mitigation of solid waste management. So we'll get a deep dive into the solid waste management and what are the possible things we could do as a in a solid waste management as an individual and as a government, and what world is doing about the solid waste management issues and how it is managing this kind of issues. So for the quotation side, recycle the present, save the future. Recycle today for a better tomorrow, and recycle your trash or trash your earth. So either you recycle your trash or you trash your earth someday. So what is solid waste management? Solid waste management is a term that is used to refer to the process of collecting and treating solid waste. It also offers solutions for recycling items that do not belong to garbage or trash. So statement of the truth. Although it is generally agreed that waste management services are essential services that must be provided in every society, nonetheless, very little is known on what exactly constitutes a waste. So very less of us knows what is waste and what are the waste that can be considered as a reusable items. So we less know about that. So here I'm going to present you the data of waste composition in Nepal. So as per the Ministry of Health and Population of Nepal, in 2021, organic waste, Nepal produced organic waste about 74%, and about the plastic waste, we produced about 12%, and about the paper waste, we produced about 8%, and about the other waste, which includes electronic waste and e-waste, that are about 6%. So this is the total waste composition of Nepal, and we can clearly see what kind of a waste can be recycled in this composition. So how can the solid waste be managed using this data? So 74% of organic waste can be directly dumped into the biofuel plant, which eventually be in a biogas. So it reduces the pollution, and it somehow reduces the pollution, and it generates less carbon gases. So this kind of things are shown by this data. So for second, we have waste composition of Bangladesh. So the source of the data is Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, and the data was collected from the research grade. And as per the Bangladesh, organic waste is about 70%, which is same as Nepal, and plastic waste is about 5%, and paper waste is about 4%, which is totally recyclable, and about the third, which also contains the textile waste, it is about the 21%. Moving ahead, we have the waste composition of Sri Lanka, which was provided us by the University of Colombo, and the data was collected from the ResearchGate. The organic waste is far less, which is 61%, and the plastic waste is about 8%, and the paper waste is about 6%, and regarding the other wastes, it's about 25%. So we can also clearly see that each of us have the potential to recycle the 61% of organic waste, so that the total solid waste management would reduce. Solid waste would reduce, and the management would be very easy. And at last, we have the waste composition of India, which was given to us by the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Delhi, and it was taken from the ResearchGate. The organic waste in India is far lesser, which is about 52%, and the potential, the plastic waste of the India is about 12%, which is also much lesser, and the paper waste is about 16%, which is little bit higher, but the paper waste is completely recyclable, and about the other waste, it's about 20%. So what are the root cause of improper solid waste management? So the root cause is lack of public awareness, and lack of proper machinery, and for the third, we have refusal to learn about compliance, and for the fourth, we have lack of recycling plants, and insufficient investment in waste management, and improper landfill site. So improper waste disposal is the disposal of waste in that way which has negative consequences for the environment. Example include littering, hazardous waste that is dumped into the ground, and not recycling items that should be recycled. So waste disposal can be defined as many methods used to discard unwanted substances for materials. Poor waste disposal activities engender severe environmental problems in a location. So what are the waste disposal techniques? What we have been doing, waste are illegally dumped into the river and canals or used to fill land depressions without proper consultants. These practices cause a lot of problems in the long run. This can range from the degradation of soil quality to leaching toxic chemicals into the underground water sources. Therefore, to prevent such scenarios, proper solid waste disposal methods should be adopted. So what we've been doing is, what should be doing? So for the first, we should be dumping the waste that cannot be recycled into the landfill site, and second, we should be using the incineration. It is also the process of a controlled combustion of a garbage to reduce its combustible matter such as ash and waste gas. So after that, we can also have a biogas generation, which is the perfect way of recycling the solid waste. And for the fourth, we have composting. So organic waste being buried under the layer of soil, and then they are left to decay under the action of microorganisms such as bacteria and fungi. This kind of process can be done in our household, and they can be used as manure too. So let's have a look at the total budget for the waste management of each major countries. So for the United States of America, the budget is shown over there, and the India, the China, and the entire Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. The budget are allocated as per their waste composition, and they are doing many things to eliminate the waste, eliminate the solid waste, and have a proper solid waste management. So as for our survey, we did a survey in two ways. We did a survey in offline method, did a survey in real time by meeting friends and asking simple and general questions to friends and families. And for the online method, we made some questions in the e-form and sent them to friends from WhatsApp, Discord, and Telegram and Facebook group. The number of participants we got nightly was quite amazing and impressive. So we made a couple of questions while doing our survey. We created a survey and distributed it through our various groups and platforms. So the questions were very simple, but yet the answers and the results are that the results are very unbelievable. Later we saw the results and converted into the graph and pie chart, which are shown in the following slides. And the total participation of our survey were 1171. Let me turn on this laptop and show you the simple glimpse of our survey and how we manage to arrange the data. And for the gender composition in our survey, we have 23.2% of our total attendees are from female group, and for the 76.8% of the total attendees are from male group. This is due to the major attendees were from the Discord group, which is also a gaming group and usually main games. So we got a major composition of male participants. So demographic distribution of participation. 62% of people were from Asia, and 14% of the people were from Australia. 19% of them were from North America, and 5% were from other regions. So the first survey questions was, suppose you are in a train or a bus or maybe in any public transport, you open the bar of a dairy milk, you don't have any dustbin over there or near you. So what would you do with that wrapper of a dairy milk that you just had? The first answer is throw out from the window after you have eaten the chocolate, tuck the wrapper under the seat, or throw it inside the bus somewhere anonymously, which is also a great way, and put it in your bag or your pocket to throw the wrapper after you find a proper dustbin, and chew it right away so that there won't be any waste. So I think the option 4 is quite better, but let's look at the graph. So 52% of them choose throw out from the window after you have eaten the chocolate, and 37% of them choose about tuck the wrapper under the seat or throw it inside the bus somewhere anonymously. And for 11% choose about put it in your bag or your pocket to throw the wrappers after you have eaten, after you have find a proper dustbin. So for the fourth answer, we don't have any participant voting for the fourth answer, which is very surprising, right? And For the second survey questions, the question here it goes, let's say you are in a public place having your Starbucks. You are done with your coffee and you know that the cup is a paper material. So you have a 2 dustbin, biodegradable and non-biodegradable. The one you should throw, which is non-biodegradable, and it is overfilled right there. So what would you do? So the first option is throw it in the overfilled dustbin no matter what. And the second option is throw it in the biodegradable dustbin as it is empty and as it is the better option rather than throw it in the environment. The third option is call the responsible office or at least mention the issue and search for the another bin somewhere else. And fourth, you just kick the dustbin and yell at the responsible office. And let's look at the answers. We have 18% of them voting for throwing in the overfilled dustbin, and 37% of them throw it in the biodegradable dustbin, which is the worst case because the materials from the dustbin will directly go into a biodegradable plant, which if it is the paper over there, then the whole process will be affected. So this option should not be considered as a good one. And for the third one, which is the suitable answer, call the responsible office or at least mention the issue and search for the another bin somewhere, which 39% of them voted for it. And yet 6% of them were they wanted to kick the dustbin and yell at the responsible office. So kind of strange. And for the third question, if you have to vote any representative as a mayor for your city, what set of planning manifesto would you support? So for the first one is, if the manifesto is for the transportation, public service and IT, or the second one is road maintenance and development, ease of the governmental task, and the third one is waste management and recycling and green city as a prior task, and the fourth one is technology, entertainment, opera house and concert center. And as for the graphic side, we have 19% of them voting for the transportation, public service and IT, and 18% of them voting for the road maintenance and development and ease of the governmental task, and 11% of them voting for the waste management and recycling, green city as a prior task. And at last, 52% of them were voting for the technology, entertainment, opera house and concert center. So everyone likes entertainment, right? So moving forward, how we analyze the data that came from the survey and the information we gathered from the internet, we saw a lot of possibilities in those areas. Those information were put in front of the team, and after validating the opinions, we came up with the SWOT technique to crack the problem and convey the result. So we collected the data, we analyzed the data, and we came up with the result. And what are the mitigating measures? We use the SWOT techniques, which generally refers strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So for the strengths side, we have established location of solid waste management sector, and establishment of recycling sectors, waste taxation and financial ability. And for the weakness side, we have poor dumping management, a lack of processing capability for lunch production, and failures in sludge fertilizer production. And for the threat side, we have insufficient attention to promote the environmental research, filtered poisoning, and properly calibrated machines for efficient waste recycling. And for the opportunity side, we have the opportunity of installation of a biogas gas plant in solid waste management sectors, receiving external support from the government and industry associations, and 5 waste separation bins can also be presented in every part of the city, which will categorize the waste and send it to the respective areas. So what is a GHG, greenhouse gas? Is this anything to be concerned? GHG is very impactful thing when it comes to the climate change. When you think of a climate change mitigation and reducing your carbon footprints, you probably think of driving less and turning out the light. So these all kind of things produces the GHG gas. So sustainable agriculture and standard reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So 32% of sugarcane suppliers compliance. The research is shown in front of this screen. about the sugarcane supplier compliance and sustainable agriculture system, which will impact in greenhouse gases. So the disposal and treatment of waste can produce the emission of several greenhouse gases, which can contribute to the global climate change. So even the recycling of waste produces some emissions, although these are some kind of offset by reduction in fossil fuel that would be required to obtain some new materials. Waste prevention and recycling help address the global climate change and by decreasing the amount of greenhouse gas and emissions and by saving the energy. And what is the science behind the greenhouse gas? So the greenhouse gas is emitted immediately from the waste as well, and it is also emitted when you are carrying the waste with a recycling vehicles. And if the treatment plant is there, then there is also some kind of greenhouse gas. And if the energy is being converted into, then the greenhouse gas is also being released. So the major problem is the greenhouse gas for this climate change issue. So plastic waste produces greenhouse gas emissions during every stages of its life cycle. The extraction and transportation of plastic is dependent on oil, gas, and coal. The production and the disposal of plastics can also release the tons of carbon emission, which is GHG. So linking with some of my friends' presentation, the AI and the climate change, how AI can help the climate change. So some of my friends are pitching the presentation about the AI. So I would like to link their presentation with mine and generate some results how AI can impact the climate change. So it can increase the efficiency at its peak. AI application could also help design more energy efficient buildings, improve more power storage, and optimize renewable energy deployment by feeding solar and wind power into the electricity grid as needed. So this all can be done by AI and at efficient state. So smarter meat on a smaller scale, it could also help household minimize their energy use, automatically switching off lights not in use or sending powers from electric vehicles back to the grid to meet the anticipated demand. So this kind of things can be done to make myself smarter. AI can make me smarter to not to contribute for the climate change. So enormous possibilities. This have enormous possibilities, and the future beyond the imagination. We all know that AI have very high potential in every sector of this current era, and by 2030 the tech could help cut global greenhouse gas emission by 4%, according to the research study by accounting from the PricewaterhouseCoopers for Microsoft. So which is developing machine learning products for climate change market. So for the second part, I'm also linking one of my other friend presentation, which is sustainable aviation, and I'm linking their presentation with my climate change presentation. So what a sustainable aviation industry can help for the climate change. So this totally helps for the less emission of a greenhouse gases. So 76% of industry is going for the conventional fuel. So if the 76% is going for the sustainable fuel, then the global greenhouse emission is very less, because the 40% of carbon footprints would also be very less. 50% of SAF petroleum jet fuel mix produces 40% lesser carbon gases than conventional jet fuel. And operational improvements, and planes are not only the things when it comes to the aviation system, bus, trucks, and other vehicles in airport. Electrifying them is the best way to move forward to a sustainable future, right? So for the second side, we also can give the positive messages, because the big industry like aviation industry is also jumping for the sustainable side, tackling the huge like difficulties. There are a lot of difficulties and hurdles, but yet it is going for the sustainable side. Then taking this whole aviation industry to this sustainable future is one of the hardest thing we could find, right? So if we have have started and are moving ahead, then other industry will also get messages that they will continue in their own way, like other industry, like conventional, let's say conventional product industries, or any tech industries, or any kind of a vehicle industries will also be switching to the electric vehicle. So I would like to ask any questions if any of them have any doubts about our presentation, any questions that we would like to hear. And at last, I would like to thank our dearest Professor Wallace, who is very helpful, who helps us in every point of our this course, and he is very helpful, and he helps us in every part of our this journey. So I would like to thank him with some kind words, and also all the viewers who are watching us from YouTube or any other platforms, and also our respected deans, vice deans, and administrative members, and other professors and other chief guests. I'd like to thank them for taking their time and watching our presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you from the entire Group 5.
Wow, Group 5, your presentation was very interesting and was very enlightening. Our energy production, product consumption, and irresponsible waste management contribute directly to climate change by adding carbon-based particles into the air, which are produced during the burning of petroleum products. The result is warmer air and creating a disastrous greenhouse effect. I find it hard putting into words how to describe how mesmerizing your presentation was. And I'd like to thank you for your effort and commitment in spreading out wonderful awareness. Thank you, Group 5.
Now I'd like to call Mr. Ayman to ask his questions.
Thank you. My first question concerns group number 3. And I would like to ask them that, so there are many people, according to your survey, that are worried for the potential of nanotechnologies. So do you see these worries to be of genuine concerns that are based on the harmful potentials of nanotechnology, or are these just hysteria grounded on superstitions and baseless skepticisms of technologies? And my second question is, I can see clearly that you're an advocate of nanotechnology and the use of nanotechnology. So do you think that such concerns should be overlooked and we should just progress regardless and not delay its development?
Okay, thank you for your question. So for the answer to your first question, I would say that honestly, it's not baseless. Basically, because nanotechnology is a new concept. It's a novel concept. So research is still being done by scientists. So we are not entirely sure about its implications. But yes, of course, we must work with caution. For your second question that you asked, I would say that, could you please repeat what you said in second question?
Yes, so as I've said that you seem to be an advocate of the use of nanotechnology. So I was saying that, do you think that these concerns should be overlooked and we should just go ahead with the progress regardless, and we shouldn't delay its development?
To that, I would say, of course, we should go ahead. You see, we cannot advance, we cannot improve without taking risks. So unless we take risks, we won't be able to go ahead and work for the better. That's what my response would be.
Thank you. And for Group 10, I had another question for Group 10, and that is that what sector do you think that primarily, like currently, contributes the most towards climate change? What sector contributes the most towards climate change that is in need of immediate attention and the most radical reform? And at the same time, what are the obstacles that are stopping us now from carrying out such a change?
Thank you, Ayman. Very great questions. as for our team survey and as per our analysis, the major sector that is contributing for the climate change is the entire oil industry sector. So the entire oil refinery and the industry sector is contributing for this climate change in a lot areas. So when you generally see a oil refinery plant, the whole plant is generating the more carbon dioxide gas than any other plants. So the process of making the oil and making the petrol, diesel, and other kind of gases can have a lot of climate issues, can have a lot of air pollution, and can have a lot of land pollution and water pollution as well. And after the oil and other type of fuels such as diesels and other type of fuels that are produced from such processes that that already includes a lot of carbon emissions, then that is still used as our vehicle fuels, so which eventually we use that fuel as our daily driver. We use that fuel to burn the engine, to burn in the engine, and we yet produce some kind of a gases which is lot lesser, but in a huge number it is very worse. So at first place the whole oil industry must be changed. I'm not saying that the whole oil refinery must be stopped, because there are some kind of plants such as the huge diesel trucks and huge heavy machines, excavators, and other type of bulldozing machines that doesn't rely on electric motors. So for them the oil is very necessary. For them the diesel plant, the diesel powered engines are necessary. For them it should be in a controlled way. For us, the general civilians, for general commuters, we can use the electric vehicles. And for your second questions, what is stopping us to use the electric vehicles or any other sort of things that should save the environment, that should save the environment? So the first thing is about the people's doubt about the electric vehicle. So we've been doubting about the electric vehicle as a toy material. So we've been doubting as the range, and we don't have such a higher capacity batteries, higher energy dense. The battery is not so energy dense as the petrol. So we doubt to enter in this industry, in this entire electric industry, and yet the government is supporting all of us to enter in this industry. So the kind of a supercharger thing, all these things comes to a public concept. So the whole public concept should be shifted, and the whole public concept should be shifted towards the climate change issue. Everyone must be concerned, as our research is also not developing any sort of rocket science or any sort of huge plant about eliminating the effect of climate change. So our thesis main goal is to educate all the peoples who are watching our presentation and who are viewing our presentation, that they should be aware about the issues, and they should be aware about the mitigating effects. How can we mitigate the effects of this climate change? So we should have our own like public views on this effect, inevitable effects. So we can turn this around, right? So we can use electric vehicles, we can lessen the consumption of oil and other type of things, and this sort of things can eliminate this effect.
Thank you for a very elaborative and detailed answer, Manish.
Thank you.
Okay, now I would like to call Mr. Ashish to present his questions.
Thank you. Yes, so my first question is for group 3 specifically. So as you mentioned, you mentioned a lot of the nanotech uses and its implication for different various industries. So my question is, what do you think of it as your group? Like, what does your group think about nanotech and its implication in the future of aviation industry? And how it will change our design of aircrafts and our whole outlook on aircraft design specifically, and even engine design? And secondly, what is your group's perspective regarding the morality and ethics issue on the use of nanomaterials and nanotech? As I can see, you're a big advocate for it, but then what are the potential drawbacks? Because what are the limitations? Because as you said, like we have to risk to learn and experience and grow, but then is it a valuable risk? Is it worth taking for us as a society?
Okay, thank you for your questions. For the first question, I would say that yes, definitely there are a lot of uses for nanomaterials in the aviation industry. As of course, all of us are aeronautical students here, we did our research. And we have seen that various nanomaterials are being used in the production of lightweight and strong jet. Like, as we mentioned earlier, the use of graphene, how graphene can be put to good use in the construction of aircrafts, as well as nanofiltration systems being constructed to aid in the development of more efficient aircrafts. For your second question, you asked about morality. So I would say that there is no ethical problem as long as nanomaterials, as long as nanotechnology is not being used to harm humanity, as long as nanobioweapons are not being made to destroy human society. We as a group believe that nanotechnology will not bring any such harm, as long as the intention is good and pure, as long as all the intentions are pure.
All right, thank you so much. So my next question is for group 10. So it's going to be a bit long, but like specifically, what does your group think about the new innovative methods of, like, for example, your main focus is on like solid waste management and the techniques and the potential problems. So there are a lot of new like innovative like technologies coming out, specifically such as there's a new biotech which is using like plastic eating bacteria / enzyme, which they can use, or for example, like using nanobots and using nanotechnology, which can eat through various types of trash. And also my second question is, as China is the most famously known for like as the leading country which uses trash to generate electricity by building large waste to energy plants, what is your team's perspective on this? Is it a viable option for solid waste management? Or are there potential drawbacks? Because specifically, what are your thoughts on regarding benefits of creating electricity from using from the trash, but then also adding to the CO2 emissions in the world? Because once you're burning it, you have to add CO2 emissions. And finally, a follow-up question would be, specifically in your presentation, you mentioned a lot of like methods. I would like to like see, like, as you mentioned, you could create a biofuel centers and biofuel plants. Using a biofuel plant, is it a fully clean CO2-free process, or will that still create CO2 emissions and harm the ozone layer?
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. And for your first questions, I have watched the whole documentary about the plastic eating bacteria from, I guess, the Tech Insider or Business Insider. I'm not sure. And those concepts were very, very intuitive. And those type of techniques and those type of technology that is being like researched in some kind of a lab, which is not fully like introduced, that is very good for the whole this solid waste management industry, right? So for this process, if there is such kind of a technology that doesn't create any such kind of a distraction after that bacteria, after those bacteria that are eating the plastics, they shouldn't generate some other impacts. So they shouldn't have any other side effects. So these are the techniques that are still in the development phase. So these are not released in commercial stage. And when we like us, we consumers have some kind of a biofuel, like what do you call it? Plastic eating bacteria fluid in a bottle, and we can like buy it from a market. We can grab all the plastics that are collected from our home. We can put it in one bin, and we can just pour that fuel or that liquid in that bin. And if that liquid could eat the bacteria without any harm and without any side effects, then that would be the very best and very good reasons, and why not to support this technology. And about the nanotechnology is just scaling down the technology into nanometer size. So we can see at the 2007 we uses the iPhone first. The iPhone 1 was released, which was very bulky and which was very less powered. So we are turning that iPhone very after year by year we are upgrading the iPhone. And we are making it powerful, but nanotechnology is not about making the technology smaller. It is about making the technology more efficient than it was ever before. So about this, I would like to say nanotechnology could also help us help this whole entire solid waste industry to elevate in a newer state, and also it could impact in many ways, like it could yet generate some kind of solid waste. Because if we see the laptops from 2010, so let's see a laptops from 2010 which are no use right now, so we don't have any such particular recycling methods, how to recycle those laptops. So we have very slim MacBooks and very slim laptops right now, but after some decades we yet have to recycle this type of laptop. So we are scaling down the technology from 2010 to 2020, right? So still we are supposed to recycle this after some decades. So it's not about using the nanotech as a recycling method, but using the nano technology, it's about using the nanotechnology for the sake of the solid waste management. We can use some kind of machines that are created in a nano form, and that could reduce the waste. We can also, as you have mentioned, that biotech plastic eating bacteria, which is a biological thing, but we can also use a nanotech thing. Let's suppose a small cube. Let's imagine a small cube eating all the plastics from the dumping site and converting them into some kind of a raw products. So it could happen, because nobody knows how far can technology go. And as per your third questions, China is most famously known as the leading country which uses the trash to generate electricity. We know, we have discovered that China is a leading country for solid waste management. It is managing the solid waste in very efficient way, and we are appreciating that thing. Our whole entire team is appreciating that thing, but still China is one of the most. China has one of the most polluted city. Beijing. Beijing is, I guess, one of the most polluted city. But yet they have done the marvelous job. Nowhere in the world we can see artificial rain. So in Beijing we can see artificial rain. The Chinese engineers are so smart, and they are so concerned about the climate change issues, and they are so concerned about their country having the highest impact for the climate change issues. They are doing a lot of works. They are doing a lot of homeworks to just elevate their country from this level to just eradicate the climate change. I know the climate change cannot be eradicated. This can only be mitigated, because under this 1 to 2 decades we won't have any such kind of a technology that could totally discard the climate change issues. But we can mitigate this issue, and China is doing a lot of engineering jobs, a lot of engineering homeworks to mitigate these effects. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you both groups for this presentation. Now, without further ado, I would like to welcome Group 5 with their thesis topic, mental health. Ms. Karen, the stage is yours.
Mawad, before going to the next, I will request Ms. Makato. Ms. Makato, I think she has a question. Are you here, Ms. Makato?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is for Group 3 on nanotechnology. You are very, how should I say it? You are very vocal in expressing your views on nanotechnology, but there was no mention ever of how it can be disposed or reused or recycled. I'm talking from the perspective of the nanotechnology that gets ingested into the human body, like what you mentioned on its use on cancer, healing cancer, and purifying water. After it has gone through the purification process, how do we get rid of the nanotechnology so the water is nanotech free? Or after it has finished its work on the cancer in the person, how do we get rid of it, or how is it disposed of or recycled? Because even though it's very minuscule, bit by bit, it builds up and it may affect the body. That, please.
Thank you for your question. That's a very good question, I must say. My response to that would be that for the filtration systems that we mentioned earlier, the system has been designed in such a way so as to not to directly interact with the water, which means that water will be made to pass through the system, but none of the nanoparticles will be left. with the inside the purified water. We just pass through it. And for the operations, when it's being used to treat cancer, I think that the nanomaterials being used will be supervised by a board of doctors and surgeons. So until
thanks a lot.
Over, when the surgery will be over,
There's some question. Energy.
There are controls to remove all those nanoparticles from the body. So this is, I believe, my response to this question.
Okay, that's a relief. Thank you very much. I have another question for the group on climate change and solid waste management. He also presented very well on that. But I think that shouldn't rather the solution to these issues on climate change and solid waste management be to fix the basis of the problem, which is the use of plastic and the destruction of natural resources, rather than focusing on the effect? Because if we focus on how to get rid of solid waste and we keep producing the stuff that ends up being solid waste, it's going to be like an endless cycle. What's your view on that?
Generally, I have discussed it in my whole presentation. The question is very great, because eliminating plastic generate the more greenhouse gases, and this kind of greenhouse gases can also impact in the solid waste climate change, right? So for the first, I would like to say is, if there is a lot of garbage in a landfill site, then that is constantly emitting some form of CO2 gas from the landfill site. So if you have anything that is considered as a waste in a landfill site, the whole landfill site is generating CO2 gas. It is generating some kind of a gas like methane, and this gas are generating a greenhouse layer in our environment, in our the atmosphere of our Earth. So further moving up, if we eliminate those into different categories, like if we use the biodegradable things to the biodegradable plant, which we can make some kind of a cake and some kind of a cow dung cake, which can help us to cook the food in we've been practicing this kind of things in our rural areas. We've been making some kind of cake of a cow dung, and we are using the same thing to produce to cook our food. So that generally produces less greenhouse gases, rather than using the natural LPG gas, liquid petroleum gas, which are like extracted from the environment and which hampers the environment a lot. And other thing, if we are not able to separate the plastic waste, or if we are not able to recycle the plastic waste completely, then what we do is we incinerate the waste. So if a country is using the coal to produce electricity, then there is some kind of a greenhouse gas and natural resources depletion, right? So but if the excessive plastic is used as a incineration method, then the whole plant can be run with the electricity produced from that. And not even that, if it is done in a huge scale, the whole city and the whole country can get the electricity by just using the incineration plant, and which is a lot easier and lot efficient way, rather than just dumping it in the landfill site. And as just before our Alex brother told us the question about using the nanobots or nanotech or this plastic eating bacteria, if we are up to this tech, if you are researching up to this tech, then we could surely be using this kind of a tech to eliminate the causes of plastic, the causes of greenhouse gases, the causes of climate change from the plastic and other sort of materials, because these are these are very efficient things, and we can do it to eliminate those kind of stuffs. But until then, what is the most efficient is not just wasting it into the landfill site and let them generate the CO2 over there, but just turning them into some kind of fuels, burning them and some kind of a fuel, so which will generate some kind of fuel or electricity, and the whole solid waste will be minimized into the form of ashes. Yeah, I know it is a bit awkward to be telling the concept of burning the waste and making the electricity from it, but in these certain eras, we the most we can do is just recycle the plastics and just burn the plastics for the energy. Other than that, the technology is not just far forward where we can just have those plastic eating bacteria. It is being researched in some kind of a lab and it is going to be released soon. But until then, and I think and our group think this is the efficient way to eliminate the solid waste. Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now without any further ado, I would like to welcome Group 5, Ms. Karen's group with the thesis topic, mental health.
The Dean, the Vice Dean, Professor Wallace, other guests in their various capacities, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening in the different country zones. This is Group 7, and the team members are Karen, the leader, Deputy, Meher, the Deputy, other members, Jonathan, Laiki, Yvonne, and Daniel. Next. Today's research topic is mental health. The reason as to why my group members and I chose this topic is to spread generally awareness about mental health, because mental health is something common and happening in our daily lives. Because even the World Health Organization says there is no health without mental health. Next. The contents of the presentation are the introduction, mental illness and the types, causes, symptoms, methodology and result, analysis, stigma, role of parents in reducing stigma, suicide and signs, mental health of people during COVID-19, development on mental health services, suggestions, summary, video, conclusion, reference, and acknowledgement. What is mental health? The World Health Organization conceptualizes mental health as a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. So in the 1948, the World Health Organization was created, and in the same year, the first International Congress on Mental Health took place in London at the second session of the World Health Organization Expert Committee on Mental Health. Mental health was observed for the first time on the 10th of October, 1992. The first theme was create improving the quality of mental health services throughout the world. Every 10th of October, the day is marked for global mental health education and awareness. Early history in the mid-19th century, William Swister was the first to coin the term mental hygiene, which can be seen as the precursor to contemporary approaches to working on promoting positive mental health. Next. We have two types of mental health. We have the good mental health, which consists of financial security, job opportunities, positive education, good coping skills, part of fair society, high self-esteem, supportive relationships, self-acceptance, and self-love. Whereas for bad mental health, we have financial stress, lack of job opportunities, losing loved ones, being bullied, low self-esteem, unsupportive relationships, and trauma. Next. We all know bad mental health can lead to mental disorders. What is a mental disorder? According to World Health Organization, a mental disorder is characterized by a clinical significant disturbance in an individual's cognition, emotional regulation, or behavior. It is usually associated with distress or impairment in important areas of functioning. About half of mental disorders begin before the age of 14. Around 20% of the world's children and adolescents are estimated to have mental disorders, with similar types of disorders being reported across cultures. There are nearly 300 mental health disorders listed in the DSM, which is Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder. And this is a book this is a handbook used by health professionals to help identify and diagnose mental illnesses all over the world. 50% of mental health problems are established by the age of 14 and 75% by the age of 24. According to research in 2019, in every 8 of 970 million people in the world live with a mental disorder. And in 2020, the number of people with mental health issues rapidly increased due to the situation in the COVID-19 pandemic. These are some of the common mental health disorders. We have stress, we have depression, we have sleep disorder, we have sleep disorder, we have sleep. The common mental health disorders. Stress. What is stress? Stress is a feeling of emotional or physical tension. It can come from any thought that makes you feel nervous, angry, or even frustrated. The types of stress, we have acute, we have episodic acute, and we also have chronic. For sleep disorder being the condition in which your normal sleep patterns are disturbed. For example, sleep disorder, we have insomnia, which is being unable to fall asleep, and this is the most common type. We have sleep apnea, breathing disorder while sleeping. We have restless leg syndrome. This is tickling feeling in the leg while sleeping. We have hypersomnia, unable to stay awake during daytime or being sleepy during daytime. We have parasomnia, acting awkward while sleeping. For example, you've heard of sleep talking, sleepwalking. Yes. For depression is the most common mental disorder. Globally, it's estimated that 5.0% of adults suffer from depression. At its worst, depression can lead to suicide. Over 700,000 people die due to suicide every year. And it's the fourth cause of death in 15 to 29-year-olds. And those are the different types of depression. Anxiety disorder. It is characterized by excessive fear and worry. Examples of anxiety disorder, we have generalized anxiety disorder, brackets GAD. We have panic disorder, we have phobias, and separation anxiety. Personality disorder. It is a mental health condition that involves long-lasting or encompassing disruptive patterns of thinking, behavior, mood, or others. Examples of personality disorders, there are over 10 specific types. Substance-related disorder is the use of substance or behavior that leads to significant improvement or distress. For example, use of fluids, also alcohol and drugs. The main causes of mental health disorders in the youth. For example, we have family conflict. These are some of the things happening in even today's life. The family environment has a very significant role and impact on mental health of an individual in all population groups. Child mistreatment or abuse of parents. Abuse can increase to the risk of depression indirectly as one feels worthless and gains low self-esteem. We have child neglect, we have domestic violence, experiencing stigma, poverty, bereavement, and others. Whereas in adults, we have relationship issues. Recent studies from Ireland and USA have found that negative social interactions and relationships, especially with spouses, increase the risks of depression, anxiety, or even suicidal ideation. Parenting issues. We have parenting issues. We also have unemployment. Many unemployed people experience considerable financial strain, anxiety, depression, and addictions. And this is so common, especially in today's economy where we have seen different prices of the different items rapidly increasing. And if you're not unemployed, if you're unemployed, of course you'll be worried on how you're going to be able to sustain your family. And it can also lead to depression. It can lead to addiction in order to forget your problems for a while. We have stigma, we have brain defects, we have domestic violence, poverty, alcoholism, and others. Next. Symptoms of mental health. Anger issues. Excessive fear. People with anxiety disorders frequently have tense, excessive, and persistent worry and fear about everyday situations. Suicidal thoughts. Anxiety disorders have consistently been associated with an increase in suicidal behavior in cross-sectional community and clinical studies. We have poor energy, being sad or depressed, extreme mood swings, sleep difficulties. Many anxiety disorders are associated with difficulties in sleeping. Obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, is frequently associated with poor sleep. We have lost interest in things. For example, if you were before then interested in maybe going for activities, maybe taking part in sports, if you're suffering from mental health issues, of course, you're going to decide to quit so that you can be able to take a break of things and cool it off. We have having hallucinations, alcohol or drug abuse, having panic attacks or anxiety attacks, tempered thoughts or limited capacity of focus. Next. For the methodology, we used the survey. We took a survey and an interview, which was carried out. And for the survey, our group had 7 questions and over 32 participants. Some of the questions that we aired out in our survey. One was, have you ever been able to educate people in your community or around about mental health? 60% saying yes, and 14 no. Are you fully aware that mental health has been one of the causes of death among peers and others recently? The third, have you ever been able to protect your mental health? The first being going for therapy, which was 10%, making yourself busy, 50%, not fully aware of your mental status, 10%, others, 30%. To what extent has COVID-19 greatly affected people's mental health? To a small extent, 0%, and large extent, 100%. For example, in the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen the situation, the economy has become tough for very many people. Families have not been able to afford the way they used to back then. And this has brought a lot of stress onto people. It has brought anxiety because people are worried about what their families are going to eat. People are worried how are they going to be able to take their kids to school and everything. Fifth being, have you ever experienced an attack or fear, anxiety or panic? 90% being yes and 10% being no. Over the last 12 months, how frequently have you been able to consider committing suicide? 20% once, more than once, 30%, never, 50%, others, 0%. Then the last question being, what has been your experience whenever you come across a person having mental health problems? Many people have tried to promote awareness, especially in this area. Next. The interview session, it was carried out, which was associated with Professor Farah Hadeba, where our question was, the first, which age group suffers most from mental illness? The answer was the young people. The second, why the percentage of youth suffering from mental illness or depression is more? Her answer was, the main reason is teenagers are very emotional at that point of time. There is so much up and down of emotion because of hormonal change. The third, why adults face panic attacks? There is no exact cause, but one of the common cause could be the early stressful life or genetically inherited. How to get over panic attacks? The most efficient way to get over panic attacks is to overcome the fear. Can a child face panic attacks? Yes, the situation are same as adults. The necessity of counseling is much. Difference between conversion disorder and panic disorder. In panic attack, you may feel excessive panic, feel as if you are going to die now. In conversion disorder, mental problems are converted into physical problems. How to reduce stigma and increase awareness? Answer was talking more about mental health. Psychologists should spare time, come to live, talk openly, and answer people's questions. Mental awareness should be briefly discussed in primary schools because many of us do not have an idea about mental health, because some of us have just had mental health disorders. We have had people talking about depression, but we do not know exactly what it feels like. We have not been in those situations, so we can't say much. What should be done to overcome post-COVID mental disorder? Learning problem-solving skills and also coping skills. After having treatment, patients feel sleepy all day because psychologists give huge amount of sleep pills. Is it true? According to the psychologist, it happens because you take necessary pills that makes your body relaxed. You feel better, and that's why you sleep frequently. Next. This is the charts according to the mental health disorders in 2017. The statistic depicts of the number of people worldwide with mental health and substances use of disorder as of 2017. According to data, a total of 284 million people worldwide suffer from mental health disorder as of this time. If we see, as we see it in the descending order, any mental health disorder which was taking up 970. And this is the highest. In the second position, we had anxiety disorder taking up 284, depression 264, alcohol use disorder 107, drug use disorder 71, bipolar disorder 46, severe schizophrenia 20, and eating disorder 16. Next. Stigma relations to mental health. People with mental illness often face stigma and discrimination, which is associated with poor mental health prognosis and increased premature mortality. Stigma associated with mental illness has been described as having worse consequences than actual mental illnesses. Stigma and discrimination affect not only people with mental illness, but also their families and caregivers. People in developing countries are more stigmatized and embarrassed than people in developed countries because of their cultural impact and lack of access to mental health education. Stigma addresses 3 levels, namely internalized or self-stigma, social or public stigma, and institutional or structural stigma. So for self-stigma leads to subjective perceptions of exclusion and shame, leading to reduced self-esteem, impaired social adaptation, unemployment, alienation, withdrawal from others, and suicide. Public stigma. Public stigma is the discrimination of mentally unwell humans by way of means of the overall populace, which ends up in internalization of perceived bad attitudes and beliefs that adversely affects private relationships, work, and education. Structure stigma. Stigma, which is reflected in the policies and practices of healthcare providers that discriminate against people with mental illness, limiting access to quality care compared to other illnesses. This creates barriers to how people with mental illnesses seek patient safety and also treatment compliance for fear of being labeled. Lack of competence and awareness of healthcare providers, negative attitudes, and therapeutical permissiveness are the main causes of stigma in healthcare. I would like to give this opportunity to my deputy, Meha, to take over the next slide.
Let's start with the video. The role of parents in reducing stigma. Parents are the powerful catalysts in fostering self-acceptance and self-esteem by encouraging and helping kids explore interests and talents, while also teaching them the importance of settling realistic goals and productive way of achieving them. There are some tips by Dr. Hina that we young people may use to communicate with our parents. The tip is called an I statement. You can start off by saying I feel and then insert a feeling word like sad, upset, lonely, left out. Next, the young can say when and describe the situation that made them feel that way. But again, saying stuff like this is not an easy thing. There are times when feelings are hard to express with words. It's not easy to admit your mental health problem to someone, even if it's your parents. Yes, feelings and emotions are complex and they are hard to explain. It is really not easy to talk about them because we really never taught how to speak about our emotions. And that is a problem to begin with. One thing to remember is that you can use other ways to express how you feel. That could be drawing, writing, or journaling, music, and art. It is also helpful to think emotion as visitors that come and go. We just have to learn to live with them while they are with us and understand them as a clue and communicate them as best as we can. It takes practice, but with time it gets easier. The role of parents in a child life is very significant. The tips of how parents may have the difficult conversation with their kids. First, start with a positive place by saying to your child that you love them, you adore them. You could have the conversation when you have just shared a joke and laugh together. The tip is to avoid having conversation when emotions are already running high, or the first thing in the morning when you and your teen might be not in your good form. Try to listen more than you talk because it is so important that your child feel listened to, and also be aware of the initial reaction. A comment, a eye roll, a sigh can have a big impact on your child and future conversation about feelings. Lastly, remember to work in partnership with your child and also take their permission on how they would like you to respond before jumping in to offer advice. They may just want to vent or they might want to figure the next step by their own with your guidance as backup. The most important thing is to remind them that you're in their team, no matter what. Together, we can break the stigma around mental health. It starts with one conversation, one question, one moment. Suicide is highly associated with stigma. Suicide depression is the big epidemic to hit the world. Suicide is the fourth leading cause of death among 40 years olds, soon going to be in the number 2 cause of death in next 7 years. More than 7 million people die due to suicide per year. The warning signs of adolescents may considering suicide, talking about or making plans for suicide, expressing hopelessness about the future, displaying serve emotion, increase in the use of alcohol or drugs. The mental health problem during COVID. As COVID continues to make widespread isolation the new normal, a review in the journal Adolescent Psychiatry states loneliness is associated with mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, affecting children and adolescents. A new study from the Center of the Disease Control and Prevention reports that the opposite happened. Suicide dropped by 3% in 2020, continuing a downward trend that began in 2019 after nearly 2 decades of increase. According to the report, roughly 46,000 people died by suicide in 2020, about 1,600 fewer than the year before. The decline in April came at the time when a majority of Americans were under a stay-at-home order. The unemployment rate peaked at 4.7, with more than 20 million jobs lost that month alone. The mental health services, early diagnosis and treatment. mental health education, use of modern psychotropic drugs, aftercare services to get patients fully recover from it. The development in the mental health services. Project Atlas was launched by World Health Organization in 2002 with the basic aim of collecting, compiling information related to mental health resources from the World Health Organization. Resources include mental health policies, plan, financing, care delivery, human resource, medicine, and information system. Secondly, digital psychiatry is a field that has come a long way over the last 5 years. Digital psychiatry has considerable potential to change the future clinical practice and to argue the work of researchers and clinicals. The tips of the suggestion to boost mental health. Make social connection. People who feel more connected to others have lower level of anxiety and depression. Moreover, studies shows that they also have higher self-esteem, greater empathy for others, and more trusting and cooperating. And as a consequence, others are more open to trust and cooperating with them. Stay active. Exercise releases chemical like serotonin that improves your mood. It also gets out in the world. Helps to reduce any feeling of loneliness and isolation. Talk to someone. Talk about your feelings can help you stay in a good mental health and deal with times when you feel troubled. Talking about feelings isn't a sign of weakness. It is a part of taking charge of your well-being and doing what you can do to stay healthy. Appeal to your senses. The 5 senses technique is a coping tool for stressful situations, also known as 5-4-3-2-1 technique. It helps to release anxiety by encouraging you to focus on the present moment. The technique works by connecting you with each of your 5 senses: sight, touch, hearing, smell, and taste. Take up relaxation practice. When you relax, the flow of blood increases around your body, give you more energy. It helps you to have calmer and clearer mind with aids positive thinking, concentration, memory, and decision making. Relaxation slows our heart rate, reduce our blood pressure, and release tension. Make leisure a priority. Make leisure priority. A new study shows that having a little fun helps improve productivity and lower stress. It improves self-esteem and has been known to have same benefits as medication in some cases. Playing is a sport. Playing a sport 1 to 3 times a week reduces psychological stress by over 30%, and those engaging more than 3 times a week can decrease the stress by almost 50%. Eat healthy diet. A healthy, well-balanced diet can help you think clearly and feel more alert. It can also improve concentration and attention span. Don't scheme on sleep. If you are having problems sleeping, you might be more likely to feel anxious, depressed, or suicidal. Be more likely to have psychotic episodes. Poor sleep can trigger anemia or make existing symptoms worse. Find purpose and meaning. Research shows that individuals who have strong sense of purpose and meaning in life tend to have better mental health, overall well-being, and cognitive functioning compared to those who have lacked a sense of purpose. Individuals with a sense of life purpose are less likely to have heart attacks and strokes. Get help if you need it. Act of kindness has the potential to make the world a happier place. An act of kindness can boost feelings of confidence, being in control, happiness, and optimism. They may also encourage others to repeat the good deeds that have experienced themselves, contributing more to be a positive society. Stop overthinking. Overthinking about the future prevents you from being in the present moment. Too much anxiety can make you miserable and mentally exhausted. Therefore, you will feel exhausted and sometimes depressed because your life is being caged in your emotions that are created by excessive thinking. Summary. Mental health and physical health are equal components of overall health. Mental health is a human right and everyone deserves access to the care. They need to reach their full potential. Factors that contribute to mental health includes life experience, including trauma and abuse, be it physical or emotional, family history of mental health problems, biological, such as genes or brain chemistry. Only about 4% of the criminal violence can be attributed by individuals with mental illness. Individuals with serious mental illness are 3 times more likely to experience violence. The World Health Organization says there is no health without mental health. Now let me do a mental health checking. I'll be asking random questions to my fellow mates. Liai, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
I love you sing happy and laughing all the time. You motivate so much people like me. My question is to you, what's make you happy in life?
What makes me happy in life? So I think that I'm a very blessed person. I have a lot of supportive friends, lovely family, lovely teachers. They are always supporting me and giving me surprise in my life, and it keeps me motivated and happy throughout my life journey. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer. My next question is for my friend Abid.
Yeah, go on.
What you do to make yourself happy?
Well, to make myself happy, I usually take long breaks. I go to the park, I have a walk, I walk alone with nobody. I just think about what has been going on in my life. And yeah, it helps me relax.
Thank you for your answer. Nishogo, are you there? My question for you is, if you could change one thing in your life, what would it be?
I would like to change my darkness into happiness because whatever we do to remain happy. And for happiness, I think anyone can sacrifice his money, his everything except his loved ones. However, there are also some other things I would like to change from my past, but nothing more than this. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Shamanjali, what are the 3 things that you are grateful for in your life? Hello, Shama. Okay, I'll move to next. My co-host Dylan, my next question is for you. Do you worry every day and feel as if you can't control your feelings?
Well, not exactly my feelings, but I guess just the situation around me. Sometimes I worry that, the lack of being able to control some things that you want to do in your life, that can be very worrying.
Thank you everyone for your participation. I believe we are in an era where no one has enough time to ask how one is doing or if he needs support. We should look around and help people who are feeling they're alone and talk to them. Now we shall watch a video.
This question is for whom?
Conclusion. Overall, mental health is an issue that affects everyone, and hopefully throughout the years, education will curb the stigma of these brain disorders so that hate, bias, judgment, and discrimination will be gone. People should focus on self-care. Educate family and friends about major depression. They can help you notice warning signs that your depression may be returning. Set small, achievable, and realistic goals to build confidence and motivation. The importance of maintaining good mental health is crucial to have a long and healthy life. Good mental health can enhance one's life, while poor mental health can prevent someone from living a normal life. These are the reference. And lastly, the acknowledgement. Karen helped with ideas, delivered presentation, made survey for the methodology. Meher made PPT and delivered presentation, gave background sound to the video. Jonathan gave thoughtful ideas about conclusion and prepared minutes of today's presentation. Levon gave reflective ideas about the bar chart and the summary. Likey and Daniel gave elaborative feedbacks to all the ideas. Thank you so much. I hope all of you liked our presentation. Please vote for Group 7. Your votes are precious to us. Lastly, I want to thank NUAA for giving us a chance to learn how to make a thesis in academic writing works. And I want to thank Professor Wallace who kept pushing and supporting us until we have done it perfectly. Thank you for your patience.
Well done, Group 5. Each student has worked tirelessly behind the scenes along with Professor's gentle encouragement to complete the thesis report. Well done, Group 5 again. Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and act. It also helps determine how we handle stress, relate to others, and make healthy choices. Mental health is important at every stage of life, from childhood, adolescence, through adulthood. Congratulations, Group 7. Your tireless effort have been paid off.
Now, without further delay, I would call Group 6, Mr. Cristiano and the team to the stage for delivering their...
I'm sorry for the interruption, but there's a 10 minutes break and then we'll go back to Group 6.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Let's have a coffee break, guys.
Okay, Professor.
Okay, Professor.
Greetings, my name is Dylan Gonzalez D'Souza and I'm a proud student of academic writing. Throughout this semester, we learned a great deal of information and I would describe this semester using 3 E's. The first E would be exciting. Exciting because we got to partake in a lot of group work and learn team working skills, and also we got to compete with other groups, which made it more exciting and made us push ourselves to the limit. The second E would be encouraging. Encouraging because we learned how to present, and we were always encouraged by our professor to learn how to present and learn how to speak in public. And the third E would be educational. Educational because we learned skills such as research skills and critical thinking skills, which are very vital to our futures. This subject, academic writing, is very important to our futures and will help us in whether it may be the academic space or in the workspace. And I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Wallace, because he was always encouraging and he was always pushing us to our limit and providing extra information for us to succeed. Thank you.
Greetings to all. Today, I'm here to give my thoughts on the academic writing course that we have been studying for the last semester. For me, this course helped me improve not only my writing and speaking skills, but also made me able to create and present decent presentations. At the start of this course, I could only make presentations consisting of only 6 to 7 pages with minimal animations or imagery to explain the topic. Moreover, I would always end up stammering mid-presentation and keep repeating words. However, after taking this course under the guidance of Professor Wallace, I have greatly improved over the last 3 months. Now I can create long enough presentations with the proper amount of graphics and present them appropriately with no stutters. All of this was only possible due to the kind guidance provided by Professor Wallace. Professor, thank you so much for staying with us and supporting us for the last semester. Really, we couldn't have come this far without your support, and I can't express my gratitude enough. Thank you so much. And these are all the reasons why I strongly recommend all students to take this course and notice the changes for themselves. Thank you.
Hello guys, first of all, my experience learning with Prof. Wallace is great. He helps me a lot to learn new things, and when I don't know my tasks, I will ask him privately and he responded very well and helpful. When in the class, after my team do the presentation, he always give us a feedback so my team can do better in the next class. And in the breakout room after class, he help us when we are get confused about our thesis. And after I finish this semester, I feel that Prof. Wallace is a good teacher. He's very helpful and very highly knowledgeable. And thank you, Prof. Wallace, for teaching us, and thank you all my classmates. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nguyen Wakalombo Crystal. I am a Nanjing University student in International Business and Trade. In few words, I can say that I really enjoyed academic writing course, presentations, researches. I've learned many things. Thank you, Professor. I just complained that we have too many work to do, but we learned many things, so thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Okoyo Karen. I'm from Uganda. First, I'm honored and I'd like to thank the person that gave me the opportunity to speak. Secondly, my experience in the academic writing course, I've been able to experience many aspects of academic and intellectual development. Secondly, my confidence in public speaking has greatly improved, and for that I'm grateful. Last but not least, to Professor Wallace. A good teacher teaches his students things to pass a class, but a good teacher teaches his students things to enrich their lives in the long run, and that is what you have been. You have been a good teacher to us, and it will only be fair to acknowledge it and express gratitude to you. Thank you for all that you have done and impacted in my life. God bless you.
Hello, my name is Mabat Ibrahim and I am Group 3 Deputy Leader. Today I'll talk about my experience with academic writing course during the course of the semester. I'd like to add that the course was a fantastic since it helped me improve my interpersonal communication skills and increase my confidence while speaking or presenting. Learning this course has taught me how to operate in a collaborative setting. This course is nice in general, but it might be improved in terms of time management. The only issue I have with this course is that it is quite long. Nonetheless, if you want to enhance your presenting or writing abilities, I would recommend taking it. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dan. In the year 2022, the second semester for us freshman students, we entered the course with the name Academic Writing course. In this course, we learned a lot. We learned how to do a proper CV. We learned how to express ourselves more through reflective essays. We learned how to write academically more correctly. Also, we learned how to do and write proper thesis and PPTs. This was a great help for us, and I am very, very grateful for this. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Tanvir Islam. I am a student of NUA doing my majors in software engineering. I'm in my 4th year last semester doing my thesis along with academic English writing course. A few words about academic writing. I really enjoyed doing this course and learned a lot of things from it, like presentation skill, researches, how to write an effective resume, cover letter, how to write a good and effective thesis, and many more things. I've gained a lot of knowledge from this course, and it also greatly helped me in finishing my graduation thesis. So I am grateful to Professor Wallace for his guidance. So thank you, Professor.
To most of us, we didn't know much about academic writing course before. We thought it would be very difficult, but with the help and proper guidance of Professor Wallace, we have overcome it. We all know that Professor Wallace is a man of dedication, and with his utmost dedication, we have learned a lot throughout the whole course. We have learned many things, including resume and CV writing, report writing, thesis writing, etc. Moreover, we have improved ourselves in presenting anything in a proper and organized way. At first, our performance was not up to the mark, but with time, we have improved a lot at the end of the course. I would like to thank Professor Wallace from the bottom of my heart, and we are very grateful having him in our course. I wish him good health and long life. Thank you.
Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, or NUAA, is one of China's premier research-oriented comprehensive universities, which enjoys multiple disciplines in engineering technology, natural sciences, social sciences, business, and management. Established in 1952, NUAA strives to conduct world-level research and education with an emphasis on aerospace technology. Our curriculum represents a strong capacity among all the universities in China. NUAA offers the widest range of programs of any university in China, with 54 undergraduate programs, 200 postgraduate programs, and 16 postdoctoral stations. With a total of 28,000 full-time students, we have a 2-to-1 ratio of undergraduate to postgraduate students. With an annual research budget of $150 million US, our size and history allows a breadth of research activity that can be matched by few universities in China. We take a coordinated approach through our Research Institute to enable the best minds to work together on exciting new areas of study and discovery. Our faculty are comprised of teachers, researchers, and scientists who are paving the way for solutions to complex global issues impacting our environment, technology, and future. NUAA has 2 campuses located 12 kilometers apart. Our Mingugong campus is situated in the very ruins of the Ming Dynasty Palace, and our Jiangning campus is located in a picturesque university town. Both campuses are easily connected by shuttle bus and metro. NUAA first welcomed international students in 2005. 1,300 students from more than 90 countries are currently pursuing different degrees and non-degree programs at NUAA. Our alumni have gone on to work for different Fortune 500 companies in China and abroad. 5 undergraduate programs that are offered in English include aeronautical engineering, mechanical engineering, electronics and electrical engineering, software engineering and management, and international business. International students can choose various non-degree programs, including our Chinese language program, foundation program, summer innovation projects, and joint research projects with Chinese students. Students at NUAA have access to all the world-class infrastructure one comes to expect from a premier university, including an extensive library, and international student dormitory, health services at our hospital, a state-of-the-art sports center with a swimming pool, not to mention supermarkets, canteens, cafes, and much more. Our approach to learning sees students apply their theoretical learning to current world problems. We take great pride in our commitment to our students' academics, as well as co-curricular achievements. Students' activities and achievements include Model United Nations, NUAA Got Talent Show, Fly Your Idea, volunteering activities, cultural festivals, and much more. NUAA is located in Nanjing. The 10 times Chinese capital is one of the very few cities where history, urbanization, and nature can be captured simultaneously in one photograph. Just an hour train ride from Shanghai, Nanjing is a commercial, educational, and cultural center in East China, and the capital of the Jiangsu province. Inspire the world starting at NUAA. Begin your academic journey at one of the best research-oriented universities in China to lead the way to the future. We welcome you to join us at NUAA. Apply now at study@nuaa.org.
We are ready to go.
Now, with a further delay, I will call Group 6, Mr. Cristiano and the team to take the stage for delivering their collective thesis presentation on the topic cryptocurrency. Good luck, please take the floor.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Good evening, Professor Wallace, and all teachers, all jurists, all group presenter, and audience. My name is Krisanto Chandra with my partner Marcel. We are from Group 6, want to present our presentations. And in this thesis, in this presentation, we are talking about the features of cryptocurrency. Now, let's begin the presentations. Okay. So this is our team. We have a leader, Constanta, and following with the deputy team leader, Angela, and we have 3 members, Sintika, Kristanto, Ismi, and Marcel. And we have 11 contents here. And first content is introductions, and second is types of coin, and following with the function of cryptocurrency in the features, disruptive technology, also the security and methodology, questionnaire, and the last one is SWOT. Next. The universe of cryptocurrency has been expanding in the last 13 years, having today a total of 19,731 registered cryptocurrency around the world, which is 109 times 90s more compared to the world, and 180 official currencies. So this is Satoshi Nakamoto, who's the first founder of Bitcoin, and also in blockchain. In blockchain, Satoshi development is used as non-centralized payment system platform, where the intent was making an electronic payment system based on cryptographic proof instead of trust, allowing any two willing parties to transactions directly with each other without the need for the trust third party, meaning the blockchain provide a way to make payments transparent and without transaction costs. And the development of the cryptocurrency market offer an important opportunity to reduce and maybe eliminate transaction fees. And these opportunities represent an institutional charge in the way of making and receive payment. Next, so we have 6 coins here, and the first one is Bitcoin as the biggest capitalization market of crypto coin, and the second one is Ethereum, and the third is Binance Coin, which is the most famous coin in the world, and Tether Coin, Solana, and the last one is Terra Luna. Next. So we move to the functions of cryptocurrency in the futures. Okay, actually, cryptocurrency can be used to buy goods and services. Also, many people use cryptocurrency for investment, and also it works for a new currency in the futures, and that's why people are interested to buy and invest in cryptocurrency. Another functions of cryptocurrency is to reduce and to eliminate transactions fee. So if cryptocurrency is doing well in futures, maybe we do not need to pay for a fees. Next. Okay, we move to disruptive technology. Actually, what is disruptive technology in cryptocurrency? A disruptive technology changed the market with very different value proposal, enabling new market to emerge and subsequently can become fully performance competitive within the mainstream market against established products. And how is crypto market disruptive technology? Cryptocurrency as a disruptive technology innovation changed the paradigm to establish trust between unknown entities that wish to carry out electronic transactions. Cryptocurrency are disruptive innovation because they provide new versatility in the way of securing and managing trust relationship in electronic transactions. And in this way, the new disruptive characteristics are proposed to provoke radical change in the society and in the development of social economic enterprises. To facilitate this endeavors, it is necessary to understand and learn new information and communication technology that link different disciplinary approaches. In this context, education is a fundamental component for the success of initiative sustainable because it combines the learning of knowledge and technology to promote practice innovative. This sustainable practice need to apply the principle of collaborative economy in education. Knowledge as a shared resources which is originates from the interactions of ICT enable social network, an environment that promotes these interactions and allows individuals to interact in a collaborative and participatory way in social commerce. In this way, social commerce become a learning platform that allows students to share and validate their knowledge through the peer support. Okay, next. Um, Consequently, they cause a rupture in the trust paradigm, changing the financial rules and standards established in the society. From this perspective, lies the importance of investigating the disruption innovation of cryptocurrency for society and electronic commerce. In this context, in this context, wait. In this context, the question arises overview of the investigation. What is the disruptive role of the cryptocurrency to society and to electronic commerce? And the second is what is the absence rate and confidence perceived by the users? As you can see in the picture, here is the comparison between centralized trust provided by a third party and the centralized trust provided by a cryptographic test. Okay. So we move to the security in cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency received its name because it uses encryption to verify transactions. This means advanced coding is involved in storing and transmitting cryptocurrency data between wallet and to provide ledger. The aim of encryption is to provide security and safety. In addition, transaction require two factors authentication process. For instance, you might be asked to enter the username and password to start transactions. Then you might have to enter authentication code sent via text to your personal cell phone. While securities are in place, that doesn't mean cryptocurrency are unhackable. Several high-dollar hacks have caused cryptocurrency startup heavily. Hackers hit CoinCheck to the tune of $534 million and BitGrail for $195 million, making them two of the biggest cryptocurrency hack of 2018. Okay, next. So we move to cryptocurrency as a national security threat. Okay, as a national security threat, cryptocurrency market is on the rise. It means scam and fraud is in the market are also rising. These are a few examples of crypto scams. The first one, we will talk about fake website. This means scammers create fake trading platform or fake version of official crypto wallets to do their trick to potential victim. And fake scam website usually have similar but slightly different domain names. From the site, they try to resemble, and also they look very identical to legitimate site, and making it difficult for someone to see the differences. And the second scam is virtual Ponzi scams. This means cryptocurrency criminal promote non-extant opportunities to invest in digital currency and creating the illusion of huge return by paying off all investor with new investor money. And the third one is celebrity endorsement. Scammer posts online as billionaires or well-known name who promise to multiply your investment in a virtual currency, but instead steal what you send. They may also use messaging apps or chat room to start rumor that a famous business person in backing a specific currency. Um, Once they have encouraged investor to buy and drive up the price, the scammers sell their stake and the currency reduce in value. Okay, for the next scam is imposter and giveaway scams. Uh, this means that scammer also try to act as famous celebrities and business persons and also cryptocurrency influencer to get attention of potential victims. Many scammers give a promise to match or multiply the cryptocurrency sent to them. That's known as a giveaway scams. Um, for next scams would be blackmail and extortion scams. These scams is also like artists claim to have a record of adult website or any other web page visited by their potential victim and threaten to expose the history to their closest people unless they share private keys or send cryptocurrency to the scammers. This case serve as a criminal extortion attempt. This should be reported to the police or any enforcement agency. So the last scams is romance scams. And there is a trend in online trading scams where tricksters persuade people they meet on dating apps or social media to invest or trading in virtual currency. Okay, for the next slide, I will give my partner to present. Marcel, please.
So speaking about scams, how can we spot these cryptocurrency scams that we have? So here are a few tips on how to spot cryptocurrency scams circulating online. First of all, we have promises of guaranteed returns. Because investments can go up and down, no financial investment can actually ensure that any future returns. So any crypto that promises that their buyers will automatically make money is a red flag. We also have a bad white paper. Every cryptocurrency should have a white paper. This is the most important critical thing in this industry. The white paper should explain how the cryptocurrency will work. If the white paper doesn't make sense or doesn't even exist, then step back carefully. We also have excessive marketing. One way that crypto fraudsters attract people is by investing in heavy marketing. This will use online and offline advertising, paid influencers, and so many other methods. This is made to reach as many people as possible in a short time period. The reason is to raise money quickly, so do your further research before investing in any cryptocurrency. We also have identified team members. It should be possible to find out who are the key people behind the cryptocurrency or the crypto coin. Usually this means the team members have easy to find biography plus an active existence on social media. Buyers should be cautious if they don't find any information about the people behind the business. We also have free money. So any investment opportunity promising free money is more likely to be fake, both cash transaction and cryptocurrency. Next slide. So for this one, we have a cybersecurity threat to national economies, having a wide range of facets such as internet and terrorism, exploitation of social networks in various purposes, manipulation of voting, and attack on institutions of critical importance. So the table below shows let's go to legal framework. Different countries have different types of cryptocurrency and policies regarding its usage, and they are not yet fully adapted. This is because cryptocurrencies remove the power of government, giving the common citizen power over their money. Another reason is that it is volatile and high-risk investment. Hence, the government also comes to protect the ordinary people who might be easily gullible and tricked from losing fortunes investing in crypto. Next slide. So here we have different countries, so with the different crypto policies. So like in the United States, the United States presented the regulatory framework for the use of cryptocurrencies in an instructive document titled Cryptocurrencies, a Framework of 31 Applications, which is divided into 3 sections according to new threats, how to deal with them, and what obstacles they provide. So in the document, it states the regulations regarding cryptocurrency. We also have China. China approved the first law that regulates cryptography and password management, where it establishes the regulatory framework for its use with policies for public sector. The third one is France. So in France, the director of the Bank of France, François de Galau, indicated that regulation of cryptocurrencies was urgent and important since the start of COVID-19 pandemic. The use of the euro in the country had decreased considerably and turned off physical money. In this situation, if the situation continues, it will then endanger the financial sovereignty of the country. In Japan, in 2018, Japan became the first country on the Asian continent to officially approve the regulation of cryptocurrencies as a legal payment method. With this, the country seeks to protect users of the currency exchanges and carried out to mitigate the risk against the financing of terrorism and money laundering. We also have Spain. So the Court of Justice of the European Union presented a ruling on October 22, 2015, where the Supreme Court reported that digital currencies could operate as a means of payment, indicating that this type of asset constitutes a digital good for which operation where these are used as an instrument to convert to access products and services, exempting from payment of value-added tax. So our methodologies, what was the purpose of the methodology? So the goal of our thesis was to provide a comprehensive explanation of how cryptocurrencies and their underlying technologies work, in order to evaluate the benefits and drawbacks of employing this futuristic technology. A greater comprehension of its essentials is required. So a great deal of information was acquired via online blog posts, experts online on interviews, online database research, one-on-one interviews and questions about how cryptocurrencies genuinely work. The benefits and drawbacks of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology in real-world application must be highlighted. So on our research, we aim to depict the current condition and future evolution of cryptocurrency market over the next few years in order to determine whether or not these new primary groups, the general public, ordinary investors, cryptocurrency day traders, and businesses. Next slide. So what was the purpose of our interview? Go back to the next slide. So in order to increase the researchers' understanding of the research topic, in-depth interviews were conducted with so many individuals. The questions mainly involved knowledge of the blockchain, technology, cryptocurrency coins, and security of the exchange market. Our data collection methods. So our data was mainly gathered from questionnaire and few research questions and their respective research methods as shown in the previous table. So our questionnaire results, most of the participants knew about cryptocurrency from social media. The participants answered that the most known cryptocurrency is Bitcoin and the second most known cryptocurrency is Ethereum. There are different opinions about what made the cryptocurrency popular. Half of the participants said that it is because cryptocurrency is an easy way to earn money. Another half said that it's popular because of influencers promoting it. More than half participants thought that cryptocurrency was not safe enough to be an investment. And lastly, most of the participants think that in the future cryptocurrency will fall since it seemed unstable because of its high volatility. So our SWOT analysis. So the strengths of cryptocurrency according to our research is that there's reduced transaction fees since the blockchain technology indirectly eliminates middlemen or brokers who often increase transaction costs. Thanks to the blockchain, all recording and verification activities are more focused and immutable. Second is significant society inventions in electronic commerce. This is because cryptocurrency has revolutionized online payments. Also, we had establishment of trust between unknown entities carrying electronic transactions. This is because of the peer-to-peer payment system and the blockchain itself. We also had enabling social commerce to be a peer learning platform where people share knowledge through peer support. Another strength was secure transactions because of the cryptography itself. So crypto is more secure. The weaknesses of cryptocurrency. Next one. So the weaknesses we found on cryptocurrency were cryptocurrency online scams. A cryptocurrency scam is an activity that raises crypto complaints against some practices, which convinces people to invest in fake projects. Scammers use these techniques to make people invest in fake crypto projects or lose their investments entirely. So cryptocurrency online scams, we also had it's highly volatile because prices are unstable, so they keep changing. Another weakness was that cryptocurrency had money laundering schemes because a good example is a Silk Road in the black market. So this is because drug dealers and such groups who use cryptocurrency to launder money through the system because the money is untrackable by the government. So they would easily use crypto to launder the money. Another weakness we found was financing terrorism through the black market. Since crypto payments are anonymous, it enables illegal business transactions to be facilitated easily. We also had security risks because crypto is prone to breaches like hacks. These are two opportunities. Next slide. So the opportunities we found from cryptocurrency is that the decentralized banking system. In terms of banking system, the decentralization is assumed under the non-existence or limited interference of financial institutions or government authorities, which suppose limited regulations, pressure on bank activities and decisions. We also have reduced online fraud cases. Since blockchain is a shared ledger that is decentralized and resistant to tampering. It allows verified contributors to store, view, and share digital information in a security-rich environment, which helps to foster trust, accountability, and transparency in business relationship. We also had a rise to new technologies, i.e. NFTs. So an NFT or non-fungible token is a digital asset as proof of ownership of goods that can be purchased with cryptocurrency. Example of NFTs include artwork, video clips, and music. NFT uses the same blockchain technology as cryptocurrency. The difference is that NFT is not a currency. The word non-fungible means not interchangeable, so NFTs are unique and cannot be replicated or substituted for anything else. Next slide. We also had threats for cryptocurrency. We found the anonymity to government and banks was a threat to the government itself because it could not easily monitor money transactions, not adopted by government due to legal jurisdiction barriers. This is because not many governments are welcoming the technology, so they're reluctant to adopt the new technology. Also, not suitable and adaptable by all existing technologies. And also, we had hesitation in adoption of the technology. So those are the only threats we found. So in conclusion, our group found out that cryptocurrency and the blockchain technology itself So in conclusion, in our research of opportunities for financial growth, various speculative assets are created, such as cryptocurrencies, which are an alternative for exchange and investment that can affect the economy both positively and negatively. Cryptocurrencies are dependent on the market prices, which is determined by demand. However, because these crypto activities are decentralized, they do not deal with middlemen, implying more risk in the operation because they are not supported by any financial body. Cryptocurrencies use blockchain technology, which, as stated through our research, is a system that does not ensure financial security system. So to conclude from our group is that from our research, we found out that the blockchain technology and cryptocurrency, though it might be highly volatile and high risk investment, it has a future since it has so many adaptability technologies that can be entrusted into it. So we think that cryptocurrency is here to stay, and though we will not advise anyone to invest into it, since we are not financial advisors, we advise that before you invest into crypto, you must know what you're getting into and invest carefully and wisely. Thank you. That's all from our group 6. Any questions from the audience?
AC6 has done an exceptional job. It is amazing to get a slide into topic like this. Very well done. Analysis estimate that the global cryptocurrency market will be more than triple by 2030, hitting an evaluation of nearly 5 billion, and Bitcoin has been around the longest of all cryptocurrency.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, Group 7, Group 6. And now we'll be moving on to another question phase. We'd like to start with all the judges. Do any judges have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Ashish, please open your camera.
Mr. Ashish, would you please?
Yeah, I'm here. All right, I'll begin with my first question to Group 5. Specifically, what does your group think is the best avenue of approach on providing help to society regarding mental health? Like, what form should it take in? Like, what form do you think it should happen in? And specifically, like, what methodology should governments adopt to help promote awareness about mental health? Because so far we are trying, some governments are trying to make it as more mainstream and make it more public that therapy and mental health should be a priority for every citizen. But how else do you think governments can aid in helping this grow as much more as it possibly can?
According to me, the best way to approach and providing help to the society regarding mental health is to talk with everyone you know, open up with experiences, encourage kind language, educate yourself about mental illness, and coordinate a mental health screening event.
All right, thank you. And then my next question for group 6 is specifically, how does your group think like the future of cryptocurrency would look like? Like, what do you guys predict could happen? Like, and how our future generations could possibly use it? Do you think that it could change our lives dramatically? And do you think that we will ever be fully transition to fully using only digital currencies and cryptocurrencies as the main payment method?
Okay, so to your question, do we think like we will fully transition to using digital coins only? Personally, according to our research, we don't think that will be possible because we saw how much, because of the power that the digital coins has, it removes the power from the central government, and most governments are afraid of that because they would like to be in the center of controlling the money that flows in and out of the country. So because of that, we have seen most countries trying to, at least because they can't fight the change, they have tried to implement like creating their own digital coins. Like we have like in China, we have the digital yuan that is being rolled out. So we don't think like we will fully have a decentralized system of banking, but we will have digital coins. Yeah.
Quick follow-up question. So what do you guys think would happen? Like, how do you think it will change our lives? Like, for example, like, because will we just specifically like, will that be the main form of like just doing everything? Like, will commodities be traded off of that? Like, what do you guys think? Like, just any ideas, or like, what do you guys think would happen in the future about it? Like how far do you think we can implement it with its weaknesses? Specifically, like its security problems and everything. Like, how far do you think we will be able to use it?
So, to your question, how far do I think it will be able to use? So, according to how it is, I found out that cryptocurrency is a good technology and is mainly adaptable. For example, like in China, people rarely use cash because almost all transactions are done online, right? So it's the same thing with the cryptocurrency, except like this will be like a worldwide system of payments since it's a common currency. So I think that will be a big game changer into the market because you can transact with anyone at any place all over the world easily. So I think it will highly influence our lives, bring too many people and countries together in collaboration in trade. So yeah, I think it will highly influence and change our lives.
All right, thank you so much.
Great. So now we will be moving on to the next judge who will be having their own questions. Aman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My first question goes to group number 5. And to them, I would like to ask that, what role do you think in particular governments can play in tackling the rising mental health issues among the youth, particularly among the youth? Like, should the government provide more public counseling services? Or should the government just provide the basic necessities, such as, let's say, basic income, free healthcare, and free education? Because we all know that these are the basic stuffs that makes us worry the most and is a contributing factor to mental health. So should government provide just more counseling services, or should they just opt to provide more basic necessities?
Okay, so I believe government should provide more public counseling service than providing the basic necessities, because many people don't have any idea about mental health. And because of misconception and stigma around mental issues, people often suffer in silence and don't seek treatment for their condition. Mental health awareness is an important initiative to improve understanding of mental health condition. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And to group 6, I would like to ask regarding cryptocurrencies. Well, you've just mentioned something about the concept of digital yuan, and relating to that, my question concerns that as you know, there are basically 2 forms of digital currencies. One, as your project is based on, the cryptocurrency that is based on that is based on the blockchain technology, which is decentralized. And the other one is the central bank based digital currencies, which are usually centralized, like you said about the digital yuan. So out of these two cryptocurrencies, both of them have their own pros and cons. So according to your research, like which do you think will be eventually more widely accepted and more widely used among the public, and why?
So according to our research, the one that we found will be most widely accepted is the decentralized one, where
Okay.
the common person has control over their own money, because that's why most people go to banks, because they would like to, how do you say this? Because most people are proud when they have control of their own money. So according to our research, we found that the one that is most likely to last longer is the decentralized one. And that's even why governments are coming in to create centralized digital currencies, because it's fighting away the banks and removing the money from the banking systems to the decentralized side of it all.
Okay, so your option is for the decentralized one will eventually pave the way for the future.
Yeah.
And one follow-up question is that do you think can Bitcoin be substituted for gold as a form of digital gold?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin can be substituted as a form of digital gold. So let's take a look at this. Why is gold so valuable? Because we have limited number of gold bars in the world. So when you come back to Bitcoin, we also have a limited number of Bitcoins. That's around 21 million Bitcoins. So that makes it scarce, and something that is scarce is highly valuable because everyone wants a share of it and a piece of it. So Bitcoin can be substituted for digital gold. So yeah.
That's a very good explanation, and thank you for your answer.
Sure, you're welcome.
And I'd like to give a moment to anybody else who'd like to ask any questions. Is there anyone else?
You can go ahead to the next part.
Okay, thank you. So the next team that will be taking over is Group 7, which is Mr. Reynolds' group. I'm sure they have been mentally preparing and are very eager to take the stage. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please make way for Group 7. Welcome onto this platform. The floor is yours.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, judge, and jury. I'm Reynard Mills, and I'm presenting on behalf of Group 7. Without further ado, I'd like to start my presentation on sustainable aviation and modern fuel. Now, our team is comprised of Alexander Sedoteskov, who is our group leader, Reynard Mills, I'm the deputy leader, we have Yasin I. Taleb, Brianik, Ayman Achaguri, and Latif Abdullah. Now, our context, we're going to be talking about the main idea behind this topic, the reason why we selected this topic. We'll talk about sustainable aviation, how to make flights more efficient, sustainable aviation fuel, types of sustainable aviation fuel, and our future with SAF. Now, the main idea, we wanted to do a research to find out what is sustainable aviation and how to make flight more efficient. To do a research on sustainable aviation fuel and different types of SAF, and to find out the future with sustainable aviation fuel. The reason why we chose this topic is because our team is made up of people who are majoring in aeronautical engineering, so we decided to make a project which is related to our major. And green and sustainable aviation is very important for our future. So I'd like you all to watch a video about sustainable aviation shortly. I would quickly like to move on and explain some of the things mentioned in this video. So first we'll be speaking of ways to make flight more efficient. Now, we're saying improve aircraft efficiency through technology. Now, modern aircrafts are 20% more fuel efficient than their predecessors. And this is the case for each new generation of aircrafts. Next, we talked about weight reduction. Now, weight reduction, research has proven that more weight requires the use of more fuel. So in order to use the minimal amount of fuel, the weight must be reduced. Starting with inner weights, we can reduce weights of luggage. The reason why a lot of airlines have resorted to charging more for extra weights is to cater for the extra cost that comes with use of extra fuel. Now, outer weights. Engineers have discovered the use of carbon fiber and chip memory alloys can significantly reduce the weights of the aircraft without compromising safety. Also, it is good to develop new types of planes. Now, as mentioned earlier, each new generation of planes is better and more efficient than the previous. To add to that, models such as this Flying V are further improved in efficiency since it merges two main parts, hence reducing weights and hence fuel, which leads to less carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere. We'll talk about, I would like us to watch a short video about the Flying V Model 2. Moving on, we are going to talk about SAF fuel. Now, sustainable aviation fuel is a type of fuel produced from sustainable feedstocks. It is also very similar in chemistry to traditional jet fuel, which means new engines don't have to be built to use this, but can be used by traditional jet engines. Now, SAF is made from sustainable resources, as mentioned earlier. It can be mixed with any fossil jet fuel, hence it is called a drop-in fuel. Now, these are some of the sustainable resources needed for making SAF fuel: oils, greases, plants, and household waste. Now, how SAF is produced? First, the feedstocks are collected. Now, when they are fats, oils, and greases, their purified liquid is exposed to a chemical reaction with hydrocarbons and then distilled. That's for fats, oils, and greases. Now, for solid biomass, it involves the gasification of the mass at high temperatures, producing the synthetic gas that is further converted into hydrocarbon chains. Now, we'll talk of different types of SAF. We have fogs, which are fats, oils, and greases. We have biomass and MSW. We have power to liquid, also called PTL, and carbon neutral circular system. Now, for fogs are the first generation of biofuel. As such, a large percentage of biofuel in our current day comes from fats, oils, and greases. They don't only serve as drop-in aviation fuel, but can also yield road biofuels such as renewable diesel. They reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 50 to 80% compared to traditional jet fuel. Technologies exist to separate fogs from treatment and sewage centers. The limitations on feedstocks will create a problem for a significant increase in production for mass supply purposes. This is the major problem that surrounds the force. Now for biomass and MSW. Biomass and municipal solid waste, MSW, are the next generation of biofuel. They have the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 85 to a whopping 95% as compared to traditional jet fuel. Biomass includes algae, animal waste, forestry waste, and a lot more. This fuel is derived from carbon-based materials contained in living organisms that can be gasified. And take note, no living organisms were harmed in the making of this fuel. Now, the problem with biomass is it has low energy density as compared to fossil fuels, which means it requires a larger volume to generate the same amount of energy. Moving on, we talk about power to liquid. Now, PTL entails the conversion of renewable energy into fuel through electrolysis. It has the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 99%. Now, let's see how PTL is produced. Now, first, electricity is generated in the first stage. Then hydrogen is produced using water. Then carbon dioxide is added. Carbon dioxide, of course, extracted from the air in the atmosphere. Then now this is synthesized and conditioned and finally ready to mix and or use in our traditional jets. Moving forward, we'll talk about the carbon neutral circular system. This refers to the idea of picking up and using the carbon dioxide that aviation is responsible for emitting and turning it right back into fuel for the planes. Still, there are two major problems that block this idea, and these are the fact that we need more technologies to capture and store the carbon dioxide, and also there need to be more renewable energy plants due to the sheer amount of electricity the process requires. Next slide. Now, our future with SAF. The current use of SAF is still limited. Cost is still a major problem, but with time, as more production facilities are built and more people accept this as the new normal, it will significantly reduce the cost and hence increase use, which will reduce carbon dioxide emissions globally. Now, we conducted a survey, and because sustainable aviation hasn't become mainstream yet, we decided to stick to simple questions, asking people whether they know about sustainable aviation, and 66.7% of our participants replied with a yes, and 33.3% replied with a no. We asked whether people knew what is sustainable aviation fuel, and 58.3% replied with a yes, and 41.3% replied with a no. A lot of people said that it is only a matter of time till SAF goes major. We also asked about expectations in the field of aviation by 2070, and we got a lot of interesting replies. As we can see, people are expecting invisible planes, solar-powered planes, faster and cheaper flights, bigger commercial jets, fully electric planes, more modernized. People are also expecting us to travel at twice the speed of today's aircrafts. Bringing my presentation to a conclusion, I'd like to say that with time, as people are getting to know more about sustainable aviation and sustainable aviation fuel, more facilities will be built to produce this kind of fuel, which will improve the pollution of carbon dioxide. Reduce the carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere globally. In conclusion, I'd like to thank everybody for your time, and I'll kindly entreat you all to save your votes for Group 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reno. Your presentation was very short and sweet. You can see that Group 7 did a lot of work. You've all done an amazing job. What an outstanding presentation from Group 7. Your presentation was beautifully crafted. I have no doubt that I have no doubt of how much work you guys have put into and how much time you've spent curating this presentation. Congratulations. You've done an incredible job. With the global growth in air travel, the global growth in air travel, the aviation industry is investing into alternatives to fossil fuel jet fuels to reduce flight emissions. One innovation is the sustainable aviation fuels, which are jet fuels created from waste products and other sustainable feedstocks that have potential to reduce emissions by 80%. This is my takeaway from this presentation, and I feel very, very much enlightened by your presentation, Group 7. Thank you.
Yeah, one more thing. Renal, you should stay back because Mr. Ashish Trivedi, he's doing a research on the same topic, what you have been talking today. He's doing a research with the TU Delft, KLM, and he will have some interesting questions for you and also some insight on your thesis. So after the next presentation on the Q&A, he will be coming in. Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Please allow me the audience. Without any delay, please welcome Group 8 to the stage. Mr. Michael, the floor is yours, my friend.
Hello, everyone. Our topic is quantum. 1 minute. Yeah, our topic is quantum computing, and I think I have some problems here. Yeah. Here you can see the members who made this presentation: Mohammed, Fain, Alpha, under the lead of Abtai, and me as the deputy leader. Now let's take some introduction of quantum computing and talk about what it is. Quantum computing is a modern way of computing that is based on the science of quantum mechanics. It provides high computational power, less energy consumption, and exponential speed over classical computers. And these are the pros of quantum computing. Quantum computing focuses on the principles of quantum theory, which deals with modern physics that explain the behavior of matter and energy of an atomic and subatomic level. Here you can see some data compared the past and how nowadays are the quantity of quantum computing. And you can see that the growth is exponential. And the leaders in this sphere are Intel, Google, and Rigetti. Digging into history, Feynman proposed the idea of creating machines based on the laws of quantum mechanics instead of the laws of classical physics. 3 years later, David Deutsch developed the quantum Turing machine, showing that quantum circuits are universal. After that, Peter Shor came up with a quantum algorithm to factor very large numbers in polynomial time. And Lou Grover develops a quantum search algorithm. And here are the scientists. And in 1994, Peter Shor developed his algorithm allowing quantum computers to efficiently factorize large integers exponentially quicker than the best classical algorithm on traditional machines. And in 1998, the working 2-qubit quantum computer was built and solved first quantum algorithms, such as Grover's algorithm. However, it took more time to create an algorithm which can solve the Shor algorithm. And 20 years later, in 2017, IBM presented the first commercially usable quantum computer, raising the race to another level. Quantum algorithm is a sequence of instructions or a set of rules to be followed to perform any task or calculation. However, the algorithm should contain at least one unique quantum step due to the property of either superposition or entanglement to be called a quantum algorithm. And as you can see in this graph, the quantum computers have a growth, and during the last 10 years, it has more than 2 times more qubits are now existing. And qubit is a digital as well as analog nature, which gives the quantum computer their computational power. And here you can see the difference between classical bit and qubit. Classical bit are just zeros and ones, while qubit is way more complex and it is more powerful than classical bit. IBM Quantum is an industry-first initiative to build universal quantum computers for business, engineering, and science. IBM's quantum processors are made up for superconducting qubits located in a dilution refrigerator at the IBM research headquarters. Users interact with the quantum processor through the quantum circuit model of computation. And the properties, the state of any quantum object is expressed as a sum of possible participating states or a wave function. Measurement can also result in the loss of information by disrupting the quantum state. And the three main things are superposition, entanglement, and interference. Superposition in quantum mechanics says that any two quantum states can be summed up, resulting in another valid quantum state. Entanglement, in other words, is a pair or a group of particles interacts or share spatial localities such that the quantum state of each particle cannot be characterized independently. And interference forms a resultant wave with either their amplitudes added together when they are aligned in the same direction, or a resultant wave with their amplitudes cancelled out when waves are in the opposite direction. This graph shows that China AI companies are more concentrated on computer visions nowadays. And you can see that $3,000 million are invested in computer vision. And the future of quantum computing is very bright because it has many pros and the cons are really lesser than other things. And qubits can solve many problems, reducing circuit thicknesses so that these computers can be operated. Here you can see a video which explains it in more detail.
It's because the information isn't encoded in the individual pages, but in the correlations among them. And to read the book, you have to collectively observe many pages at once. It turns out, and this is part of what's so interesting, that if you want to describe very highly entangled states using ordinary bits, it's extremely expensive.
Imagine that you had a primitive 10-qubit computer.
I'm sorry, but I think there was no sound, so maybe I will start the video from the beginning.
No, no need. You can continue. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
It could store 2 to the 10th power values in parallel. To describe this entangled configuration with a classical computer, you'd need 2 kilobytes, or 16,000 bits. Expand to a system with 500 entangled qubits, and you now require more classical bits than there are atoms in the known universe. This is exactly what Feynman meant when he said that classical computers weren't scalable for simulating quantum mechanics. For a quantum computer to be of any use, you need to measure information from the qubits to get an output. The problem is, when a quantum system is measured, it collapses into a classical state.
If anything carries away information about whether that qubit is 0 or 1. So for example, if that information gets recorded in some radiation that's escaping from the quantum computer, then the effect on the qubit will be exactly as if someone had measured it.
To extract an answer from the quantum system that isn't just a random outcome of probability, like the flip of a coin, we have to use interference.
You can see interference when waves in a pool hit each other, and one wave is above the surface and the other wave is below the surface, and they hit each other and they cancel each other.
Interference is just what amplitudes do when you add them up. If something can happen one way with an amplitude of 1/2 and another way with an amplitude of -1/2, then the total amplitude for it to happen would be 0. This is what you do in the famous double slit experiment. You close one of the paths and then you see that now the thing that previously never happened now can happen.
This is a quantum algorithm. Scientists can harness interference by creating a deterministic sequence of qubit gates. These qubit gates cause the amplitudes to add up constructively. This means that they're mathematically guaranteed to boost the probability of seeing one of the right answers.
You might ask, how could you possibly concentrate all this amplitude on the right answer when you yourself don't know in advance which answer is the right one? Well, this is exactly why designing quantum algorithms is so difficult, and why we have a whole field that's been studying it for decades.
Since 1994, there have been a few major breakthroughs in quantum algorithms, with theoretical applications in fields such as cybersecurity and search optimization. But according to most experts in the field, quantum computers are most likely to be useful for what they were born to do, when a curious physicist wondered about the deep structure of our world.
I find quantum computing exciting as a way to explore physics. Now, whether that's going to make anybody any money, whether there will be practical applications in the near term, that's still very much an open question. But at least for physicists, it's an exciting time.
The truth is, the most important application, I believe, of quantum computers is something that we don't know yet. I'm sure that once we have a quantum computer to play with, we will find amazing applications that we can't yet foresee.
Thank you very much.
Well, all I can say is you get what you work for, and not what you wish for. Despite of having few members in your group, your hard work paid off. Today, as you guys have successfully completed your thesis presentation and presented it perfectly. Very well done, Group 8. I think I speak for everyone when I say the level of the creativity in presentation from each group just keeps getting amazing as each and every one of us are watching. Excellent effort, Group 8. As the saying goes, the key to success is to focus on goals, not on obstacles.
Yeah, so now we have
Now, without further delay, let's welcome Group 9 to the floor. Welcome, Mr. Albert.
Before we go to Group 9, we have two juries will give questions. Alex, are you ready? As I mentioned earlier, that Alex has been working on the research project of the new generation aircraft simulators and hydrogen aircraft and also electrically operated aircraft in TU Delft in Netherlands with KLM and other research organization, including ESA. So he's our alumni and also been very successful in public speaking in last many years. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Ashish, the floor is.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wallace. I'll begin with my question for Group 7. I have quite a few, so get ready. First of all, as your topic is focused on sustainable aviation, specifically the use of sustainable aviation fuels to reduce carbon emissions by up to 80%, as you stated in your PowerPoint, why do you think the aviation industry should keep investing in this field or even switch to SAF as a fuel source, which has only around 20% efficiency, while hydrogen is at around 25% in the current status, and even electric aircrafts are around 85% of overall efficiency? And then do you believe global airlines will actually start using SAF as the only source of fuel, and they'll only be primarily using that? Or do you think that it will always be like a blend between normal jet fuel and sustainable aviation fuels to make sure that they can reach their extended ranges of airline ranges of what they have to do and efficiency? And then also another point I would like to make is that have you also taken into consideration the extra processing which is required to create sustainable aviation fuels? And in that whole process of creating it is actually powered by electricity in the systems, and which is also an electricity which is used by is basically created by power. It's powered by burning of coal. So that all becomes very inefficient, and also still once again is adds to the CO2 emissions. So this in turn reduces the impact of the CO2 reduction by SAFs, and its statistic of around 80%. So do you still think that's a viable solution for us to pursue them? And finally, regarding the Flying V, did you perchance get to read the thesis paper regarding the incorporations of sustainable aviation fuels and cryo-stored liquid hydrogen tanks as a source of power?
I would like you to take your time in asking me the questions so that I could also take time to give you appropriate answers. And for your first question, you're talking of why I think the aviation industry should keep investing or even switch to SAF as a fuel source. When the efficiency around 20% and hydrogen is 25 and electric aircraft is 85. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so I believe we're on the same point here, because SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, correct me if I'm wrong, refers to anything aside traditional jet fuel that causes a lot of carbon dioxide emissions. So anything which is not traditional jet fuel or any alternate means for providing service can be referred to as sustainable aviation fuel. So I believe we're on the same page with that. For your second question, do I believe global airlines will start using SAF as a source of fuel? Yes, I believe it is possible in the next few years, because already some tests have been made. If you read my slide earlier, some tests have been made, and right now SAF is being mixed with traditional jet fuel. So it's only a matter of time until traditional jet fuel is taken out and SAF is used solely. Then you also asked the required power burning of coal to create electricity. If you would follow my presentation, I spoke of getting electricity through renewable sources, which is by hydroelectric dams or windmills to create this electricity needed for the production of said SAF, not the burning of coal. And finally, for the reading the Flying V thesis paper, unfortunately, I haven't done that. I will do that and get back to you if necessary. Thank you.
No problem. I'll just further quick follow up. So the main point about the Flying V thesis, it's fine. You don't have to read the whole paper. It's quite long. Like the main point of why I was mentioning is because Flying V itself is it's a next generation aircraft. It's a very new project which I've already been working with. And when we were doing our tests and simulations and specifically seeing what type of fuel sources we can use, the problem with so let me make a distinction for you so it's clear. So sustainable aviation fuel in general can be referred to everything, which includes like fuels created by basically mass, like biomass, and anything. That's one consideration. Second is electricity powered aircrafts. And then third is hydrogen powered aircraft. Those are the three main avenues. But then also the term SAF also can be meaning that sustainable aviation fuel, which is very limited only which are aviation fuels which are created from biomass and other basically feedstocks and everything else. So specifically when we did research onto this, it said that it's very hard to use sustainable aviation fuels which are powered by biomass, because specifically the issue arises of efficiency. That is not the whole overall process is not as efficient as jet fuel, and that's why currently nowadays, like even airlines currently, they have some tests running, and already KLM and, for example, Airbus and other airlines, even in China, for example, they're already having mixtures between sustainable aviation fuel and jet fuel. But the problem once again arises that if they fully transition to sustainable aviation fuel, they will never get the ranges or of how far they want to be going in the aircraft. The ranges will never be there. So that will really drastically hurt the economy of the airlines and their business. So that's why Flying V really suggested of focusing on incorporating cryo-stored liquid hydrogen tanks. So that's why specifically in the future, do you think compared to a sustainable aviation fuels, should we focus solely on that, or do you think we should prioritize basically hydrogen and electric aircrafts over sustainable aviation fuel? What do you think the balance should be?
I think we shouldn't just prioritize one over the other. We should give our priority to both and do further research, and who knows, we'll make groundbreaking discoveries in years to come.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Ayman to ask his questions.
Yeah, so to group 7, I would just like to basically ask, what are the primary obstacles that you think that are preventing us from embracing, in particular, focusing on the hydrogen fueled aircrafts in particular, according to your research, what have you found that are, basically obstructing us from embracing hydrogen fueled aircraft?
I'd say the main obstacle is the cost of producing these hydrogen fuels and everything included. So I'll say the main cost that is preventing us from embracing hydrogen fueled aircraft is cost of production, maintenance, and everything included.
All right, and the follow-up question is and which company is right now in the lead when it comes to hydrogen fuel technology? Do you know that?
Currently, in the lead of hydrogen fuel technology, I'll say Plug Power. The company name Plug Power is in the leading producer of hydrogen fuel technology.
All right, thank you for your answer. And for the next group, I would like to ask regarding quantum computing, that Basically, quantum computing is set to enable humanity to take the next giant leap forward. So I would just like to ask that which key sector do you see experience the most significant change due to embracing quantum computing technology into their systems? Like which key sector? Like is it in the manufacturing or in the airlines or software or or basically miscellaneous? So which key sector, according to your research, do you see experience the most dramatic and significant change due to embracing quantum technology, quantum computing technology?
Mhm. In my opinion, mostly software and programming languages like can have a development which will lead a new era, and computers can rise due to the quantum computing.
Okay, and how do you think like implementing quantum computing will affect in our day-to-day lives? Like how much our day-to-day lives will be changed due to quantum computing?
I think it will be beneficial for sure. It will be more easier to use quantum computing than ordinary because it is more complex and it makes easier and faster everything. So I think it will have a positive effect.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for your answer.
Now, without further delay, let's welcome Group 9 to the floor. Welcome, Mr. Albert.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you for the welcome, Mervet. Greetings, Professor Wallace, Dean, Vice Dean, and all of my friends. On this special day, me, Albert, as the representative of Group 2, would like to present our thesis entitled Implementation of Organic Electronics in Human Life. What is organic electronic? Organic electronic is a new type of technology that concerns the use and application of materials and devices in an environmentally friendly way. It has been predicted that will be the next great thing after the computerization. Organic electronics demonstrate our appreciation for nature by utilizing natural resources without causing harm to them. Conductive organic material can be grouped into two main classes. First, conductive polymers and conductive small molecules. Conductive small molecules are usually used in the constructions of organic semiconductors, which exhibit degrees of electrical conductivity between those of insulator and metals. This is polyethylene. It has no commercial application. It used extensively to model mechanism of electrical conduction for such system. The second, polyaniline. Polyaniline is an intrinsically conductive polymer used in various applications, such as drugs, plastic batteries, corrosion protection, photovoltaic cells, display devices, and microelectronics. Third is polypyrrole. It is an intrinsically conducting polymer used in various applications such as electronics, optical, medical fields, biomedical application. This is polythiophene. It's a promising material with a low cost, high electrical conductivity, optical properties, and environmental constancy. It's usually used for chemical, optical sensors, like emitting diodes, display devices, photovoltaics, or solar cells. Fifth, polyphenylene. Polyphenylene is very tough materials because of its high entanglement density. It exhibits a low moisture absorption and good dimensional stability. It's usually used for vanadium, redox flow battery, rocket nozzles, and some fabrics. 6. Polyphenylene is a type of fluorescence that is not described as frequently in the literature as polymer matrix composites with a fluorescence filter nanoparticles. It's usually used for commercial applications such as small displays for wireless devices, and then cell phones, and then cameras, night visions, and solar panel. Okay. This is the growth of the organic electronics market in the world. As we can see on this graph, the growth of the use in organic electronics continues to increase from 2007. The largest is used as disposable electronics, RFID, and then followed by OLED. We can see in this graph, organic electronics sales growth is increasing. That is meaning that organic electronics is no longer a foreign item in our lives. In this graph, here we can see that organic electronics application is most widely applied to display, lighting, organic photovoltaics, RFID, batteries, sensors, and the other. The following are the types of organic electronics, which can be divided into 4 types. Namely, first, organic vapor phase deposition, or OVPD. Second, organic display technology, or OLED. Organic photovoltaics, or OPV. Organic field effects transistor, or OFET. And then I will explain them one by one. First, OVPD. This OVPD, the growth of molecular organic thin films by the process of organic vapor phase deposition was initiated by Professor Steve Forrest. OVPD transport organic molecules to a cold substrate by a hot inert carrier gas. It has proven useful for the deposition of organic semiconductors and is capable of pattern growth with micron resolution. Second, OLED. OLED is an organic lightning emitting diode. OLED is a flat light emitting technology made by placing a series of organic thin films between 2 conductors. When electrical current is applied, a bright light is emitted. OLEDs can be used to make displays and lighting. The energy saving potential of OLED is very similar to that LED, but the 2 technologies differ in a number of ways. For one thing, whereas LEDs are concentrate source of bright light, all LED can be configured as a larger area. More diffuse light sources whose soft light can be viewed directly, eliminating the need of shades, diffusers, lenses, louvers, or parabolic shells. The diffuse light from OLED allows them to be used very close to the touch of surface without creating glare for the users, which means there is less total light can be used in order to achieve desired illuminance levels. These are the comparison between OLED and LCD. OLED has greater view angle, high contrast, faster response time, do not require backlighting. Meanwhile, LCD has limited view angle, low contrast, slow response, and require backlighting. The following is an example of the use of LED technology on a smartphone, TV screen, glasses, and many more. This one is OPV. What is OPV? OPV is a type of solar cells where the absorbing layer is based on organic semiconductors or OSC. It is OPVs has so many advantages such as lightweight, mechanical flexibility, ease of processing, and then low cost. An organic solar cells of plastic solar cell is a type of photovoltaic that deals with conductive organic polymers or small organic molecules for light absorption and charge transport to produce electricity from sunlight by the photovoltaic effect. The following is an organic solar cells device structures. Organic solar cells or plastic solar cell is a type of photovoltaic that deals with conductive organic polymers or small organic molecules for light absorption and charge transport to produce electricity from sunlight by the photovoltaic effect. As you can see in this picture, first light goes through the glass, and then ITO as a positive electrode allows light to pass through and collect holes from the device. When the electron begin to flow, then it creating electrical current. And then the PEDOT serves as a hole transport buffers layer and prevents electrons from reaching the anode and prevents the anode material from diffusing into the photoactive layer. The photoactive layer is coated from a common solution containing the electron donor and the electron acceptor, suspended in an appropriate solvent using a vacuum evaporation and solution processing technique. The cathode usually used to collect electrons from the device usually used aluminum, although silvers or calcium may be used. The anode and the cathode that collect electrons and flow electricity through wire. And then OPV application that we already used, mainly it is an organic based solar cells, such as solar cell in satellites, calculators, and then right now there is solar cell power car. And then OFET or organic field effect transistors are important components in integrated circuits and displays such as radio frequency identification tags, or usually we know as RFID, and then organic light emitting diodes or OLED. OFET basically is an organic transistor. It is components in many organic products. OFETs can be prepared either by vacuum evaporation or small molecules by solution casting or polymers or small molecules, and by mechanical transfer with single crystalline organic layer into a substrate. These are the comparison between organic electronics and inorganic electronics. As you can see here, the nature of bond in organic electronics is this. The future of organic electronics. Organic electronics had amazing development in many fields, such as memory, display, power, and sensors. We believe that in the next few years, the development of organic electronics will be great demand and will have a broad impact on all people's life. Research methodology. We use three methodology, which are first, questionnaire, documentary research, and visual media. Questionnaire is a technique of collecting data through a form containing question related to the object of research given to the NUAA students. And then the questions are structured in the form of multiple choice and then open-ended question. The second is documentary research. It is a research method of collecting data objectively from other theses and journal found online. Visual media is a research method of collecting data objectively from a video such as YouTube. Questionnaire. From the first question, we use do NUAA students know about organic electronics? Most of them answer no. And then the second, the organic electronics they used are mostly OLED screen rather than RFID, solar cell, and then health monitor. Third, from 1 to 5, how important organic electronics for human life? They answer 4. They choose that the technology advances make it important. Fifth, is it better than organic? Is it organic electronic better than inorganic electronics? 53.8% of them said maybe, and then 46% of them said yes. And last but not least, will organic electronics replace inorganic electronics in the future? 53% of them said maybe. The organic field effects transistor, or FET, is the basic building block of electronic application based on organic semiconductors, and an excellent platform for the study of charge transport physics in the OSCs under different charge density regimes. The past decades have witnessed a commendable progress in the development of materials for low-cost flexible electronics. New products that are beyond reach with current technologies can soon make the emerging Internet of Everything a reality if these materials reach the necessary standards for performance and stability. For this to happen, device manufacturing needs to transition to technique that circumvent the technological and economical constraints imposed by traditional vacuum processing. And then the second, organic device for medical application. Flexible and wearable organic electronic circuits provide opportunities for development of devices that will improve the quality of healthcare. Sensors and radiation detectors, which can non-invasively interface and monitor vital signs, can be enabled by exploiting the high sensitivity of organic semiconductors and OFET to the environment. Then the third, molecular electronics. The ultimate goal for the downsizing of electronics device is the use of a single molecule as an active component, such as molecular electronics. It can also assist in solving some of the obstacles by enabling the new application as well as the adoption of unique ways of creating electronics application. Visual media. Organic electronics is a chemical engineering unit that deals with polymers or tiny particles. It can also assist in solving some of the obstacles by enabling new application. Organic electronics are small, light, elastic, and environmentally friendly. Then there are rollable displays and elastic solar cells. Rollable displays is an electronics visual display which is flexible in nature as opposed to the traditional flat screen display used in most electronic device. Elastic solar panel is a smart device based on patent technology, fully automated, which can convert any ordinary inverter and battery setup into a solar power system. Printed battery is a flexible, stretchable, and rechargeable, disposable diagnostic devices and manufactured to support diagnostic and treatment. They are objects used by the medic only once or temporary for up to as much as 30 days. Photovoltaic cells for mobile phone. Photovoltaic cells is a specialized semiconductors diode that can convert visible light into direct current. Then photovoltaic cells for mobile phone, for example, is using solar power to charge in for battery. Conclusion: organic electronics is a new type of technology that focuses on the environmentally friendly use and application of material and device. Conductive organic materials can be divided into conductive polymers and conductive small molecules. Organic materials are used in a variety of electronic devices, including organic field effect transistor or OFET, photoreceptor in electrography, organic photovoltaics or OPV, and then organic light emitting diodes or LED, and photofractive device. That's all from group 9. Thank you for all of your attention. Hope this presentation can be good knowledge for all of us. If you have any question, you're welcome to ask me. Thank you so much.
I'm mesmerized by your awesome performance. Thank you for sharing this impressive presentation, which was astonishing and rich with information. Well done, Group 9.
Great, and now we'll be moving on to the last group, the last but not the least group. This group has gone through so many hardships, even throughout just today, and it is going to be such an honor to see them present their magnificent presentation. Miss Angel Mane, please take the floor.
Thank you. So first of all, good day to you all and welcome to everyone. I'd like to thank you all for attending this magnificent event. So I would like to start with introducing myself. I am Angel, a freshman aeronautical engineering student at NUAA, and I'll be presenting my thesis, which is the digital revolution of the digital economy. So this is our team, myself, Elise Sumbana Chantal Oga, and then the members are Islam Tanvir O, Nyongani Wa Kalombo, Christelle, Abdurrahman Omar Janfar. Content of this presentation will be the introduction, research questions, literature review, research methodology, research discussion and research results and discussion, findings and limitation, conclusion and reference. So let's begin. So to understand our thesis, let's start from the very beginning. What is the digital economy and what is the digital revolution? Well, we carried out a survey, and in our survey, we asked the respondents what they think the digital economy was. Surprisingly, about 45% of them thought it was conducting business through markets based on the internet and the World Wide Web. What was the most shocking aspect is that these people had knowledge prior, and 80% in the exact same survey said that they knew what the digital economy was. The digital economy can be defined as a system or an ecosystem or digital platform on which economic activities such as goods and services are delivered to people through electronic communication and digital technologies. So what is the digital revolution? The term digital generally refers to data that is stored and transmitted using discrete numbers. The term revolution is defined as a rapid and comprehensive change in how humans collaborate and a change in how they collaborate as an interconnected or a complex whole. So digital revolution is the transition from technology and technology, which is analog electronics and mechanical devices, to digital devices, A simple and more relatable example would be your the change from your clock face watch to your digital watch. So the term digital economy is not new. In 1995, Don Pasco's bestseller book was titled The Digital Economy, Promise and Perils in the Age of Networked Intelligence. Many people are confused. Why is this so? We believe that there is a lack of understanding on the brought up because of the relationship that is between the digital revolution and the digital economy. So in our research, we investigated the relationship between the digital economy and the digital revolution. And today we will be presenting our findings in an easy to understand and relatable manner and uncovering the digital revolution of the digital economy. Next are our research questions. Our thesis revolved around 4 main questions, which were the basis for our research. These questions are: how is the digital revolution related to the digital economy? What impact does the digital economy have on us? Is digitalization more influential on the digital economy than other factors? And lastly, what potential revolutions could the digital economy bring about in the future? Moving on is our literature review. So in our literature review, we analyzed and collected 2 basic things, which is the element and component of the digital economy are intertwined with the digital revolution, leading to numerous misconceptions. So the digital economy is based on fundamental elements, which are the online world, email, automated digital processes, credit cards, automation, and the internet. The components of the digital economy are digital media, e-commerce, and digital enablement infrastructure. Examples of digital enabling infrastructure are computer hardware, software, telecommunications, and the structures and the Internet of Things. As you can see, the fundamental elements of the digital economy are examples of the digital enabling infrastructure, mainly under telecommunications, Internet of Things, and software. The digital platforms, gig economy, and cryptocurrency are also examples of the digital economy. These are groundbreaking breakthroughs and findings which were from the digital revolution. Now you can see why it is very easy for someone to misconceive the digital economy for the digital revolution. Another one of our analysis and collections was the digital revolution and the digital economy are more advantageous than disadvantageous, as well as have a brighter future. Some in our survey, we asked people from their personal experiences, would they say that the digital economy is more advantageous than disadvantageous? And from the testimony, as you can see on the screen, 86.2% actually believe it's more advantageous, which means the digital economy is most likely to have a brighter and a larger future. So some of the advantages are greater knowledge, cost reduction, saving time, personalization, reducing the entry hurdles, and benefiting the world. A few of the disadvantages are monopoly power, privacy issues, addictive nature, and increase in graphic content that is sensitive and harmful, and less community. Next is our research methodology. What type of research did we carry out? Our research employed both qualitative and quantitative methods. The questionnaire primarily collected quantitative data, whereas the interview collected qualitative data, and both were in the lecture review. What was our methodology? We employed
I think there is an internet disruption. Okay. So maybe we will wait after some time for Ms. Angel Mane to come back. Meanwhile, we can go on a Q&A session. Yep. Mr. Ayman, are you ready?
Yes, hold on. I'm just coming in a bit.
Mr. Ashish, are you ready? Yeah, go ahead. Your
Mr.
microphone
Ashish,
is
you're muted.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Group 9, for your presentation. So I have two questions specifically. The first one is, in your research, did you ever encounter the usage of organic electronics in combination with soft robotics, which is specifically just robotics, which can robots which can shrink and expand in size on demand, depending on the situation and task which it's doing? And could it highly utilize the organic electronics as the building blocks for its components? Because as being a robot which can be soft and shrink in size and expand, it could highly use like electronics which can be flexible specifically and not like stable or hard. And my second question would be, at the same time also, could organic electronics and even organic solar cells have a place in the future development of aviation, specifically new aircraft designs? Because you mentioned that there's organic solar panels which are flexible. So in the future, could this possibly be designed with nanotechnology and nanomaterials hand in hand to create the outer layer of aircrafts, and making the outer layer of aircrafts basically one large flexible solar panel? Could we use that to power our aircrafts? Would that be a potential idea which could happen, or would there be any problems?
Okay, thank you very much for your question, Mr. Ashish.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will answer this your second question, and then the solar panel in the body of airplane. In the future, we from Group 9 believe that the body it can happen on our future later, because the future of technology, the development of technology, the development of solar panel is very fast nowadays, and then many engineers do race to do development and to do research more about this solar panel, because we are now not again longer using the fossil fuels. We are here now in the era of 5.0 is doing race for clean energy. Yeah.
Do you have any idea about my first question, or it's okay if you don't?
Can you repeat your first question for him, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure. So my question was, can organic electronics be used with soft robotics? And specifically, if you don't know what soft robotics is, it's basically robots which are, like in the name, it's literally soft. So these are robots which can shrink in size, they can expand in size depending on whatever task is required of them. And due to be able to do that, they need to, because all of these robots are still run on need electronic parts. They need like circuitry and everything, and all of this can be in turn use organic electronics, because if the organic electronics are the basis of this soft robotics, then the electronic parts can be flexible, which can help with the process and like the purpose of soft robotics. Do you think that's applicable? Can we actually do that, or is there limitations to this?
I think that is very applicable, because nowadays any quote that said that nothing impossible is nothing is impossible. So I think that is very applicable in our future, in our life.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mr. Iman.
Group number 9, I would just like to ask that regarding organic electronics being used on solar panels, how effective is it compared to, in contrast to inorganic electronic-based solar panels? First of all, how effective is organic-based solar panels when in contrast to inorganic-based solar panels? And is that effectiveness gonna place us somewhere when it comes to climate change? Like, is organic electronics more effective in some way or the other compared to inorganic electronics when it comes to tackling climate change? So these are my 2 questions.
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Ayman. Yeah, organic electronics is actually solar panels based on organic electronics actually are no better than inorganic electronics, but the majority of solar panels are made by organic electronics. Organic electronics ones is easier to make than inorganic ones. So that is why many solar panels that we found in market right now is mostly majority based on organic electronics, because and then it's also easier to change the organic energy, and then the development of the solar panels is also easier made by organic electronics than inorganic electronics. That's our answer.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much.
Yes, the host, now you can take over.
Thank you. And so, since due to the absence of Angel, we will be transitioning into the next session. So this will be Meha's part. Meha, you're muted, Meha.
You are muted.
Can't hear you.
Please
We
unmute
can't.
yourself, Meher. Thank you. Unmute yourself. Your microphone is closed.
Sorry, Professor. It's my pleasure to invite Miss Lee, my fellow student, to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of our class. Let's welcome Miss Liu.
Thank you, Maher. So, greetings to our reputable Dean and Vice Dean, our lovely course instructor, Professor Wallace, our distinguished members of juries, and all the students present here. It's a very blessing day to have all of you staying out with us until this closing of this competition. I would like to extend my highest respect and sincere gratitude towards all the audience here who attend our competition and witness all the hard effort that our students of batch 2021 have been committed all along the way this semester. Without your participation, this competition will not be a complete end. I remember that in our first lesson, Professor Wallace asked me, what do I hope to learn in this journey of academic writing? And I say that I wish I would be more daring and bold to talk in front of the crowds, sharing my thoughts, sharing my experience without getting nervous. And I'm happy to announce that I did it. I am now talking calmly in front of the audience, sharing this speech in this meaningful moment. Academic writing is not an anyhow subject. It consists of education from knowledge, writing abilities, and even the cognition inside and outside of a student. In every class, we learn new techniques and methods to do better writings and presentations to attract the audience and deliver good speech. I can see that most of the students had a great improvement, no matter in speaking, writing, and even in audacity. So there is a famous Chinese saying by Zhou Yi, which is 天行健，君子以自强不息；地势坤，君子以厚德载物。It emphasized that all of us should be like the sky, trying for progress, perseverance, determination, and never stop doing our best. I believe that all the students here possess this attitude, And we had done our very best to accomplish this wonderful thesis presentation today. As someone says that a dream does not become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and also hard work. And yes, I truly believe that without this determination and hard work, all the groups here will not gain such a success today. All the students should be proud of themselves, and we all deserve to be commended for the efforts that we have put to accomplish our thesis presentation. We must be deeply proud of ourselves and also thankful for having our dear Professor Wallace guiding us from the very beginning and also leading us to overcome different obstacles, problems that we face during the process of thesis writing. And lastly, I have a few words for the students from the next batch. I greatly recommend that all of you to be actively participating in the lesson and activities held by Professor Wallace. I believe that you will be inspired and motivated. Your potential and ability will be discovered and be polished during the lesson in academic writing with the accompanying and guidance from our almighty Professor Wallace. So in this memorable moment, we honor and acknowledge all those who make efforts to fulfill the event today. And I bless those who are ready to start their journey traveling in academic writing sector to have a great success and magnificent time in the future. I am truly anticipating seeing what surprise you will bring to the stage in your future academic and professional career. Thank you very much. And now I will hand over the floor to our dear Professor Wallace for the further proceeding of the event. Professor Wallace?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Leah, for your presentation, for your speech. You truly captured everything you truly highlighted everything about this semester and how much we learned and how incredible the semester was. And now we'd like to bring forward the person who led this entire semester, the person who guided us and gave us all the encouraged us to always push to our limits, you know. So I'd like to bring forward the honorable professor and mentor throughout the academic writing semester, Professor Wallace. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. You guys have really surprised me. Dear students, professors, and lovely audience, boys and girls, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. You are representing 80 countries around the world. So amazing on this international platform today. It is my pride moment for you today to see my students performing so well. I can only say that you guys surprised me and made all of us proud. I know that most of you are first-time speakers, but I can tell you that you performed very well. I always believe that learning is not complete until it's presented well to the right audience. All hard work need to be acknowledged and appreciated and furthermore rewarded. Please note that academic writing is the specific field of writing which is based on strict rules and conventions developed to regulate different types of academic writing to guarantee the writing of a standard text. Hence, in spite of this purpose, academic papers are standardized in relation to the format, organization, structure, and presentation of the points discussed. That is why academic writing is effective to argue different academic issues according to the certain schemes. However, the skills improved to write academic papers are important not only for the development within the narrow field of academic writing at university, but also for business communications. These standards used to write academic papers can be successfully adapted to the written business communications as well. Thus, the importance of academic writing for business communication and for working out business plans depends on such principles and purposes of academic writing as the clear and strict structure of the paper, the stress on the paper objectivity, and the strong argument supported with credible evidence and data. Because the mentioned factors are important to write an effective business plan, and to state the definite opinion. Today, you used class learning and created a wonderful thesis and showed us your understanding of the subject, including your learning outcomes, soft skills, public speaking abilities. And I believe this will help you in your future academic endeavors and coming future professional life. I believe that during this challenging time, when we are online study mode, it is very important to take advantage of online education technologies available with us. And these kind of course activities tremendously help us to regenerate. And that's what I want to focus on today's talk to you. The responsibility each of you have for your education. I want to start with the responsibility you have to yourself. Every single one of you has something you are good at. Every single one of you has something to offer. And you have a responsibility to yourself to discover what that is. That's the opportunity and education can provide. Maybe you could be a good writer. Maybe even a good enough to write a book or articles in the newspaper. But you might not know until you write a paper for academic English class. Maybe you could be an innovator or an inventor. Maybe even good enough to come up with the next generation smartphone or a new medicine or a vaccine. But you might not know it until you do a project for your science class. Maybe you could be a mayor or a senator or a Supreme Court justice, but you might not know that until you join students' government or the debate team in your study period. And no matter what you want to do with your life, I guarantee you that you will need an education to do it. You want to be a doctor or a teacher or a police officer, you want to be a nurse, architect, a lawyer, or a member of a military. You are going to need a good education for every single one of those careers. This is not shortcut, and there is no shortcut. You have got to work for it, train for it, and learn for it. And this isn't just important for your own life and your future, and your own future. What you make of your education will decide nothing less than the future of your country, where you come from. Please note that you will need the knowledge and problem-solving skills. You need the insights and critical thinking skills. You need creativity, ingenuity. You develop in your all classes to build new companies that will create new jobs and boost your country economy. We need every single one of you to develop your talents, skills, and intellect so you can help solve your most difficult problems. Whatever you resolve to do, I want to commit to it. I want you to really work at it. You won't love every subject you study. You won't click with every teacher. Not every homework assignment will seem completely relevant to your life right now, this moment. And you won't necessarily succeed at every time the first time you try. That is okay. Some of the most successful people in the world are the ones who had the most failures. J.K. Rowling's first Harry Potter book was rejected 12 times before it was finally published. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team, and he lost hundreds of games and missed thousands of shots during his career. But he once said, I failed over and over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed. These people succeeded because they understand that you can't let your failures define you. You have to let them teach you. You have to let them show you what to do different next time. If you get in trouble, that doesn't mean you are a troublemaker. It means you need to try harder to behave. If you get a bad grade, that doesn't mean you are stupid. It just means you need to spend more time studying. No one is born of being good at things. You become good at things through your hard work. You're not a super athlete the first time you play a new sport. You don't hit every note the first time you sing a song. You got to practice. It is same with your schoolwork. You might have to do a math problem a few times before you get it right, or read something a few times before you understand it, or do a few drafts of a paper before it becomes good enough to hand in. So don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid of posing the questions or asking for help when you need it. Asking for help isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. It shows you that you have courage to admit when you don't know something and to learn something new. So find an adult you trust, a parent, grandparent, or teacher, could be a coach or counselor, and ask them to help you stay on track to meet your goals. And even when you are struggling, even when you're discouraged and you feel like other people have given up on you, don't ever give up on yourself. That's very important. So today, I want to ask you to think carefully. What's your contribution you're going to make in your great country where you belong to? What problems are you going to solve? What discovery will you make? At the end, I would like to share a famous quote with all of you. Excellence is never an accident. It's always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wisest choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. It takes grit to achieve greatness. So at last, I would say that today, all the team are winners, and you have shown a great thesis presentation skills and shared with us your awesome topics. Congratulations, guys. We are all proud of you. Your parents will be proud of you. Wishing you a happy vacation. You need badly a break after a semester of intense study. So just have fun and chill and enjoy yourself before you get ready for the next semester. Now I give the floor to the host. Our lovely hosts have done an excellent job, first time hosting, to carry out next proceedings for this competition. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for this meaningful and beautiful speech. Now I'll continue with people that are going to do the other speech. So first, Mr. Ashish Trivedi, winner of Belt and World International Speech Competition and UN Debate Competition, researcher of Next Generation Aircraft, team in TU-DEF. I would like to come and make your speech, please. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Professor Wallace, for inviting me today for today's event. It's been a great time here. I've been able to learn a lot from everyone's presentation and hard work, and I'd like to just take this moment to thank you all for putting in so much effort and making all these PowerPoints and giving us a great presentation. I had a great time learning and learning about new topics and new avenues which we can approach on and learn and expand and develop in. And hopefully, just like me, everyone else can take all of this information and use it for development of better ideas and maybe help innovate in the future. So I'm going to keep my speech short because I think Professor Wallace aptly put everything I would like to say. But I would like to leave with you guys just parting a few advice and basically some tips I've learned in my years of presentation and paper writing, thesis writing specifically. My first tip would be mainly actually for presentations would be to If you can, try to limit the amount of words on your slides. Specifically, I think the best slides and best presentations are done when you have basically the less amount of words on it and more photos, because using visual aids can help you expand a lot and gives you more space, and it can also gives you more time to talk about many things. Because as the audience, if you have everything what you're going to be saying written out, it becomes a little bit redundant that you will be reading out the same thing. So if you will be doing that, you should try to just highlight the key points on your slide and then add a lot of details to them, expand on top of that. That's an easy thing to do, and that's one of the best tips I can offer you about presentation making. Other than that, I think Evan's presentation was fantastic. It was very clear, concise, and explained everything and covered all the points it needed to do. And specifically, my other tips and advice would be about basically research and literature review, because eventually everyone will have to be writing a thesis. And in thesis, I think the biggest challenge is learning about the topic and what you'll be doing. And to be learning about your topic, you will need to be conducting a very in-depth literature review. And literature review might be like, it might seem as like not the most important section of your thesis, but it's one of the most crucial aspects of the thesis for you to understand fully, so you can carry out your thesis in a well-mannered, well-mannered. Because once you fully understand and know about your topic, you can start developing based on that, and you have a good foundation. Specifically for research, I think it would be a very good idea for everyone to maybe take some time, if they have some time during the summer vacation or even next semester, just to learn a bit more about how Google search algorithms work and basic search engine algorithm works. And based off of that, one of my suggestions would be to highly always use Google Scholar, because I think Google Scholar is one of the easiest place for you to find a lot of papers and like conference papers, thesis, everything, any type of academic documents and writing, you can always find them there. And you don't even need access through any portals or anything. Most of the times they already have a separate link, which is readily available for you to download off the internet. And this will help you aid in your research for whatever topic you're doing. The second point I would like to make out is that whenever you have a topic you choose, you also should fundamentally understand the key tags or the key words in your topic. Because when you're searching, you can't search out your whole topic. Because then if you search out your whole topic, sometimes a lot of results get omitted. So when you're searching with keywords and having different keywords in Google search, it helps you give you a lot more resources, and it can give you a lot more wider pool of like data and like reference for you to read in. And finally, my last point would be to not gloss over the reference sections. I think specifically whenever you're doing any research, it's very important for you to, any paper you download or you get, you take a look at the reference section, because the reference section can easily direct you to multiple more papers, which maybe contain previous background or history on the topic, or some new inventions or new ideas, which could help you with your topic. And all of them are readily there at the end of the paper. And most people always just maybe gloss over that and never actually in-depth look at it. They just say, oh, okay, the references are there, that's done. But I think that's one of the crucial aspects of a paper. So that should help you a lot with your research. And whenever you are writing your thesis, that should be a fundamentally good point for you to focus on. And at last, I think that's all I have to say for tips and research. Everyone's presentation was great. I'm very happy with everyone's outcome and like their research and everything. I was very satisfied, and I was very happy to ask you a lot of questions. I found it very interesting and engaging to interact with you after your presentations and get to learn a bit more about your knowledge. And thank you so much all for staying all the way till the end. I know it's been quite a few grueling hours. It's quite long, but I hopefully, as Professor Wallace said, as you challenge yourself, it's much more important, because then you can use this to help better the world and better your countries, wherever you are from. So at that note, I'd like to finish my speech, and thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your hard work once again.
Thank you, Mr. Ashish, for those tips. I'm sure all of us will take notes in your speech. Now I would like to call Mr. Ayman, outstanding student of NUAA and winner of various awards in public speaking and winner of last year's thesis presentation. Mr. Ayman, the stage is yours.
Thank you, good host. Well, as we are in the conclusion of our presentation event today, what we witnessed here today may just look like a presentation. Of course, it's a good quality presentation, but the months of work, the months of hard work, the countless hours of research, the sleepless nights, all of it just compiled into 15 to 20 minutes of presentation. That is what we witnessed today. And that is something worth acknowledging before we acknowledge the depth of research that was put behind each of these presentation. Because this is coming from someone who has also had to bear similar circumstances and the similar cases of research and had to spend a lot of months behind carrying out this research. So someone who has experienced this can acknowledge it and basically acknowledge the hard work that was put behind such thesis presentation. And calling these presentations remarkable is an understatement to me, because as being a previous team group leader myself, I'm well aware what it takes to produce one. And also, aside from that, I also appreciate the diligent works that were put by the host, as especially in the cases of giving summaries of each of the project after those presentation, because I myself could also comprehend the overbearing responsibilities of the host, as I myself was also assigned to the similar role last year's presentation. So kudos to you guys for having to bear such an overbearing responsibility and carrying out so remarkably. And to sum it up, this experience has also been an emotional one for me, as it allowed me to relive the similar presentation day, which we had just a year ago. I was glad when Professor Wallace asked me to take part in this, as I myself was curious, like, what ideas can the next batch bring to the table? And frankly, they live up to the expectation that I had, and some of them even far exceeding it. I specifically like that some of them tackle the questions about the most pressing issues that are affecting the world today and the most groundbreaking technology that some students or some others may just fear in researching and presenting about it, because these are still in the stages of development and nothing is much more clear and evident about them. So taking up the challenge of making presentations about such topics requires a certain amount of bravery, and for that it deserves a well-deserved applause for such a feat. And I believe my previous speaker has delivered quite numerous numbers of takes and suggestions as to how you can improve yourself. But from my takeaway, I shall just like to highlight on one key point, and that is verbal communication when it comes to presentation. I believe you should emphasize more on clarity. And one other thing that I should want to emphasize on is the fact that stick to the topic and try not to divulge on the other topic and try not to give too much details on the sides, and rather stick to giving more details on the topic that you were assigned to, on the topic that you were writing onwards. And the topic that you were given to, learn it through it, learn it in it ins and outs, so that you would be able to deliver such a presentation verbally as if this was something that you've been taught for a very long time. So that's the important for doing your thesis work, like the subject that you're assigned to, learning it ins and outs in such great detail, so that you'll be able to verbally communicate it with your fellow judges, so that in a manner that they would easily able to understand what you're trying to make them understand, and in a very comprehensible way. So that is my little suggestion. Aside from that, I shall just like to say that, yeah, you guys have performed remarkably, and you've carried on that standard from where we started, and you've taken it way above. And I'm really proud that the further generation is doing good when it comes to taking the mantle and doing better than us previous generation. And aside from that, I've also got to learn a lot of new things about key technologies and the new groundbreaking discoveries that are being unfolded as of now. And it's been educating also. And lastly, I shall just like to wish all the teams Godspeed, and I hope they achieve the place that they deserve. And I believe all of you are high achievers nonetheless, because of your in-depth research and your months of hard work that culminated into this wonderful presentation that you has given us today. And lastly, I should like to thank Professor Wallace for giving me such an opportunity to come here once again and witness such performance of young minds giving ideas that are nonetheless very unique. And I'm very much sure that among you, or there are many young leaders and there are many young entrepreneurs that will shape the world in the coming decades. And that is what I hope. And one thing that I also like to emphasize about what Professor Wallace says is that never be dissociated from failures. Like, invite failures. If you fail, that just means that it doesn't mean that it's your personal shortcoming. What it means is that you just have to do better, and you just have to take a new approach to it. It's not so. So that's the key takeaway about inviting failures. And with that, I should just like to conclude my speech, and let's like to say that congratulations to all of you guys. You've done remarkably, and hopefully, yeah, my senior batches are proud of what their junior batches have carried on and what they have performed. So kudos to all of you.
Thank you very much.
It was a great evening. It's very interesting. My group 10, she had a power failure twice in her city, but she went to different locations in the cafe and other places to make sure that she finished her presentation. So Ayman, we have to stay back to listen to the left part of presentation of group 10. Group 10, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Angel Mane.
Okay, thank you, Sir Wallace. Thank you, Sir Wallace. I'll share my screen and I'll continue where I left off. So in my presentation,
Maybe you can close your camera to have a more bandwidth. Angel, can you close your camera?
The thesis, which is the digital economy, the digital revolution of the digital economy. I spoke about and I had employed both qualitative and quantitative. Moving on, I'll be moving on form methods to complete our research, analyzing several textbooks, encyclopedias, news, academic pages, and within a larger body of works, and to assess the trends. And also studied China.
What a pity. Well, before she come back again, there are some of the people here on the panel who had no opportunity to speak. So now the floor is open. If you have something to say about your journey on this semester studying academic writing and what is your take home, you can share with other classmates. So the floor is open. Ms. Urga, you can speak. Shamanjali, please go ahead. Thank you so much.
Professor, first of all, I'm so sorry for the issue. Because of my bad network, I have to quit at the last moment. But I want to say that my journey was pretty good. I used to be a co-leader, and my leader shows a great work. Obviously, Abid, thanks a lot to be always like a friend, and also be a leader. I really appreciated your work. I really want to thank you, and thanks a lot, Professor, to be there for all the time, to be the back. Yeah, so I really want to thank you a lot. Yeah, the journey was really good just because of you.
You're welcome. We have got next semester critical thinking.
Yeah, sure, Professor. I will be there.
Yeah, Ayman has taken this subject. Ayman, what you want to say about the part 2 of our course, critical thinking and creativity? What you want to give suggestions and tips to these students who are going to undertake this course next semester?
Well, critical thinking primarily like envelops like the subject regarding, like, let's say, from what I've understood is academic writing is mostly on your thesis presentation, but though the actual thesis presentation is you have to do it individually, but here you've been given the privilege of carrying it out as a group so that the burden is shared among your group members, because the real thesis work is very heavily burdened for just one individual for a first-year student. But through that, you will notice enormous transformation, as I myself have noticed it, because Professor Wallace has seen me from like at the beginning of the second semester, when I was literally someone who used to give the type who used to give funeral speeches, and I used to stutter so much that I couldn't even finish properly, and I could just stare at the camera sometimes even. So that from that I actually transformed to someone who can speak more confidently in front of many people, and that has what academic English has enabled me. And after that comes the critical thinking, and I do actually encourage all of you to take critical thinking, because I kind of see it as a part 2, because what you learned in academic writing, the team, all the teamwork and all that to create a thesis, in critical writing, what you will be more emphasizing on is product building, coming up with your own innovative ideas of what you can, of the topic that you selected, and what you can find and what you can learn online, and compiling them and coming up with your own unique product that is both practical and at the same time relevant and addresses the issues that are faced by the current world. So basically, this will equip you for those people that have entrepreneurial mindset, or those that have or those that wants to experiment new ideas, or let's say want to become an inventor or an entrepreneur of any sort. I remember Professor Wallace once saying that.
Your microphone is closed, Aman. Yeah, by mistake. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So, like, I remember Professor Wallace once saying that ideas are good, but they are only as good as it is implemented, as long as it is implemented. If you don't implement your ideas, they are just like puddles of water, just staying there, waiting for the sun to dry it out. That's that. It's just that. So what you got to do is just implement those ideas. You don't have to worry about whether it's going to fail or not. What matters is whether that idea gets implemented, and you learn from that failure, and you see your shortcomings, that, okay, these are my shortcomings that has not enabled me to achieve what I wanted to achieve. And in that critical writing, that is something of a preliminary experience that you will have in developing ideas and making a new idea and making a new product, and basically presenting a new product that you want to make, and a product that is very practical and very relevant to the current world. So basically, that's all about it. It's just for equipping an entrepreneurial mindset into the students. And I highly encourage you to take this subject.
Thank you, Ayman. I'm sure you are one of the beneficiaries, and thank you for the feedback. The good news is that this course will start from the first week of the next semester, and the course will be reopened for selection. So you can always select and online, and also if you have difficulty, you can give the names to me directly or to Abid. So that will be great. So thank you so much for encouraging today, Ayman. Now let me invite Ms. Mateko Mills. She has been very patient for hours listening to all our students. I'm really thankful to you. And I would like to take some words from you, what you want to tell these students after listening for hours and hours, what you want to suggest them, give some take-home suggestions.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Wallace. To be honest, I wasn't expecting this massive and informative presentation. I actually thought that it would be more based and directed towards the aerospace and aeronautic aspect of science. But I understand the importance of research because I've been a researcher myself, and I know the importance of researching and how essential it is before any groundbreaking theory or idea can be put in place. And so I'll say kudos to all the students. I'm really impressed that such young minds, you've worked so hard for it. Because if I spent hours listening to this, I can only imagine the number of hours you spent preparing for this. And so you've done a good job, everyone. What I would like, the few points I'd like to mention to encourage you is, some of you, I noticed that you lack confidence in your voice, in your demeanor, in your mannerisms. Just be confident. You did the research, you did the work. Just put what you did out there. It doesn't matter. This is not about competing to be right or wrong. It's about what you found out. And so just be confident in the work you've done. Unless, of course, you didn't work hard, then you have every right to not be confident. But if you did do the research, just be confident in saying what you did. I would also like to mention one aspect that I noticed was a common thread in all the groups. There were no references. So you need to pay special attention to reference in your research work, because right now out there, copyright battles are really expensive, and you don't want to find yourself caught in one. Even though this is a very young stage of your research, and it's good to develop the habits of referencing your work, because it would help those who are listening, your listeners, and then your readers who need further information on whatever you have processed, to be able to go find out your source, read further around it, and also inform themselves or educate themselves on what you are saying. And I think generally any future thesis writing or you do in your academic life, in moving forward, you need to reference. And so once you get familiar with the process of referencing, it comes naturally, and you wouldn't find yourself in a position where you'd have to, compensate someone for copyright or anything of the sort. So much has been said. And if you listen to Professor Wallace during his speech and you listen to the other jury as they encouraged you, I think there's no need for me to say anymore. So thank you so much for having me.
So kind of you, Mr. Mateko. Mills, you have been very, very kind, and your encouraging words will certainly welcome by the students, and I'm sure they're going to follow it and will be someone like you in the future, a great researcher. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much. So now it's time to be closing. Anybody have something to say before we close? The last speaker for today, you can volunteer before we say goodbye.
Sir, I'm back, group 10 again.
Oh, my Lady Gaga.
We won't stop until we present.
Okay, where are you?
I'm here. I'll share my screen.
Please, I like the spirit. You never give up.
Well done.
Yes. Go ahead. I know you worked very hard, so I also want to see it.
Okay, so in continuation, we did a questionnaire and we asked many. Yeah, I'll just try to just rush to the results and the discussions. So our research employed these methodologies. The group which we studied was quite various. Like we had about 65% of males, 35% females, and we also had okay. Then let me just rush, like I said. So we got to 3 research economy has no impact on.
Oh my God. Angel Mane has been working very hard, really. And I've seen she's one of the very active team leader. And I always saw her WhatsApp messages motivating her group and pushing everything forward. But unfortunately, today is not a good day for her because of some kind of cyclone and power shut off in her region. So I don't know if she's still here. Let me have a look. Please bear with me for a moment, guys. Meanwhile, before she come, I see one guy with a cap. Group 4-6, hi. I'm talking to you, group 4-6. Can you hear me? Group 4-6. Yes, can you open your your microphone and you can speak? Yeah, you have been there from the very beginning. Yes, go ahead.
Hello guys, you can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
The presentation was too good. I am listening that everyone presented good, showing their thanks and respect.
So what did you learn today?
Hello.
What did you learn today?
Hello. I
Yes.
can't hear.
Okay, so I think your internet is not good. Riyadh, yes, go ahead, Riyadh. Finally, I see you back here.
Thank you, Professor. I was having some problem with my camera because it was automatically switched off again and again.
No worries.
And it's really a nice journey with you with the first semester. And it's again switched off.
Don't worry, go ahead.
And it's really a nice journey with you and all the classmates, and everyone was very supportive and very helpful, because if we found any problem among us, we discussed with our group and with other group members, and everyone was very super helpful towards everyone. And I think that this should be the spirit of every student. As a result, we can grow stronger and move further. And I am looking forward to having the next semester course, that is critical thinking, and I hope I will grow myself better than this time with you and other students. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Riyadh. Thank you so much for your kind words. So now it's time to say goodbye, because Angel Mane, I think she cannot come in today, but I'm sure we will ask her to present her video and we will add up into our competition in future. And before that, I would like to thank our teaching assistant, Mr. Abid. So you had a good journey together with all the students here. So the last words from you before we close.
Before closing, I would say that I really like the cooperation amongst all the groups, especially within my group. I see that my deputy and my a few of my other members are still there. They're still supporting me. My deputy Shamanjali is here, Riyadh is here. It's just, it's very encouraging to see them here right up until the end, and they're still supporting me. So I just can't get over this cooperation.
Yeah. If I might add up, sorry, are you finished?
Okay, no, just one more sentence. If we call it a competition, there's actually a lot more cooperation behind the scenes, and that's what makes me really happy.
Yeah, it's so fun actually. The team up that Teacher Wallace made, it was so fun in this semester. I had so fun and I learned a lot from Dylan, Leon, Ibrahim, Coron, and Mervit. It was a very, very great team. I really was blessed to be with them, with you guys. It was very, very pleasure to me to be a part of you guys. We worked very hard.
Thank you. You guys really worked very hard. I'm very grateful to all of you. You have done a real hard work, and the result is today. It's been appreciated by everyone, and you have shown your hard work result. As I said, if you cook well, you need to serve it. Otherwise, how we will know how delicious it is? And you served it well. And I'm very happy, especially my hosts, my closing speakers, they surprised me because they did first time hosting, and within 48 hours, they come up with a very good hosting talent. Great job, great guys. I'm so proud of you. And I will miss you all who will not be there next semester. I will never forget you guys who will be there. We'll continue our journey. You will be rewarded what you have done, and you will be rewarded well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ayman, for being with us. You are one of our good student of NUA, and you are one of the good student of your batch. So we appreciate it very much. Thank you for your time. It's time to say goodbye and good night. Thank you guys. Bye-bye. Enjoy yourself.
Thanks a lot, Professor.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Professor.
Welcome.
Forward
See you in the next semester, Professor.
Bye,
Godspeed,
Professor.
guys. Thank you. See you. Great job. Thank
See
you.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye
you,
bye.
guys.
Professor, happy holiday.
Bye, guys. Stay fine. Stay
Bye,
healthy.
guys.
Have a wonderful vacation.
Bye bye. Bye, Professor.
See you next
Bye-bye,
semester.
friend.
Bye, Professor.
Disregard. I'll give you 2 emojis free very soon. Okay.
For me
Bye,
also,
Professor.
Professor.
Okay. Okay. I will do that. Thank you,
Okay,
Marwet.
Professor.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Meher. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
Thank you, Professor.
Afsan. Bye-bye.